in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry, guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's the 10th one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him, you got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. We about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
Skirt on your body, performing just like my Rari. You're too fine, need a ticket. I bet you taste expensive. Pouring up about a liter. If you keeping up, you should keep it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. 2-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing. Like that, 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 that. Skirt on your body, it's just us 2 in this party. That Louis, that Prada, looks so much better off you. Turn me up, be my waitress. No, we not in love, so let's make it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. 2-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing. Like that, 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 that. me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Four of the European Masters groups. I am Penguin. I'm joined today by the illustrious Ox. I know, so spicy. And we've got some damn spicy games today. But before we get to them, we got to talk about yesterday because we got to see some banger of games.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a wild day yesterday, and I mean, we had so many great moments. This is one of my favorites, which was Chico up against Knight. Knight trying to challenge him in the 1v1, and Chico and his LeBlanc was just flawless this game.
Absolutely. You might be copying me, but I'm the original. I got this on the LeBlanc. And of course, you look at the win versus GL as well, and you can see this top lane ganked MSR or MRS, moved Movistar Riders, just doing so well in this 2v1. Like, it's just not really working out for them, and then it just turns around for them in no time at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was just... I mean, this is the big thing for me. It's the passive regen coming in from the set. Look how close this is. You can't calculate that. You can't calculate, but the biggest match of the day had to be Gamers Origin against Mouse, coming in and matching their aggression and beating it with this beautiful dive in the bot lane.
Yeah, Gamers Origin just really taking it to Mouse. You talked about it, how Mouse was seen as probably one of the
thanks
favorites.
for reminding me.
Yeah, well, you can remind me soon who I thought was the best, but honestly, I thought the French team looked fantastic, and you can see Group D standings are finished now for Week 1. They will return back in Week 2. Very, very crowded, though, in that group for everyone on 2-1, except for Intrepid Fox.
Yeah, it's made it dead even for Gamers Origin, Fnatic Rising, and Esports. They are all three of them big contenders for the title, and the fact they're still neck and neck after a week of games is huge. But we won't see more of them today. We have the rest of the groups we are looking to round out for their Week 1 games. Group A, B, and C. Each team will have one match today to round out their scoreline and put themselves in the best spot going into that Week 2.
And that's it. You don't want to go into Week 2 with a 1-2 scoreline, a 0-3 scoreline. Makes progressing very, very difficult. But anyone, you know, if anyone I'm looking at right now in terms of the games we have today, it's that first match, Morningstar versus Schalke Evolution. We were just talking about this in the in the backstage when we were getting ready. This could be the decider for who gets to get that second seed.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. They're both 1-1. Getting the head-to-head matchup is obviously a massive factor when going into the second week. And on top of that, a lot of people would look at that. I mean, I'll be honest, I did. Before coming into E-Masters, I thought this was going to be a one-sided game. This is just going to be, you know, the Prime League destroying a lower region, but PG Nats have shown up.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to jump straight into pick and ban, ladies and gentlemen. No delay, no dallying. And we're going to jump straight into this one now. Of course, got to look at the side of Morningstar on the blue. They did a fantastic job. They pushed Kick to get the win. They didn't just win it. They had to work for it. They didn't win. Obviously, Kick took that win. Samsung did obviously drop 1-1. But they've looked good. They've looked consistent. It's not just a one in, one out.
I think to go up against Kick, who are one of the front runners for the tournament, and to not get completely stomped is an achievement in itself. And they definitely made them sweat for it, made them work. I'm maybe a bit worried for Schalke Evolution. This should be a matchup that Schalke, being from the Prime League, one of our premier regions, who has had wins in EU Masters, had dominance in EU Masters, and for me not to say they're absolute favourites is concerning.
It is concerning if you're a Prime League fan, but of course for Schalke Evolution, this is a time for you to show that you have the dominance, you have the, you know, the resources to you. You look at some of those players, even Certus yesterday, Certus popped off on the Akali.
Yeah, and he's being targeted for it. We look at Morningstar's early bans, 3 mid lane bans already, and I think this is indicative of how important Certus is for the team. It's not just his success that is needed for him to do well, he also allows Lurox to flourish. If Certus is having a good game, his jungler can also do well.
Absolutely, and on the other side, you focus on Schalke there with Certus. We got to talk about Niter. This guy has been kind of the linchpin for this team. He can play anything. That set, is honestly a huge flex right now for the side of Samsung Morningstar, because that can go top, jungle, mid, and it can go down to the support roles. This is a really big pick for them.
Absolutely, and I think it's just great to see Naita, who had an underwhelming spring split in the Nordic League, to come back onto this PG Nats roster, not just do well in his own region, but also be performing at EU Masters. Now, we are starting to get some picks underway. The Ezreal, a big one for Inax in the bot lane. Really a massive pick, just overwhelmingly. He played in the LEC, had a strong performance on that. We'll have to see what they round out here. I expect to see something different from the bot lane, potentially leave that counter pick open for nukes. A jungler could be something you could definitely pick up
Yumi is
here.
open though.
Yeah, but I
Go
think you can leave it till third pick. I don't think you want to commit to it now and allow them full optics on your bot lane. But looks like they have a different idea, but they're going to pick the Leona. So heavy committing to an early bot lane rotation. This isn't super common because often teams do leave that till later. But I mean, no hesitation for the Morningstars.
Straight away. Looks like the side of Morningstars, the Italian Stallions, have got themselves a pseudo-stallion in the Lilia going into that potentially jungle or top lane. We actually talked about this yesterday as well. You're not a huge fan of seeing Lilia in the top lane. You would prefer to see it in the jungle.
Yeah, I think Lilia top lane is very matchup dependent. I would not want to blind pick it and put it in the top lane. It still has the opportunity to flex, but I think for now, I prefer its consistent pressure in the jungle. You do need assistance from your team. You're farm oriented, you skirmish very powerfully, but you need to get to that point where you're safe. We'll have to see what Schalke will do to try and keep that one down. They also look in that Lucian, a heavy flex as well. I've got to say, all three of these picks are heavy flex, whereas you look at Schalke, I don't see many situations in which they don't go where we expect them to.
Absolutely, and this is kind of the difference between, say, a major region versus a minor region, is that with Samsung, there's no expectations. Coming into this, getting a win against LDLC, you're delighted. That's fantastic. You're still harking back to days gone with Outplayed, have made it to the the top 4. They still have a lot of passion in the region. I think Morningstars could be that team, but we need to see it from them today.
Absolutely do. And it's really going to come down to looking at what else they can pick up to round out their comms, because I think flexes are great. They're good for starting off the draft. You have a lot of options. But there is some times where I see teams, they just flex for the sake of flexing, and then they're like, oh, well, I guess you take that. I want to see
You can say Fnatic Rising, it's fine. You can say it. There are no wrong answers here.
I'm not going to go that hard on them yet. They're still in the tournament.
Just about.
But I think with here, you have good options with these lane assignments. It just depends what really Schalke is able to offer. I will note that the Cassiopeia for Certus is a big pick. It kind of means that you don't really want to put the Lucian in the mid lane, because that is a good matchup. It's something that the Lucian struggles to bully, because if you go aggressive, the Miasma can shut you down. Now, we do see Malphite and Shen, 2 tanks taken away from the side of Schalke. We saw Sleeping have a lot of strong performances, particularly on the Shen. I think he had a really good one. But on the other side, the Thresh denied away from Click, a bit of a safety net for the bot lane.
As well, you want to get rid of the Shen. We've seen Shen just give a lot of teams a lot of agency. He doesn't have to just go one style, go full tank, go full matchup, lane 1v1, 1-3-1. You can do a lot of different things with that. Kha'Zix's going to be locked in here for Lorox. And this is going to be interesting. Now you have a Kha'Zix and a Kha'Zix and a Cassiopeia. I want to see how that synergy works. Not something we're traditionally seeing paired together, but we'll see now if Certus can actually open up the jungle for his jungler.
Yeah, and I think there's an opportunity to do so, because ultimately here we have 2 champions that don't have the best synergy, but it's a scenario where we have 2 champions who are good into the counter matchups. The Cassiopeia is a good matchup for the Lucian, because you have that Miasma, and the Kha'Zix is good at getting on top of that Lily and providing pressure. It's one of the few champions who can cause issues, but Morningstars, no hesitation, going for a very strong scaling bot lane here.
Very strong scaling bot lane, but a very, very weak laning phase right now. The Lulu will shore up a little bit of that, but if I'm on the side of Morningstars, I'm scared of a Leona at Ezreal. Even at level 2 and beyond, it's just so scary the amount of engage they can get down on you.
Yeah, and they'll round out Schalke with that Renekton in the top lane just to be able to provide some pressure. Honestly, here for Morningstars, I think neither this top mid, the Set or the Lucian, are really great into the Cassiopeia, but I think you keep the lane assignment here. It's going to give you your best chances, even though a Lucian could go up heavily against that Renekton. But for now, I think for Schalke, you have some concerns around the scaling of Morningstars. This is a team who like to lean into the later scaling, like to lean into those team fights, and they have huge tools to do so. If this Lulu Jinx goes unchecked, they actually win out in terms of trades as long as there is an all-in. So if they feel safe enough just to power down the Ezreal with rockets, they're going to be comfortable. You need to be bringing pressure down. I want to see Lorox having a good game. He's been a bit inconsistent at this tournament. I want to see him really challenge Morningstars here.
Yeah, and for Schalke as well, the expectation coming into this game, again, we talk about the DACH region. it is a major region. It's come out with a fantastic amount of teams. Esports obviously being the most consistent big in previous years as well. And I want to see them show to the world that the second seed, they're not just one and done. There are at least bare minimum 2 teams from the DACH region that can compete and push for results.
And importantly, Schalke Evolution was here at the last EU Masters, but not for very long. They did not get out of group stage despite being the #1 seed. That, by all means, is probably the biggest disappointment that this roster has suffered. Some changes came in, but ultimately they want to be able to have a better performance here. And ultimately, if they want to go into week 2 looking strong, they need this win against Morning Stars to get them that 2-1 scoreline.
And talk to me about that. Where do they look for those wins? Where do they look for those opportunities and say, like, the first 5-10 minutes of this game, where would you want to see Schalke moving their chess pieces?
They tend to be quite mid-jungle focused in the early game. That's normally where they get quite a bit of pressure. In this scenario, they've actually got a bit more agency in their side lanes, but really, it's still going to come down to Lurox facilitating. You have good setup in the top lane, good setup in the bot lane, a good matchup onto this Lilia if you can get on top of her. So ultimately, I think this is Lurox's game to show what he can do.
We'll see if he's able to get anything there. You can see a bit of a stack onto the top side there, expecting the Morning Stars to go for some kind of an invade. Kazakh's notoriously squishy in that early game. So.
And also Lilia is really strong, level 1.
Yes.
If you start chaining that queue together to get the movement speed, you essentially have enough of your kit to do what you want at that point.
And not only that, we saw Casual talking about it on the LEC, did a whole kind of segment on it. The speed at which Lilia can clear camps like Raptors and Krugs, those very long kind of, drawn out camps that take a huge amount of your health bar. You can see already there, Ekkas going in for that movement, just looking to try and get as much of an advantage as possible. I really like this.
Yeah, it's what I want to see. If you're committing to this champion, I want to see you trying to get a big farm advantage. I want to see you challenging the enemy junglers' camps and finding the windows to do so. Kha'Zix realistically isn't a huge threat to you by himself until he hits that level 6 point. Before 6, honestly, if you try and jump on the Lilia, she's just going to run away from you. She's going to have the speed to do so, especially as this is Ekkas with the phase rush. We sometimes see Lilia's go something like a Dark Harvest, Electrocute, even a Spellbook, simply because they feel like phase rush is overkill. But I like the fact that this has been gone for with Ekkas, especially because it reduces the effectiveness of slows, great against the Kha'Zix.
Overall, like you said, it's going to be on Lurox to get that kind of movement there. But we talked a lot about Lurox. I'm very curious of how Certus will use this Cassiopeia in the middle. We talked a little bit of how the Lucian, not amazing if you go for an all-in and she catches you out. But right now, the push is in his favor. Naturally, as an AD carry, going to be able to have that extra little bit of push. But Certus, a lot of pressure on him at the moment, but I feel like he can deal with it given the right tools.
Yeah, and I think this is the right tool. This isn't a matchup where he's going to be able to stomp on Nita in the early levels. That just doesn't work into the Lucian. That's why he's such a powerful pick in the solo lanes, because he's favorable in a lot of matchups. The reason the Cassiopeia is good is he can mitigate that pressure while also leaning into her scaling. Everyone's seeing the Cassiopeia late game who throws those Twin Fangs and just decimates your team. That's what Certus is looking to do, and he's doing a fine job so far of just maintaining a comfortable position in this lane.
We're going to have a pretty stagnant early game, I feel. I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the stakes or even the kind of the setups of what each team is kind of playing for. Because we talked about how Schalke, the DACH region, Major region, and stuff like that, but for Samsung Morningstar, they're starting to feel like it's coming back. The outplayed of 2018 spring, it's there. They can almost see it. It just needs to become a reality. And honestly, even if you lose this, it's not even that bad of a result.
Yeah, they can still bring it back. And honestly, just taking that one win in a group, which actually looks pretty difficult coming into it, I honestly feel like Samsung Morningstars have already made a big wave for their region. I think the fact that they managed to take down LDLC was massive, and they should be proud of that alone. But at the same time, seen an engage come in.
Here we go, Flash Faithbreaker going to be sleeping, forcing his flash away. They're going to use the Haymaker to try and get a little bit more damage. Feel like took a little too much tower hits there. Lurox is around, but not really there to change anything as such. TP going to have to be used by Sleeping to try and make sure he doesn't miss too much in this wave.
Yeah, and ultimately Stemboss just wants to try and crash it in here. Actually not going to be able to completely do it, but you can see minions already taking tower hits, so it's fine. Lurox actually finding Ekkas there, but Ekkas is able to get away. Again, Kha'Zix pre-6, not too much of a threat.
Just needs to be very careful though. You can see there, Certus very ready to just leave that wave, go straight towards that Kha'Zix who was a little bit in danger. And Niter needs to be a little bit quicker on the trigger, I feel. If you have that push, if your jungler's trying to go for a bit of an aggressive invade, you need to be the one backing him up, making sure he can get those trades in.
And that's the whole reason for this Lucian pick, because yes, we've seen the Kha'Zix and the Cassiopeia come out. I said that compared to the mid-jungle of SMS, these are good matchups, but they're not instantly gratifying. It's not like a thing where, you know, Renekton into Camille, where you're able to bash the Camille's head in early. It's a scenario where they're waiting a bit longer before the strength of the champions come out. So it means Ekis can really have his way with this early game on the back of Niter's pressure, but as you said, Niter needs to be on point. A slip-up would be devastating for this mid-jungle matchup.
Again, not really a lot to really talk about right now, but something I do want to talk about is the cull onto the Jinx, and it's really just very, very early. Right now, it's kind of, you know, one of those things. Clearly just took a very quick back, getting himself into a situation, has gone cleanse with the Lulu on the heel, so an incredibly defensive bot lane. They just want to make sure she gets out of this laning phase alive.
And I mean, I think it's the right call. You're not being pressured by this Ezreal Leona. This was a very early pickup for Schalke. It was comfortable picks for them. And so far, nothing's really amounted. You know, Gooby and Click are farming up. They're keeping even in CS. And with that cull, and that was initial cull buy, by the way.
That was
50 stacks already. So that was the sheer confidence in the safety of this laning phase has led up to this point. And it really will deliver. Lulu, Jinx, a really powerful duo. I think, obviously, not as much laning pressure from the Jinx compared to the other carries we see in the terms of the Caitlyn, even the Ashe and the Jhin. But the scaling is really there. And the fact that nothing's happened in this bot lane, a little bit concerning for Schalke. Now, they did pick up that first dragon. Always nice to get a Cloud. That 10% ultimate cooldown reduction, a big factor. But it's essentially just a free pickup. No way Samsung Morningstar really care enough to contest that one to happen.
And we're going to see that pretty much for the next dragon as well. Samsung Morningstar, we talked about it, they don't exactly have the pressure in bot lane or even in top, to be perfectly honest with you, to go for those kind of early aggressive dragon takes, unless someone from Schalke gets caught out.
Yeah, I mean, they can analyze the situation. If they're like, okay, let's commit to this, great. If they don't feel like they need to, they should be fine. Ultimately, do you see Ekis continuing to apply pressure in this matchup and still not hit that level 6 yet from Lorx, but an engage comes in here.
Heal has been burned. They're going to try and turn it back. Nukes is very tanky with that Aftershock, so should be just fine. And overall, this is why you take the super defensive summoners. Now you've used the heal, but you still have a cleanse, you still have your flashes. There's no real harm, no real foul.
Yeah, I think the situation there may seem like it was a very early heal. When you're up against an Ignite, you want to get it in before the Grievous Wounds, so Click was playing it very safe there. Maybe a bit too much, but you can understand the caution.
Oh, there's the cleanse. The True Shot Barrage does come out as well. Nukes playing very, very aggressively here, and they're just going to be able to push that wave in. Not really going to look to dive it just yet. Kha'Zix is on the top side of the map as he takes away his red. Good little ward there on the Krugs. They're going to be able to spout out Lorax if he does go for it. And Rift Herald being started out here by Ekis on the Lilia.
Yeah, and I actually feel like now Lorax having the level 6 available, potentially could spot this one out and look to contest it. But for now, he's actually leaning towards the top lane.
I think he just got spotted out there. Yeah, Ekis is backing all the way up from this one here. Does not want to be caught alone. No pressure in top side, losing pressure in mid lane. You can see Niter just trying to keep Certus away. And that is going to be a fairly easy deterrent for the side of Schalke.
And big factor as well was Schalke's bot lane moving up. They instantly start a path towards the top side of the map. SMS, as much as they feel like they have pressure on the top side, they know that ultimately Gooby and Click are just wanting to farm this point. They don't really want to opt into fights that are a big 5v5, so again, they're going to likely leave this objective to go and just look to try and get some farm on the Jinx in the bot lane. You can see Gooby is having some alone time, which you'll never complain about when you have a Jinx.
Yeah, equal on CS as well. Got himself up to nearly 80 stacks on his calls. It's going to be a nice little, 450 gold spurge for him once he's able to get that one there. And I love this from Certus as well, just as a quick look at the very, very early items. Going with the tier obviously needs to try and stack that one up very much so, but also is going to need that Seeker's Arm Guard. As I say that though, Lorax forces the flash out of Niter. Just straight up Kha'Zix things. Level 6 goes for that first damage.
I'm just happy to see finally Lorax has hit the point where you have some agency, that level 6 point where you can use the ultimate, get up close, and also your damage starts to feel a bit more threatening, and now we can start to have a bit more presence for Ekis.
Oh, Ekis, that is unforgivable. That was, he was recalling just outside the brush. The Leona walks up, dead.
But I like the aggression from Nukes, and we've started to see this a bit more in the lane. He's been burning summoners, finally gets a kill. It was a lot of confidence to pick the Leona so early blind, but it is starting to pay off already, and I want to see him pairing up with Lurox and looking to make plays together. Mid-jungle combination always really big, and Nukes, just sheer confidence with the ultimate.
Yeah, just able to get it, and Solar Flare into the Zenith Blade. It's not really a lot. And he's, as you can see, he'd already just cleared the bottom side of Lurox's jungle, so he just had no health bar whatsoever, and it's easy cleanup.
Yeah, and as well, the kill unfortunately doesn't go over the Inax. Pretty close there, but you'll take it either way with that first blood. And we're starting to see a bit of a gold lead develop here for Schalke Evolution. Just under 1,000, but you got to remember they do have that Rift Herald in pocket. That's what I'm looking towards to see where they place that down. There still are those plates available. For now, 20 seconds on the second dragon. Lurox is walking over. We'll have to see if SMS do opt to try and contest this one. For now, they're not really leaning towards it.
I don't see them really going for something here. You got Certus just getting back on his rotation, picking up a couple of amp tones, making sure he's as powerful as he possibly can be if something were to kick off. Rift Scuttler gets picked up as well, but right now they just don't really have the pressure in any of the lanes around this dragon to really kind of contest it, and looks like it is going to be Schalke Evolution just picking up 2 early Drakes. We will have either a Mountain or an Ocean Soul. They're going to be pretty happy with this early game. It's been calm, collected, but at the same time, it's just been, you know, bog standard like we expect from Schalke.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to get to the point where they're getting into the mid-game where there's a lot more tools they can play around with that I'm looking for them to capitalize on. I think as well a big spike for Inax will be that 2 items. He's just picked up that Manamune and the Sheen, so not quite at that combination, but closing in, whereas Gooby still a whiles away from where you're really relevant. And I think as well with the Manamune build from Lucian, it is leaning a bit towards the scaling for Samsung Modern Stars. It is what they like to do. They favor themselves in those later game team fights. And Schalke, you want to be able to challenge them before you get to that point.
King of half items, Sten Boss up in this top side, got himself a Bami Cinder and a Bramble Vest, just making sure that he has some kind of wave clear, tankiness, and a little bit of health reduction, just to make sure the Renekton can't 100-0 him as quickly as he wants to.
Yeah, and opting into the tank-heavy build, so set scaling isn't actually that great in sort of 1v1 scenarios. Without Blade of the Rune King, you really aren't going to be able to challenge the Renekton later on, which is fine. But it shows that he's really leaning into that role, that he will be that big tank, that facilitator. And we saw some huge moments from him getting AoE CC on the teams.
Lurox going to have to drop that Rift Herald somewhere pretty damn soon. It's coming down to the last 30 seconds or so of that timer. And it looks like bot lane shall be the movement they want to go for. But Ekkas is around. They have vision of this as well. The Rift Herald should just be dropped here behind the turret, and they look for the movement. I don't think he can go for it though just yet. Lorax has to back himself away. Solar Flare goes down, cleansed immediately. Not even the slow is enough. There is the Rift Herald going down. It'll be a couple of plates, but nothing more. They don't just lose it, which is important.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get the 2 plates, but obviously when you get a Rift Herald, you don't just hope to get the 2 plates. That is the standard that you typically expect to get. And I think Samsung Modern Stars did a great job of reacting to that. You saw Knight start to move down, Ekkas already there, and actually if you spot on the minimap there, Sten Boss had moved far away from sleeping to be in position to teleport. And that must have been the communication. Look, the set is going to show up. If you dive and there's a set there, you will lose. So restraint from Schalke there, but ultimately you'd have hoped they got more from a Herald.
Yeah, take the bare minimum. You know, in those situations, we take those. That's just kind of how it is.
Definitely better than going for the dive and getting demolished.
Yes,
I will say that.
Absolutely. You can see already, actually in the mid lane, we talked about, you know, kind of Certus. We talked about him in the pregame. He's kind of had the run of this mid lane, despite Lucian being known as that kind of lane kind of bully you kind of pick in to try and get that pressure. So props to him.
Yeah, and it's what we expect from Certus. He is a big carry for this team, and his ability to sort of pick the Cassiopeia in the scenario and just mitigate the effectiveness of the solution has been critical, because as much as we saw a farm lead for Ekkas, he hasn't really been able to run away with that 3-6 matchup, and now Lurox is at level 8. He can find windows of challenge. If he gets on top of an isolated target, it will be very easy to take them out.
Just over 2 minutes till the next dragon as we have a quick look down the item leads. You can see that Niter almost finished off his cull, so it's going to be a nice little 450 jump up there for him. So we can see Nukes potentially looking for something here. There's the True Shot Barrage, going to delay the back of Gooby. And that's just all they want to do right now. They just want to stop them from getting a nice easy back, which means they're going to lose at least 3 or 4 minions on this cannon wave. Gets this Ezreal and Leona that little bit further ahead, even on the rotations.
I mean, I think with it this low, they might just be able to take the tower on this situation. I think this was a decision from Morning Stars just to sacrifice and go, okay, we're not ready to fight right now. Tower's already low. We'll give it up. It does give a pretty sizable amount of gold to Samsung, to Schalke. They are now 1,500 ahead. It's not super significant, but you can start to see them ramping up and building that gold lead, which they need to pressure this mid game. We have minute 25 on the next dragon. That would be sole point for Schalke.
Yeah, we'll put them onto the sole point, of course, which you do not want to be in a situation with Samsung. As we saw yesterday, when that happens, you have to fight. There is no if, buts, or maybes right now. And the second Rift Herald going to be started off by Lorox. He's just kind of had free reign. He hasn't really been kept in any kind of check right now. And with the Lilia, it's hard to do so. But again, with effectively what was 3 losing lanes, there's not really much else you could expect.
Yeah, I mean, Ekis did find some windows to sort of pressure on the jungle camps, but realistically, Lorox wasn't willing to sort of step up to pre-6, and once you're 6, you have to be really cautious about the matchup. And now we're in a position where Lorox has just picked up these objectives again and again, and having the Herald is huge here, because what teams often do is they'll throw the Herald down mid, the enemy team has to respond to that, otherwise it's going to take down your tower and potentially more, and then you can move into the Dragon area and claim that one. And it's starting to feel a bit precarious for SMS, because they do have scaling options, but you have to opt into the fight at some point.
Not even just that, you can see right now, there's just the tempo that Schalke are kind of building for themselves. They're dictating what's going on. They just got the Rift Herald, they just got mid lane turret. The top lane turret is about to fall as well, dragging up in 15 seconds. Samsung Morningstar don't really seem to have an answer.
Yeah, and it's the fact they didn't even need the Herald to take down the mid tower. Schalke in a really good position and just taking control of this. And Samsung, I need to at some point see what your plan is for this game, because it looks like they're just going to give over this third dragon. And I mean, is your plan just wait for the 4th and then hope you win the fight and the smite? It's a bit of a risky one, I feel, and there's been a bit too much inactivity from Samsung.
We got to praise Schalke as well. Schalke have looked fantastic in this early game. Right up until this moment, they've controlled every objective, they've controlled the pace, and they've looked really damn good.
And I think this is the expectation. When you come from the Prime League, one of the premier regions, one who had a lot of good teams performing at EU Masters, you expect Schalke to be living up to that hype. You expect them to be delivering.
And not only that, but the EU Masters, specifically in the summer, all eyes are on you. You need to make that top 8, because this is when teams from the LEC and the LCS as well, possibly even, you know, all around in some of the minor regions, will be looking towards you. Are you worth it? Are you worth bringing into our squad? You need to show yourself out and become that big meme.
Especially when we've seen players from Schalke Evolution get tastes of the LEC. Inax obviously having a chance to perform the LEC stage in Forgiven's Wake, and even having played at Worlds in the playing stage. They want to get back to that point. This is a stepping stone for them to reach for the heights in their career.
Right now, it is all Schalke Evolution all the time, and you can see the small death ball of a group from Samsung Morningstars. They're trying to find something, but it's very difficult for them to really go for anywhere. Great vision control all around the map there from Schalke. Certus just has to back away. He's in no real danger. He's got himself plenty of resistances there with the armor on the Seeker's Arm Guard, and not really much else they can do about it. They've committed 4 bot, nothing happens.
I like that at least we're seeing Samsung Morningstars actually looking to do something. It's not really amounted to anything, but they clearly realize that they have to start being a little bit more active and make a presence on the map, contesting these objectives. For now, though, we're still just sort of waiting and looking towards that Dragon Point. I feel like that's going to be the next big fight in the game. It's been fairly slow in terms of actual combat coming out in this one. There has only been 1 kill so far, and I expect that 4th Dragon to be a real bloodbath.
It has to be if you're the side of Samsung Morningstar. You need to find something. Now, I'll give a little bit of a pass to Ekis. Yesterday we saw on his objective stealing, he's very, very good on those smites. And now, it was on the Nidalee, so, you know, execution and all that. But overall, you can't be relying on those clutch plays all the time. They're clutch because you shouldn't have to do them. With Rift Herald dropping in the mid lane, shouldn't mean the tower, but a fair chunk on it. And if you open up that tier 2, the entire jungle is gone. The rest of Schalke, as you can see right now, moving into this bot side, they have total control right now. You can't move up to this.
And there's a lot of champions on Schalke Evolution's lineup you don't want to face check into, and you're going to be forced to if you're contesting that Dragon. 2 minutes 45 away, and I'm looking at a Kha'Zix, a Cassiopeia. I don't want to walk into those.
So what do Schalke want right now? What are their win conditions? We talked about kind of, you know, in the early game. We're now coming into 20 minutes and beyond. How do they cleanly close this one out?
You set up for this next dragon, you get control of the area, and if anyone tries to step up, you just instantly take them out. You have very good lockdown CC to initiate on the back of the Leona, a lot of burst damage as well, and once you picked up that Dragon Soul, if the fight goes well enough, you could lean that into Baron. If not, you have the Soul, and you can start to make the same play around the Baron area.
For Samsung, in my opinion, anyway, they just need to do something. They need to react proactively. I don't like this kind of sitting back and waiting on your laurels to see if something good happens.
But I will say it is a bit of their style. They do like to lean into this scaling. They do like to lean into the fact that their team fighting is really good. If you're watching the highlights of the other days with that Stem Boss, 5-man Facebreaker, which was just absolutely massive. If we find something like that again here, there is a reality where they just turn this game on its head and start to take the lead.
They're pinging onto the Baron. I think it was more just for the vision that had been revealed, but without a full, clear view of where everybody is, Inax does not want to get himself caught out. Going to go towards the mid lane instead. Pick himself up a little bit more farm. And Schalke, I gotta say, they've looked good. Second seed coming in from the Dock region. Fairly confident in their abilities and just playing it slow and steady. They're fine with this, again, because this is something we expect from them, from their own kind of regular play.
Absolutely. And I think as well, we have to just go back to how important this win is, because we're looking at the other teams in the group. We're looking at Kick, looking at LDLC, and I don't think you can ever rule LDLC out. If you end up losing this game and LDLC wins theirs, then they will be tied with you. And remember, they are the reigning champions. You do not want that pressure on your back. You want to try and get into that second place spot to finish out the week, and then hopefully look towards week 2 to get out of that group stage.
For a game with so much engage, so much CC, we have had nothing happen.
Yep.
It has been Resident Sleeper, of course, because sleeping's that's what he's been doing. He's had nothing to do all game. He's got himself a 10 CS lead. That's about it. Nothing really crazy to kind of write home to about. And you're on 2 items for a lot of your carries. You can see the Black Cleaver almost finished up for Renekton on sleeping in that top lane. But the important 2 items, the Iceborne Gauntlet and the upgrade of Muramana, and the Archangel Staff with the Rylat's Crystal Scepter. Big, big items here for Schalke.
Yeah, and you're still waiting a bit longer for SMS. You don't have the Mana Immune stacked on Lucian. You don't have that 2 items even, let alone 3 for the Jinx that you're looking towards. But they don't have time. They know they have to contest this. Dragon spawning soon. Samsung Mono starts moving in, but look on the minimap, sleeping on the flank. This is their plan.
He is around. Miasma did go down, so a little bit of a cooldown on that before they can go for the fight once again. There's a 3-man sleep. Oh, it's only a 2-man sleep. They're going to try and jump into a Stem Boss. Does not get the stun, though, and they're trying to back away. Great ultimate there from the Cassiopeia. The Leona falls, but so does the
sleeping.
But sleeping on the flank is on top of everybody. They reset. Gooby is still just firing off these rockets. He's got a lot of damage. He's finding it. He flashes. Gooby gets 2. Gooby is still hungry, and Gooby is there for Samsung. They pull the trigger.
This is exactly what they needed. They wait as long as they can. They come to the 4th dragon fight, and they find success. The engage maybe a little bit off, but Gooby, the sheer confidence on this Jinx, enough to deliver the win, and they will deny that soul from Schalke Evolution.
And for Schalke, it started off like it looked great. Stem Boss was kited out. He didn't land the stun, but they just couldn't get on top of the carries.
And I think the beautiful thing was the grouping of Samsung Morningstars. Other than Stem Boss, who went for that engage, everyone else was a tight-knit wall. So when Sleeping came in, it was 1v4, and he instantly had to opt out. It was really some beautiful team fighting, and this is what we've come to expect from the Morningstars. This is where they flourish.
And for Schalke, I think they thought the Baron. I think the Baron is on the
No, I think they're going to rush it. They have vision control they set up earlier.
That is the most unfortunate Scryer's Orb ever, because it, or Scryer, the blue trinket, because
Pings are coming out, though.
It went down just before they jumped into the pit.
It did, but pings are coming. They're expecting this. It's so low. The ult.
Oh, low, not going to be ult enough there as the Cassiopeia picks that one up. But do they pick up Certus? He has no flash. Great petrifying gaze to just try and stop all the engage. They're not able to get the damage down. Miasma, can he kite this out? We've seen this before from Certus. He doesn't need to do anything else. And Samsung lose themselves a Baron.
They get it and get out. As soon as Samsung find a favorable situation, Schalke instantly answer back. I love the confidence of the double TP, and it harkens back to the vision control they set up earlier. This play was something that they had the potential for minutes in advance. Now, we'll see that team fight. We do see Stenboss go very aggressive on the back of this engage. It's not flawless. He doesn't manage to get Certus back, and he ends up getting caught out and stunned in the tower, but ultimately he trades 1-for-1. But it's here. Sleeping coming in, 4 men grouped together. Click gets targeted, but they just kite it out, and this is when Gooby starts to step up. Inax is scared. He's like, what can I do against this Jinx? Certus tries to assist, but just ends up in even more trouble, and this is Jinx hitting multiple targets to the Rockets. Perfect for the champion.
Lorax just couldn't get in. You could see he wanted to. He was trying to go in from that side brush, but just couldn't touch this 4-man clump.
Exactly. It's, you know, you talk about the Kha'Zix isolation. I don't think there was many spots other than Stenboss where anyone was isolated.
Absolutely. And yes, it was a good fight from Samsung. They bring themselves back into this game. Still 4,000 gold down. They did lose the Baron, however, and now you see the pressure, the 1-3-1 that's coming out, or rather a 1-1-3 as these tier 2s start to fall.
Yeah, I just love that Shao didn't miss a beat on the back of that team fight. By all means, that was a huge victory for Samsung, and yet we're seeing a game state that was very similar to before that. Shao in the driving seat with that Baron. Do you see the sleep come out?
Hitting the Leviathan. There is the Solar Flare as well. Certus still no flash. They don't land the Petrifying Gaze, but Phase Rush should be enough to get him out. The base is under attack, and it's only being defended right now by Niter, who got chunked out by Inax. And Schalke keeping up the pressure. Like you said, looking to say, look, we had a small blip, never going to happen again. And it looks like they're going to pretty much take everything apart from the inner turrets.
You can see, though, that they don't really want to opt into these team fights. They're respecting the fact that time has been given to these carries on Samsung Morning Stars. They're just happy to take the objectives and lean in their strength there and their gold lead. Ekis looking to defend here, but Inax very safe on this Ezreal, and I like the fact that they're putting 2 members here. Certus not really an engaged target when there's that Crocodile on top. It is hard to find that option, and it means that we should start to see this tower go down, but Stenboss for now is able to hold off Lorax.
Yeah, the one person who really can't touch Stenboss, or sorry, Lorax cannot touch is Stenboss right now. He is very, very tanky, got a lot of armor, but while that's happening, bot lane being pushed in, as is mid lane. 2 of the carries had to go back. That means there's going to be an inhibitor turret falling right now. Still 1 cannon minion in that bot side. Still got a couple of seconds of Baron as well available to Schalke. They've cracked open the base. It's very, very important.
Yeah, and now they have a 6,000 gold lead on the back of those towers, so that small 4,000 one that was somewhat significant has now ballooned to something that is pretty difficult to deal with, even with the scaling options from Samsung Morning Stars.
On the side of Samsung, like we highlighted Niter as this guy who can really push them forward, really go for these kind of, you know, crazy laning engages or any kind of just, you know, team fighting. He's kind of been a bit muted. He hasn't really had any opportunity to do anything. But looking back onto the items, now you've got triple crit onto your Jinx carry. This is your moment. You need to start finding team fights and you need to start finding kills now.
And we're looking towards that Dragon once again. 50 seconds. Soul for Schalke if they get it. Samsung Morning Stars denied. This is where they found their success before. And we're looking to see that from them again. And a reminder, you know, this is Italy's last hope in the tournament. If they're going to have a good run here, if they're going to make it out of groups, it has to be Samsung Morning Stars. There are 3 DAC teams in the tournament. So even if Schalke does start to struggle, the hopes of the Prime League are still alive. Italy need this win.
Yeah, there's no if, buts, or maybes for the PG Nats, and you can see those crits coming in. They are all on Gooby. They're going to try and see the gun, but summoners are now all up. Very important to recognize that. And Certus with Sleeping just sitting in this brush, waiting for someone to try and go in onto it. Samsung, they've played it safe all damn game. They're not going to try and risk it just now, but this Dragon is so damn important.
Well, Sleep, actually a good arcane shift to get away there from Inax. Reposition, but again, Samsung Morning Stars, it is absolutely a lot of damage coming in. You can see Samsung very close-knit, and Schalke looking for a window to engage.
Schalke have yet to start the Dragon. Now they do. They put Lily into the mid lane to try and give some pressure, but without a jungler and the miasma goes down, this Dragon gets melted. I don't think they can get in on top of this, and it's gone. That's going to be Mountain Soul now for the side of Schalke. And these fights just got that little bit harder for the side of Samsung.
It's just that bit of extra shielding that's going to come in, make it you have to do a bit more damage to get through. And it means that when we see a scenario where it's a 6k gold lead for Schalke, it's going to hurt even more. And on top of that, the resistances from the Mountain Dragons, there's resistances across the board for Schalke. Obviously, you're going to get them on the Leona, the Renekton, but I'm seeing the Seeker still on Certus, and obviously the full tank Ezreal build where he resembles a Malphite. Definitely feeling the benefit of that extra resistances. So ultimately, Schalke in an even better spot now. Samsung Morning Stars just unable to find a way in.
Samsung need a good engage. They need to find Stem Boss on top of multiple carries, get a lilting lullaby onto multiple different people, forcing out summoners, forcing out a get out of jail free cards, and then try and put the damage down while the Jinx can stay alive. And this is the moment. You have to try and find something right now because this game just feels like it's falling apart.
I feel the big thing is that they want Schalke to play into them. They want to be able to kite back with the Lulu Jinx, but ultimately Schalke were just unwilling to do so. So, you know, Samsung start hunting with the Littleton Lullaby, but they don't find anything, and that kind of limits their options there, because we saw when Stemboss does dive to the backline, he has a bit of trouble finding success against, you know, a Cassiopeia and Ezreal. He is starting to put some damage down, but again, Ezreal just dashes away. They're not opting into these fights that aren't favorable. Schalke is playing it really safe.
That was the first tower of the game for Samsung. If you want to talk about how slowly they've been playing it, they only just got their first tower just there, and see if they can go for anything at all. It's very difficult for them to try and catch anyone out unless someone from Schalke oversteps. But right now, Schalke just look good. Lorax on 3 items, including his jungle item. He is going to 100-0 anyone who's caught misstepping. And then you look towards Certus, who's just going to shred pretty much anyone or any objective.
Yeah, I mean, the damage output the Cassiopeia is really starting to hurt. Stopwatch picked up as well. So it's not just the fact that the output of the carries on Schalke is big, they have the defensive tools as well to keep themselves safe. And I'm starting to get a bit worried because the gold lead's massive, the Mountain Soul's there, and Schalke don't seem to be letting up and making these mistakes. Now, TP just coming in for Inax to get back from base. He's now picked up a QSS and a BF sword. And Samsung, they keep uniting as a unit. They want to be grouped, they don't want to be isolated, but we look at the side lanes. Sleeping's pushed up, Sertu's just crashed that wave, Samsung have to respond, and that means Schalke can look towards that Baron as they're doing now.
And they've used all 3 of the Squires as well. So
see them right there.
They're all there. They've all been used. Thank you, observers. They're going to chuck out the Mega Inferno Rocket to try and get something there, but the Dragon is into half health. That's a lot of damage and a lot of sleep going down. They need to try and find something else. The TP is coming in from Stemboss as Sleeping has found himself on a flag. They jump in. Gooby gets ulted, trying to see if he can keep himself alive. There's a lot of damage with this double AD carry comp. Leona has fallen. The rest of the carries are backing away. Now Samsung turn onto the Baron, but Inax is full health and full mana.
I don't think you can risk it. You got to back away, but you can see Gooby starting to ramp up there. Low health bars, gets 1 reset, but can't chase for more. You can see the momentum starting to build up from Samsung. It wasn't enough to take them out, but they did stop the Baron.
And this is where we start to get a little bit scared for Schalke. This game's starting to drag on. We're at 31.5 minutes. You give that another 3-4.5 minutes, you're looking at 5 items onto the Jinx. But again, these TP plays are so damn quick from Schalke, and Samsung are nowhere near this. This is Schalke taking another sneaky Baron.
It's just gone. The speed they take these Barons are so big, and just really nice there. The confidence, despite getting setbacks, Schalke don't relent. They continue to press it until they find success.
Still a 7,000 gold lead for Schalke. Baron goes down. We can see this fight here. Just a great Q there from the Lilia. Just able to put down a sleep onto 3 members, which just means stops all DPS on the Baron.
Yeah, and Gooby is a little bit out of position here. Sleeping gets a stun and does look precarious, but able to get away thanks to cleanse. And this is where the damage starts ramping up. I am seeing the Jinx carry here, but fortunately Sleeping and Certus able to get away, and that just stops the momentum of the fight. Another kill there, another 2. That could have been Baron, and a big advantage for Samsung, but unfortunately for them, they only got the 1.
The positives as well, you look at the, the flashes available right now for Schalke. They didn't burn any. Whereas I look on the other side, the very big carry that doesn't have a flash right now is Gooby, and he needs to be so damn careful.
And critically, that was the cleanse used in that fight. There is no Mikhails yet for Click. So if CC lands from the likes of Nukes, it will stick onto this Jinx, and is super dangerous if you are out of position and that manages to connect with you.
Just feels like a death by 1,000 cuts here from the side of Schalke. They're just slowly and methodically just pushing back. They are going to put Gooby now on top of Sleeping, trying to slow this guy down. There's the ultimate pop. The dominance is not going to be enough, and that's a split push taken out, but you committed 3. What do you lose? Schalke, you need to try and make a punish.
Yeah, they do get inhibited in the mid lane, but honestly, I think...
Oh, just missed, straight up missed. The Stemboss flashes in, gets the stun, going to try and get the ultimate off as well. Does get it. They're going to try maybe get the sleep down on top of the Cassiopeia, who has not got flash. But the damage is there on top of Stemboss. Gooby is here. Mega Inferno Rocket, it does hit. There's the Solar Flare. Gold's golden there onto Ekkas. And you can see the Jinx is feeling it. Jinx is looking for it. not able to catch up on him. And they're so slippery on Schalke.
And they're just not opting into the fights. They know it's dangerous to step up on the Jinx, and instead they're just consistently playing away from this carry. Samsung One Star, whenever they want to fight, it's like a tank. They have to move it around slowly, and Schalke instantly disengage. Now, Elder Dragon about to spawn. This is a big objective for either side. It's going to come down to a big team fight here. Sleeping is not up yet, though.
Gooby and Niter are your two boys if you're looking on the side of Samsung, and if you're on the side of Schalke, you're looking at Lorax and Certus. Inax has had a fantastic, but he's not going to blow anybody up. You're looking at Lorax to get a flank, get on top of a carry, and just stop someone from getting, you know, any kind of damage out there. Here we go. Elder Drake has been started.
Watch the Jinx here. This is the big target that is prioritized.
They found him. They found two of them. The Lorax is trying to see if he can find someone else on the backside of this. He will almost find Niter. There's a heal burnt, though, from Click. Solar Flare comes out. And Jinx is dead. The Jinx is out of this fight. Boss is on top of 4. But Lorax comes out big and finds himself 2 kills. You highlighted him in the pregame, and he comes up trumps for his team with a triple kill. And Schalke will take the game.
This is enough for them just to push ahead. Inax already teleporting in to start the push here. Shoots coming out from Schalke. It wasn't quick, but they managed to find the win on the back of that beautiful pick from Lorax. The backline access was needed, and they're able to find it.
Only Click to defend, and I don't think he can do anything. Inax just playing with his food. He wants all his team inside the winning screen. And that is going to be a 2-1 scoreline to end the week for Schalke Evolution. Very slow, very tempered, but at the end of the day, it never felt out of their control. Great win.
Yeah, I mean, even the moments where we saw Samsung Morningstar's plan come alive and we thought, oh, they're fighting a team fight, instantly Schalke answered back with Barons in most scenarios. It was a very confident team, and it was what we expected from them coming into the tournament.
And it just felt like Schalke was doing so much in that game to just pull Samsung Morningstars towards them. But we'll have a quick look into that game after this break. We will return and talk more in depth about it. But a great win for Schalke overall.
Crap, I got a squad on my right.
Running in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry, guys. It happened again.
Damn, that's the 10th one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him. You got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. Be about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade, and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And after a methodical, slow, very, very slow game, Schalke come out the win, but thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they gave a lot of respect to Samsung Morningstars, which makes sense given their run in this tournament so far. And you saw moments where it felt like they started to get the control back and instantly Schalke answered back.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you talked about those small moments. It was the team fights coming back into this. And overall, it feels like it's a slightly different clip than we were hoping to look at. We're going to look at Gamer Legion right now because that was just too good of a 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, one of the Prime League as well. And
absolutely, representing.
Absolutely, but I think the big thing to highlight for me was that Gooby had moments where it looked like he was going to be able to find favor. It just wasn't quite enough. The team fights were getting a little bit of momentum, and this was the big one. This was the big final one, and it was Lurox stepping up, just solo killing the Jinx, essentially, with the help from the Leonistern, again taking down the Lucian, and that is the carries down. We see the Ekka's like, okay, I'll deal with the Kha'Zix problem. You already lost your carries, and you don't even win that fight. It was just a slow game, but the final moment, Lurox did exactly what he needed to do. And that was after a game where he controlled all the objectives.
And that's what we wanted to see from him as well. Something that was kind of a question over Schalke was how can they kind of, prove to us that they are deserving of a top region second seed? And that game right there, it looked just clean.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, if you'd shown me this game at the start of the split, there would have been that mindset, oh, well, it's Samsung Morningstars. Of course they should beat them. This is not the story right now. Samsung Morningstars had some really strong performances, and this is a moment of it. A good engage, a little bit skew whiff there for Stenboss, but the coordination between the backline here to group together, instantly respecting the Renekton and kiting backwards, doesn't give opportunity for Schalke to punish. And that is when Gooby sees the window to start stepping up here, putting damage on it in Axe. Certus wants a piece, and he ends up getting one.
Yeah, keeping his good distance. And this is what's so beautiful and frustrating about Samsung Morningstars. We're seeing glimpses of what they want to do, but it just seems very, very slow. And right now, with the meta where it is right now, it's all about those early objectives, getting those dragon snowballings and picking up 2-item spikes.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. If you saw a scenario where they were more willing to contest that first dragon, it would have delayed the soul. It would have put them in a position where they can opt into later team fights, because it felt like there was definitely a trajectory which Samsung Morningstar saw, where they thought, okay, this is where we're going to be eventually. This is where we're going to hit our goal. But they didn't get to fight there. They had to interject and go, okay, guys, they're going to get Soul, they're going to get Elder, they're going to get Baron. We have to do something sooner. And I think that's where they started to struggle.
Yeah, I think the experience of Schalke Evolution very much honed true in this particular match as well. And I honestly, for Samsung Morningstar and for the PG Nats, a little scary right now. You're in a very, very difficult group against two of our previous finalists, our previous winner, and a Schalke Evolution that just seem to know how to pick you apart. So hard to see them progressing, but they've got another week.
Yep.
They've got 2 weeks now to kind of refresh, come up with some different ideas, come up with some different strats, and come back into week 2. So what do you want to see from them when they come back?
I think a bit more early agency. I understand that your scaling aspects are strong, and I'm happy you're leaning into those, but you need someone who's able to do something early. Ultimately, the mid lane matchup, you wanted the aggression, but he wasn't able to do anything. We saw Naito, we highlighted him, but he wasn't able to find success because the Cassiopeia shut him down. So maybe it stems from the draft, but ultimately, you need to have a bit more agency and activity in the early game, because if you're waiting to those late game points, it was at the moment where one lost fight, and Samsung lose, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, of course, when week 2 comes around. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it to a break, and when we return, a rematch of the 2020 Spring Finals, LDLC versus Kick. You do not want to miss it. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for a pretty damn hype matchup. LDLC versus Kick, a
seen this before.
rematch. I think so. A bit of deja vu.
Yeah.
Rematch of the 2020 spring. And honestly, a tale of two teams. You'd swear that LDLC, being the reigning champions, would come in looking fantastic, but they've been struggling right now.
Yeah, and on their current trajectory, they're looking like they're going to bomb out of groups, which, considering they're the reigning champions, this would be like FPX not making worlds.
That might also happen too. We'll have to wait and see how that regional gauntlet goes. We're on the pick and ban, but looking at, kind of like LDLC before we kind of jump straight into the draft and into that, they seem to have a lot of issues just making what they pick gel to what they want to do. We saw Bando yesterday, 0 and 6, 0 and 7, I almost think, on the Lilia top. They're trying out a lot of things, but I feel like it's just not sticking.
No, I think ultimately we saw a strong early game from Tinks, but it didn't carry through. And my concern here is that despite Tinks being a really strong player, he's had a ton of hype. In spring, people were saying this is the next LEC jungler. You're going up against Schlatter, who has been massive for Kick. And I'd say even more so than Tinks, he is super aggressive in the early game.
And not even that, even if you do subdue Schlatan, you get him under wraps. Aibo has just been insane so far this tournament. Aibo yesterday was just such a monster on the Camille versus Samsung Morningstar. They lost an Elder Dragon fight, which I was incredibly hyped to see the steal, but then Aibo just went, okay, cool, everyone on my back, we're going in for this team fight, and that's the end of it. He found the Corki, he found everybody, the Nidalee, he was just on such form, and that's what makes Kick, I honestly feel like Kick, they're top contenders for, I would say, finals at the bare minimum.
Yep, and I think when we talk about expectations for the region, the only way Ultra Liga can improve in their spring performance is by getting a win.
Yep, they've always been so close as well. Not even just a spring performance. Historically, Ultra Liga have just waited and waited for that one win. They got their third seed, thoroughly deserved. They've been consistent throughout all of EU Masters since the birth of it in 2018. They're so close, and the only way Kick can go any further is by winning.
And a lot of picks coming through, obviously the bans as well. I think the big one to note is the emphasis putting on Exakick, the new addition to the roster replacing Hades, on this Aphelios to be a big carry. And on this side, we're seeing Madislaw on the Zoe. So Zoe, a very big pick in the Ultra League for the mid laners. But typically we see Madislaw playing a lot of these scaling picks like the Azirs or Rihanna's. This suggests to me that they want that early pressure. They want to give Schlatten the tools to play around for, and instantly LDLC answering back the Shenna at the Senna and the Zoe with a Shen and a Nautilus. So tools to really facilitate that Aphelios.
Well, you've got the Heck room left open and get you a quick look at the bans. 5 out of the 6 were towards that 80 carry roll. That is a hell of a lot of emphasis, which meant the LDLC felt like they should just go for the Aphelios. Still got a lot of agency with the pick. Not so much 200 years of experience as it used to be, but
maybe like 150, 100.
150, still, growing into a little green, but still building into that kind of monster in that late game, and just very, very utility heavy with so many guns to pick from.
Yeah, and I like that they went for this Leona for Mystiques. I think Mystiques has been a really strong player. We saw him in the LEC, a lot of aggression, and I think him and Pukistyle are a really strong combo who will look to challenge you in that 2v2, and especially when you're playing something like the Aphelios that is potentially vulnerable, having the layered CC from that bot lane can be dangerous. Now, LDLC banning away the Lee Sin from Schlatten. It's been more of a farming jungler meta, but Schlatten has been willing to pick up these aggressive gank-heavy junglers even so.
Yeah, and again, like as you say, the meta is more towards those farm-heavy, but he has kind of turned that on its head when he needs to. He doesn't have to be on a farm-heavy jungler. He can just be on those kind of heavy gank junglers. And as you can see right now, Lee Sin is gone. I wouldn't be surprised to see another jungle ban, possibly a Hecarim band out here, just to get it off the table completely. I'm curious to see how LDLC take this, because right now, they need a win. There is no if, buts, or maybe. You go into week 2 with a 0-3, it's dire straits for you, my friend.
It's really bad. It is honestly so rough. Coming in, not just from such a strong region, the LFL historically has been an extremely good performer, and on the back of their multiple wins now, we expected them to have success, but to be the reigning champions with a very similar roster, it would sting extremely hard. Now, fancy toying with the option of a Jarvan here. This would still lead into this style from Schlatten where they have the early aggression, but I think they might hold off for now on the jungle pick and instead pick something for Aibo that he feels confident on. I do want to know one thing. Tinks has been huge on the Hecarim. He's already got the Ghost Summoner ready.
Yeah, it's there. It's ready to go. He's feeling it right now if he wants to go for it. And you've got what I call, like, it's not quite a submarine. What would it be with the Shen coming on top of the rampaging pony?
Be like riding a horse.
Oh my god, I just, over my head and far away, he just comes charging into battle, riding him into battle. Excuse my ignorance on that one. Just missed out on the perfect one. But LeBlanc picked up here. I like this from the side of LDLC. Giving Mateo a little bit of agency, something that he can find flanks on, something he can find advantages himself on.
And I think a critical thing is that Tinks is a really strong jungler, but no jungler functions alone. Mateo is often a big factor, him having aggression and not just that, challenging the mid lane matchup, willing to say, I will play LeBlanc into Zoe and provide pressure is what leads Tinks to success. So I like this pick for him. It means they can play aggressive mid jungle, lean into bot lane to set up Exakick to carry. Now, we are looking towards Slatin for his final pick for the team. Gonna go for the Kindred.
Oh, okay. Like this one here, just keep everyone kind of safe, stay from the burst of a Hecarim LeBlanc coming in on top of your face. It can be abused, but I want to see how the jungle matchup works out. We saw Tinks yesterday. He is putting a huge amount of emphasis on this Hecarim. There's clearly a reason they believe this to be a very, very strong pick. He got a very early Triforce and didn't really do anything with it. So what do you want to see from him now on this Hecarim pick?
I want to see you having that early momentum. You have a LeBlanc. Put pressure down on mid. The thing with the Zoe LeBlanc matchup is the Zoe is a lot more vulnerable. You don't have mobility available as early as level 1. So put pressure on a Mataslaw, make mid lane a black hole of pressure for the side of Kick, and then you can expand down towards bot lane and put the momentum on your side. Because ultimately, Kindred can be very powerful, especially at mitigating engages from the Hecarim. But if you fall behind, you will feel useless. You'll be an ult bot. So it's all on LDLC to find the momentum and get their first win.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Kick, they're looking to keep momentum going. They're 2-0 up. They want to go 3-0. Like we said, this is the time for the Ultra Liga that they genuinely feel like they're just going to take it all. There's no real team apart from maybe Mouse Sports, but even then we saw them falter. I feel like this should be just a pretty standard kind of setup for them. And we are on to the Rift. You can see already LDLC feeling confident that they want to go for that early level 1 engage. But a standard fan out from Kick right now means that they shouldn't be caught out by any shenanigans.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these early level 1 plays, and honestly, I'm a huge fan of all of them in every variation. Back in the day, we'd call these cheese, but I think you take any advantage you can get, especially if you can track the enemy team's tendency, work out where they like to stack. They have a sneaking suspicion. They know where Pookie-style potentially could be, but he does walk back away, and they eventually say, okay, we tried, we didn't find anything. Let's just go for that reset.
For LDLC, it's got to feel pretty bad right now as an LFL representative. You're looking at your two other sister teams, or, you know, cousin teams, I suppose, from the LFL. They're high flying. They're doing fantastic. Like, and you're there sitting there on 0-2, yet to get a win. It's got to feel bad.
And it's not just 0-2, but it's 0-2 when your this game is against Kick, the first seed from the Ultra Liga, who challenged you in the finals. And it just, what happened to the European Master Champions? Because they lost one player, and I would say in some teams an AD carry can make a big difference, but I didn't think Hades, despite what we offered, would make this drastic a difference, because Exakick has been good. In the play-ins, he was good. And it just feels like they've lost that momentum when they came into the group stages, and they've really been struggling. And I think the one I really want to highlight is Bando. He has not had the best tournament so far. He's up against Ivo. We highlighted how much pressure he can apply, but on the Shen here, you could really be facilitated for your team, and this is his chance to show up.
We see a cheeky little red invade there from Zlatan, already being aggressive, like you mentioned, trying to make sure he can put this pony behind. And overall, like, I feel like Tiggs is going to be relatively happy with just taking his topside jungle, still hit level 3 on the top side as well. And overall, not going to feel too bad about it, but it's all about those early engages where they can find the advantages in these early lane phases.
Well, I just like that Zlatan is looking to challenge on this Kindred. He wants to be able to find the 1v1 against Tiggs because it is pretty favorable. The skirmishing is good from the Hecarim, but in a 1v1 scenario, it's unlikely the Hecarim will be able to 100-0 you, whereas the Kindred has that extended damage.
See, hook landing, Xenoblade to go in, so go into the turret. Ignite goes down, BB forcing a flash here. Good trigger of discipline there from Mystiques, knowing he wasn't going to quite go down just yet. But a great trade for the LDLC bot lane.
Yeah, and a bit of a mistake for Mystiques, because he went in under tower, took a tower hit, and then the reason they turned that round was because not only did Yellow Star still have a CC, but also the Aftershock was down from Leona. You really play around that cooldown on these melee champions to find the engage. Now, Tinks is going to be able to take that red buff, but the collapse is starting to come in.
Yeah, they do see it. Madaslaw does get caught by the chains, though. Flashes forward, gets rooted up. They may be able to take first blood right here, right now. It will be first blood just about for the side of LDLC, but they trade it back, and a mark, more importantly, goes over the side of Zlatan.
And that's the sort of thing I'm talking about with Video. He loves to assist Tinks in these jungle plays. Tinks wanted to answer back. He didn't want to go down a buff in this scenario, and Video was there to challenge Madaslaw. Does end up being a 1-for-1. The gold slightly in favor for LDLC because of the first blood, but this stack goes over to Zlatan. And there's a second one as well, so already well on his way to hitting that big Kindred point. 4 stacks is what you're looking for, where you get the biggest power spike for the Kindred with that range and damage. Now, we'll see that replay just starting off.
Yeah, just goes for the red buff steal, and you can see here the Madaslaw is trying to go for that early rotation, forced to use his own flash to get into range, misses the trouble bubble, and then straight away Madaslaw goes down, but a great trade back there for Zlatan.
And I like that Tinks made the decision at the end to go, I am most likely dead, I will trade my life for Madaslaw, which allows Theo to snowball. And this matchup in the mid lane is very snowball-y. It is a skill matchup. It is a one way if you land your abilities, you're going to come out ahead. We do not see it. Bando, you're a bit overextended there.
Yeah, it might have to flash. Not able to quite get the E-slow there from Zlatan, but now that the information has been given over, you see Tinks immediately trying to go for a little bit of a move into this mid lane. They don't think anybody's going to be able to walk into them, so he's going to check for camps, find nothing, and then back away.
And I like to see Yellow Star moving up. This is something he's done a lot for this team, is he's not just stuck to his lane. He actually, so far in the tournament, has a kill participation of 87.5%. So that one kill that happened without him, that's probably going to be one of the few of this game. He is so often there, assisting with the plays, moving around, facilitating his team, and it's what we'd expect from someone of his. I mean, we say veteran status a lot. It's pretty extreme for Yellow Star.
He's a granddad at this stage, and we can see Yellow Star just sitting in the Dragon Pit trying to avoid any kind of detection as that pink ward does go down. And right now, LDLC, they're feeling pretty confident just to try and escort Tinks out of here. No need for Mystiques to really burn anything either, but the Dragon has been started, unintentionally, I must add. And right now, Kick just seeing what they can go for, moving themselves back, and it's a very tentative game from both sides.
Yeah, but overall, I feel like Kick pretty happy with this situation. Zlatan getting some stacks, putting some aggression down. You haven't really been able to challenge in the bot lane yet, but I think you're comfortable with Zlatan finding an advantage because it's clear that's what they want from this scenario. They want to shut Tinks down before he gets to that point, which we saw in some of the previous games where he's hitting that Triforce spike. And if you get a lead on a Hecarim, it really starts to hit.
So Dragon is the next port of call for the side of LDLC, and we've seen a trend as well within the EU Masters. Those who get the power of those early Drakes tend to do very, very well in those mid-game skirmishes. So I like seeing this from LDLC, just putting a nice pressure onto Kick, who right now don't want to fight anyone on the side of LDLC.
And especially if you're going to play to that Aphelios, if you're going to play the Extra Kick, you want the game to go longer. Because Aphelios has had a fair few nerfs, but his late game still does really kick a punch. So you're happy to go for that, especially when you're up against a Senna who doesn't have the DPS to match when he gets to the later stages.
So 1 kill apiece, only about a 200 gold lead in that Ocean Dragon. Cloud going to be the next one, so we get ourselves an Infernal or a Mountain Soul. Madaslaw going with Theo. Theo's dodging everything right now and still takes about half his HP just purely because of the minion wave.
And the heal as well. I mean, that's just the unfair thing. You dodge everything, you hit everything, still trade even.
Yeah.
Just Zoe things.
Just Zoe things. Well, we can see now there's the hook landing down, forcing the flash out there for Pookie who goes into the Black Mist. Now they can maybe turn this one onto Mystiques. Extra Kick just taking a lot of damage. The Ignite goes down onto him. He has no flash, but there is the Shen ultimate as well. Mystique still has flash. He flashes in, gets the taunt, they get the hook back, and Yellow Star picks himself up a kill. TP coming in, it's Ivo, the man who carried the last game. He's going to look for the execute. He should be able to get it. He will. Flashes in, gets the extra damage. The fear will not be enough to pick up a second, but overall, a 1-for-1 on this bot side. Bando needs to be very, very careful. He does not have the hell bar, and overall, still an even trade.
Yeah, super favorable at the start for LDLC, but they overstep in that scenario. You see Pookie getting away, you see him with the Shroud down, and still Exakick tries to chase. He sees blood in his eyes, and it's just a big mistake that allows him to turn it down return. Overall, it's a 1-for-1, but consider the fact that LDLC had to stand united. They should be trading up in these scenarios, and you can see it here. This is a good pick, good aggression. Stop there, okay? The flash in, getting stunned, late cleanse. all big mistakes from Exakick that allows them to turn it down in return. If they'd just taken the advantage, they would have been in a good spot. And then they commit that stand United. Yes, they get a kill, but it goes on a yellow star, and Ibo, very few scenarios where he doesn't end up with a kill, but when he snipes you out like that, it's pretty much guaranteed.
Could have fit a push through it. Gets himself a nice little execution kill. And Ibo on this Urgot. Urgot, not known to snowball, but can indeed snowball, become an absolute monster that you just can't take down. And this is something they need to be very, very careful of on the side of LDLC. As Kick just start to ramp up the pace a little bit. You can see now with Zlatan knowing that key summoners are down, LDLC probably not going to feel comfortable going to check for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, Zlatan's just been running away. After that fight, we actually saw him pick up another stack, but it looks like LDLC wanted to put a stop to that.
Gonna go for it. Here we go. They're gonna try maybe go for the steal. There is the Dawning Shadow as it goes up top of him, but Mystique is dead. TP coming in now, and that's 2 kills. Double kill for Mystiques. This supportal combat is just ripping through the side of LDLC. He will eventually fall, but my boy says thank you very much. And that is going to be 3 kills for 1 in favor of Kick.
Yeah, Kick just completely ready for the turnaround. This Kindred in the pit has the ultimate ready to keep himself and the objective alive. And honestly, I'm not sure what the game plan was here, because Tinks, it looks like he's going to commit, but he gets CC'd, he tries with a smite, and then he ults out to die, and then Exakick. Look at his positioning. You never want your Aphelios there, and after that point, it's just clean up from Bando, but it was distinctly obvious Kick were ready for a fight, and LDLC weren't ready for anything.
And even on the back end of that, you see that Zlatan's level 6. You know that there is potential there for the Land's Respite to just stop you. There's no execute there if he just pops it. And that just delays everything. You can see the plan from Tinks was to try and go for something, but Zlatan honestly just had his number.
Yeah, and he's had a great game so far on this Kindred. He's been challenging Tinks, which is something not often we see. Even in their previous game yesterday where they did lose, Tinks had a strong early game. So this is a stark contrast to that. And we did expect Zlatan to look to challenge in the early game. It is very typical of him, but I was thinking Tinks would be able to hold up a bit more.
Bit disappointing from Tix, but like you said in the pregame, Zlatan just putting the aggression down. And not only that, Ibo doing so much for his team. We talked about it, how yesterday he was just everything. And today, he's proving just how pivotal he can be.
Yeah, and it's the fact that you have a large amount of kill participation on this Urgot. He's showing up, he's TPing in, and he's up against a Shen. You would hope the Shen is able to find more, but it feels like LDLC just a little bit misguided with what they're going for, not super coordinated. It's kind of like, oh, I guess they're doing Herald. I mean, I guess we'll fight them. Whereas Kick, it seems like they've planned ahead. They expected that. They're ready.
You look at the item disparity as well on bot side. Manamune picked up there for the Senna and Pookie style versus a pickaxe and some Berserker Greaves for LDLC's, Exakick. It's not pretty. Not gonna be winning any pumpkin competitions.
Absolutely not, and that's one of the big things with this Senna is her early spikes can really hurt. She has a lot of utility early, and the damage still remains relevant at this point. So to be this far behind in items, I mean, Exakick is just kind of a little bit useless at this point, and Kick will set up for this dragon. LDLC just not even looking to contest this, and this is just yeah, more momentum in favor the side of Kick. It will be that Mountain Soul, so a bit of extra shielding. Definitely not going to turn your nose up at that, but this has been all Kick so far in this game. It's not much of a gold lead, but it feels like they're the ones in control.
And for Kick, this is fantastic for them going further on into the tournament, is that, you as we said, you got to the finals last split, I should say. You are so close for delivering the Ultra League of their maiden title. And they always just seem to fall short. Right now, they're just looking clean, looking controlled, and above all, looking good.
Yeah, and they legitimately look like a big contender. I think they've looked strong. I think Zlatan is an absolute monster. And he's not the only one on the team. I think there are so many carry potentials on this roster. It's kind of scary. And I think that's one thing to highlight is, I will say LDLC definitely look worse than they did in spring, but I also think there's a lot of good teams at this competition, and you can't take that for granted. And it feels a little bit like LDLC have.
Coming in a little bit half-cocked, where we say, into this particular tournament. But of course, it's not the end of the world, even if you are 0-3. You have got opportunities next week, or in 2 weeks' time. You've got to go back to the drawing board, get yourself sorted, come back with a fresh face, a fresh setup, and look to try and go for it. But right now, they're still in this. They have got opportunity to try and come back into this. I want to see where you think they should be looking for those opportunities.
Well, I think you're very good at making picks. I think you've got good tools for that, a numbers advantage on the back of your Shen, but when he's found alone...
He should be fine. He's all right. He's getting himself all the way between the two, but when they know the Kindred is top side, they're going to go straight for that push into the bot lane. They're going to use the Dawning Shadow, try and keep him away. Doesn't actually hit, unfortunately. That Stands United keeps Exakick alive, but barely.
Yeah, I mean, it worked, but I was thinking when they're going for that play, I'm like, Dive in the air got this situation 2v1
with ninja tabbies?
Yeah,
it was a bit hard.
It was close, but it works. And I'm being honest, you're 0-2, you're a little bit behind in this game, you go for those plays. You're like, okay, if this doesn't work, we're in a bad spot, but we already are. And it's a confidence play. Yellow Star, again, driving force for the team. It gets a kill for them, and it nets that first tower. So LDLC, not missing a beat and bouncing back. This is what we expected coming in the tournament, but they need more of this. Keep challenging Kick. Keep looking for those numbers advantage, because I like that despite the fact Bando was pressured there, he backed away and he made use of the ultimate. He was still there to assist the team.
And this is a Bando that I wanted to see. Yesterday's Bando just seems a million miles away from
forget
what
that.
this guy is. Forget
it. Burn it from your memory.
Burn it out. But this is the kind of it. And again, like you said, it's very, very close.
Yeah, and honestly, I know they have the stopwatch, but it's kind of early from Yellow Star, a little bit delicate. I know he didn't want to get into the ult point, but that was by the wire. That is not something you can say or calculate it, because it was not.
But you'll always type it in all chat.
Absolutely.
Just say like, yeah, we knew it was going to be there all the time. And now with LDLC, they picked up the bot lane turret, they traded for the top lane turret, but they got the edge on the rotation, in my opinion, because they were able to get that first, get the resets in, now move towards this top side of the jungle. Rift Herald is spawning in the next 30 seconds. That's going to be a pretty good objective if they can get it onto themselves.
Absolutely. And I feel like this game, with the compositions, is very momentum-based. It's having vision control leads into pick potential on the back of things like the Zoe, the LeBlanc. You have tools to follow up with Engage. Whoever is ahead will feel really hard to deal with, but there's always windows to find your way back in. Herald are going to be started here. Looks like Kick aren't really going to contest this one, but there will come moments where they can try and find a bit of a foothold and look to challenge once again. I think the Dragon in a minute could see some contention there, because both teams at a pretty similar power level overall. I will say a little bit of an edge over the Kick, just because the Helios isn't really doing too much right now, but there is still very much tools to play around.
Have the options, have the tools, got yourself a kill on the Aphelios as well, which means that he has his Infinity Edge. There's a Titanic Hydra up on the top side. Luden's Echo finished up for both mid laners, but the very key difference is Madaslaw is afraid of Viteo, and Viteo is not afraid of Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, Viteo has been so confident at taking matchups where he actively can challenge. You've seen a lot in this meta, if you know your Azirs, your Corkis, your Oriannas, like, okay, we'll just farm, see you in 30 minutes. That is not his playstyle.
The handshake, it was like, all right, see you in 3 items.
That is not Viteo's playstyle. He will look to fight you and challenge you. We saw that in the laning phase, and I expect to see more of it.
So they're going for this, steal away. Zlatan shall not pick up a mark today. And Dragon up in 15 seconds, and both sides looking to try and go for it. You can see Shen's up on that top side here for Bando. Has got teleport, has got Stand United. They're going to drop the sleep. No one really going on top of it. Dawning Shadow does launch. There is the depths as well. They go in with the onslaught of Shadow. That's a good ult as well from the Aphelios. He gets Ibo. That's a lot of your damage down. Zlatan forced to use the Lamb's Respite. Bando is part of this team. He will not die while that Lamb's Respite is going, but overall, it's a kill in favor of LDLC. The momentum's changing.
They've got to act quick, though. 20 seconds for Ibo to spawn, and you just have that teleport. If they want to make a move, it has to be now, or it will turn back into a 5v5. You can see they're starting to get control of this Dragon area. Tinks went for the reset for the HP, so Ibo is going to be joining this any second.
Ibo will be able to join straight away. He almost got a cheater back off, as these guys have not gained the gold that they just gotten off of Ibo. I don't think LDLC really want to try and fight for this right now. They have got Tinks back, but everyone from LDLC is backing up. Teleport, like you said, jumping off the backside of this river. And now it's it's Kick who now start off the Dragon. And I just don't think you have the health bars or the ability to try and take this one. Mateo!
23 HP.
He almost had it, but not quite. They do drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane, but Ibo, he's searching. Viteo is searching for her. Zlatan might be in a little bit of trouble. Slow does land. And overall, they're just going to back themselves away. The Rift Herald does not take mid. There is a huge wave up on top side. LDLC, they win the battle, but they lose the war.
Yeah, it's the longevity. They weren't able to come out ahead. And you look at This Sleepy Trouble Bubble, I like the blocking here, but the Dawning Shadow does so much damage on the back of it. Damn. But this AoE churn is huge. You get the ult coming in, the double taunt from Bando, all that damage really puts things in LDLC's favor. And it starts to look like this is their fight, but you got to look at the health bars on their side. They're not able to kill off the jungler. The health bars are a bit too low, and it's that TP from Ibo that kind of secured Kick the advantage. It's not massive. It's still ahead in gold for LDLC, but Kick do get that extra dragon in the pocket.
And this is good coming from LDLC. We questioned their credentials. We questioned how they've been playing. Even as recently as the first 10 minutes of this game, we were questioning how they were looking. They seem to be finding a bit of mojo back, bit of momentum to kind of put back into their corner. And for Kick, you got to start kicking it up a gear. Excuse the pun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Extra Kick. I'm looking at, despite him getting chunked out, the damage he did last fight.
Oh, Teo, good flash. He needed that. There's the ultimate on the Zlatan. Has not got the respite. Actually, just about gets it there. Uses the blast cone to back himself away. Madislav forced the flash as well. He now has nothing. They just use the onslaught of shadows. And Madislav goes down. He's not quite on the edge. And that's going to be more kills as soon as this Lamb's respite finishes. Tinks picks himself up a kill. They get themselves mid-turret as well. LDLC find the gears.
And this is the LDLC we wanted to see. The aggression driving forwards. Vitheo looks for a pick. He gets challenged, but the whole team is there. And they don't even need Bando to come in with the Stand United. They had the confidence. This is the E-Masters champions we were looking to see in summer 2020. They're starting to find some headway in this game. And with a gold lead, looking towards their first win. Now we see Vitheo navigates this one quite well. Nearly got stunned again, but it's then Yellow Star, the sheer confidence, like, we are going. Flash, ult, this is 100% our fight. They start to chase in, and it's members of Kick trying to back away. And it's when they realize Tinks is there, they're like, oh, okay, this is bad. Zlatan actually makes a mistake in Lamb's respite, not close enough, and he ends up getting rooted and taken out. It's just a lot more confidence from LDLC. Driving forwards on the back of one player goes, next goes, next goes. They're looking for these fights.
And it seems to be that every time we hype up a team as like clear favorites, looking towards finals, Mousesports being another example in one of the other groups, they just seem to kind of either lose a gear or the team they're against gain a gear, and it just seems so much harder for them, and it seems to be the French teams every time just picking it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I came into the E-Masters thinking the French team, reigning champions, were also looking very strong. And honestly, I wasn't sort of sold in the first couple of days, but we've seen Gamers Origin really come online. We've seen Misfits be dominating, and now this could be LDLC starting things off, but still a game to go. They are just under 3,000 gold in the lead, but Tinks has found momentum and he's fishing for Madislav, but the turret will be enough to ward him off, but it's facilitating Vitheo. And I think Vitheo is a huge factor for the team, but he has been in this game in particular on this LeBlanc. He just goes where he pleases and he is constantly fishing for opportunities. And I think that's what you need to do on a champion like LeBlanc. You can't just sit back and wait to be handed things. You have to be trying to initiate and find the windows, and he has done so far this game.
2 crit items as well for the Aphelios. Exakick starting to build up that late game prowess, the 200 years that Aphelios can do, or he 1v5s. Kick need to try and maybe bring themselves back into this, try and kill the momentum.
Absolutely. You compare that though to Cookie style. Normally the Senna comes out ahead in items. They're cheaper, she goes to Manamune, she goes to Lethality. You're down in items compared to an Aphelios. You will never feel relevant if this continues. And ultimately, there's going to be a big target on Exakick's head later. It's really going to be up to Kick to try and find him, but they don't have quite the best tools. I mean, yes, Zoe can land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but he's going to have cleanse, he's going to have blockers. I compare that to LDLC. They have great tools for finding a backline carry.
Oh, speaking of finding a carry, not quite the one they want to try and kill, but they can put a fair bit of damage on. 30 seconds until that dragon, unfortunately, not going to be able to get the execute there for Ibo. This is starting to feel, I wouldn't say desperate right now, but they're definitely fishing for those little picks rather than knowing that they are just stronger.
Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios where you're starting to feel a little bit less confident. You're down in gold, down in pressure right now. And LDLC have controlled this area, but Kick are looking to contest. This could end up being a pretty big team fight. Ibo actually recalling for an item buy, but does have that TP available. Kick just hunting for some poke in this situation, but Zlatan has found his way in.
Ibo is here as well. Full vision given over there with that Scryer's Bloom.
Watch Tinks. Tinks is going for a flank through the jungle.
Full flank. They're not going for the Dragon at all. It will go straight over to the Kindred. There is the Onslaught Shadows. Now, Manislaw is down. Great ultimate from the Aphelios. And these blinking health bars are only just being kept alive by the Lamb's Respite. It's 3 kills. Yes, you got the Dragon, but you lose everything else. LDLC can now turn and burn and maybe go for the Baron.
Yeah, Bando going a little bit aggressive, but the Baron is on the cards. They're moving over, and that was exactly what we needed from LDLC. The backline access from Tinks was flawless. Walked through the jungle to find the flank, decimated them, and you can see Kick's game plan. Let's all move together. We have a Lamb's Respite, and that played right into Exakick's ultimate, able to decimate them there. Now, there should be an uncontested Baron. We can see Schlatten running over. Going a little bit slowly, but as more members pile in, it will start to lose HP rapidly, and I don't think Slatten's going to make it.
No, I think the spoiler alert, he doesn't make it. Mateo is playing keep away right now as well. Very good vision control for the side of LDLC. Yes, they lose the Dragon, gain the fight, and gain a huge amount of gold.
And you can watch on the top of your screen, Tinks finds this beautiful flank angle, comes over the wall, ult onto the 2 carries with all that AoE, and they group up the Lamb's Respite into the Infernum Moonlight Vigil, and it just decimates them. At that point, the fight is over, done, shut. It's just cleanup for LDLC.
And this is what we want to see. It's scary to think at how much we've hyped up Kick and how good LDLC are looking like right now. They're starting to bring themselves back in, and this is the perfect way to end your week after what was honestly an abysmal start.
Yeah, and it's just, the thing is, like, we knew they were capable of this, not just because of their spring performance, but they swept play-ins. They didn't drop a single game there. And it just felt like initially in these groups, they lost that momentum, they weren't able to find it, but this is what we expected.
And for what we were talking about as well, it's off the back of Yellowstar. Yellowstar with 8 kill participation, we've seen him multiple times. Flash, you know, depth charge, getting on top of these carries, and he really is trying to just force LDLC and say, we're not going out in groups, my friends. I've won EU Masters once, I'm gonna bloody do it again. And it's just looked fantastic from them so far. Now, game is not over for the side of Kick. We've seen Kick so far in the Ultraliga and, of course, in the last year, or, you know, pretty much year and a bit. They are a very strong team, and they have come back from worse. They've also been in better situations. So for them, what do you want to see for them? Where do you want to see them go to try and crawl this advantage back?
They need to find a scenario where when LDLC engage, they're able to kite back and pick off an isolated target. They have good tools to do that, and also a lot of peel and defensive play on the back of the center and that Kindred. Alternatively, they can find a pick, but realistically, I feel like LDLC have the better tools for that. I think it's honestly just play the defensive game. If Tinks makes a misengage, if you get a good Lamb's Respite down, that's your opportunity. It looks like if you get a cleanse here,
it's a big summoner down. Exakick thought about maybe not doing it and then realized he had to do it pretty quickly. So summoner down, Aibo trying to deal with Bando, but Bando with his happy feet just keeping himself away. Pretty even trade. Honestly, I feel like the Shen should just straight up win this fight. Goes in with the taunt, but there's the Dawning Shadow. They're trying to just keep him interested, and oh, Aibo. The idea was there, but the execution, not so much. And top lane, Mateo was just pushing in. They got a 1-3-1 going.
Yeah, and it's perfect for the composition. They have the Shen to assist from the side lane. LeBlanc is great in a side lane as well. Zoe works in a pinch, but it's not ideal. And you can see Manislaw under pressure. 2 levels down, by the way, in this matchup is not a fun position to be. Opting into the Merc Treads to try and survive. Mateo has a whole Banshees.
And that's the difference as well. Mateo isn't even playing disrespectfully. There's no Medjais, there's no full death cap rush. It's a Banshees to make sure that even if he does get caught out, he's still okay. And this top lane turret is taking an absolute battering on sub 50 HP. I don't know if they can keep it alive. Maybe with this mid lane, because everyone from side of Kick is pushing in, but in the end, it still falls.
Yeah, and it's bad. It gives a massive gold lead to LDLC. That's a critical thing. They're 8,000 gold ahead now, but Kick's base is still in some semblance of holding up. They still have those inhibitors. But right now, I'm looking towards that next dragon. Kick don't need it, okay? They've got 3. 4th would be great, but I don't think you can fight at this point. I think you need to wait for a better window to take your fight. You need LDLC to opt into a poor fight into you, or you need to find them at an unfortunate spot like Baron. Unfortunately, being on blue side, LDLC are very easily able to disengage from the Baron, but poke from someone like Manislaw can be very effective. So, Kick, I'd hesitate at going towards this dragon.
I don't think you need it, but if you get it, It's pretty sweet. And like you said, yes, you have a lot easier time from kiting away from the Baron if you're LDLC. You have an easier time. Oh, the tail, the blank, on the flank, I should say, does force Manazon.
There's Tinks
flank.
again.
There's Tinks coming in and gets another onslaught of shadows. The Lamb's Respite has to come out. Mystiques doesn't hit anyone with the solar flare, and now the fight ensues. No one has yet to die, and Bando, a little bit of no man's land. They're trying to jump straight up. Three-man taunt! He goes down, but what can the rest of LDLC do? It's a 1-for-1 trade, 1-for-2 trade, 2-for-2 trade, and it's all even. Stevens Madislaw is still here. He flashes. Yellow Star does not hit the hook. Tinks is dead. Ibo tries to get as much as he possibly can. This is the man we said would carry. He gets himself a triple kill. He's hunting for the Quadra and a Mountain Soul to boot. Kicker back.
Kick just proved me wrong with this huge team fight from 8,000 gold behind. They get the ace. They get a quadra kill for Ivo, and we get a replay of how that happened. The Theos engage a little bit early, and they actually have vision of Tinks. There's a control ward up there, so they see this all coming, and ultimately they kite away. Beautiful Lamb's Respite to stop the burst from Theo, and at this point they've survived that initial burst. They're feeling confident, so they start to put some damage back in. They start to pick up Bando, a big taunt share, but he dies at the back end. Now this bit's fun on the bottom right. Extra kick, solo killing Pookie at the end, but ultimately Ibo's unchecked. He's in the Dragon Pit, he's surrounded by people, he is flourishing, and he just starts to cut them down. And then this flash flip, perfect from Ibo.
Amazing, genuinely just an incredible fight, and that's why we said you cannot count out Kick. This is why we were saying these guys are not out of this game yet, and it's on LDLC to close it out. Now that 8,000 gold lead, it's now looking about 5, but you just won at 8,000 and you've got the Mountain
Exactly,
Soul.
and that mitigates a lot of that goal difference. And really, I was thinking, you know, LDLC this far ahead, this game is shut and done, but Kick, you can never count them out.
And with the Mountain Soul, just in terms of pure stats, it's about 1,000 gold per player, just ensure pure, like, health shield. It differs, obviously, depending on who you're looking at, but that's pretty much dead even now in this game, and the Baron is up.
I know someone who it definitely helps make even tankier is Ibo, who got through that fight unchallenged, has the healing from Conqueror and the Death Stance. He's going to feel pretty invincible. Unless LDLC can pin him down and just go to town on him, it's going to be hard to deal with him.
Ibo hasn't looked amazing so far in this game.
Look at his health.
Yeah, he didn't.
He was in the tower.
He literally lost nothing. Hasn't looked amazing at the start of this game, but as slowly as it went on, we talked about it in the pregame, he is the guy that will just put Kick on his back and say, no, 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 no. We're winning EU Masters. I'm sick of losing EU Masters. He's been on so many, he's been so close. Ibo himself has been so close so many times that the Ultra League just need him to kind of go for it. And honestly, it's a fantastic game from him so far, but it is not over yet. You still have a 3.5 item, if you're counting the boots, on the LeBlanc. Death Cap, Ludens, Banshees. You've got 3 items. Death Stance finished up 4. Exakick. They are big, big carries. You need a good fight, and you need to find them again if you want to really come back into this for Kick.
Absolutely the case. And right now, LDLC, they're starting this Baron. They want Kick to come into them.
Goes go down, Baron down to about 10,000 HP, but LDLC just backing away. Bot tier 1 going to fall. That's going to be the second turret of the game, only for Kick. And again, this slow kind of burner coming in. Ibo doesn't have to do anything, still has teleport, can still keep split pushing and keep putting down this pressure.
Absolutely, and it's sort of calling the bluff of LDLC who go towards that Baron. They end up getting nothing from it. You pull over to try and show contention, but you get a tower as the reward for Kick. Now, I've just heard, thanks to observers, that Schlatten is on 6 stacks, so you spike at 4, and then you get every 3 from there. So he's not quite on that 7, but at least getting past that 4. If you don't do that, you're basically not really a champion. It's a 75 range increase, which is massive. So
yeah, you pretty much become like completely underpowered to an actual champion in the game. It's a little crazy, and then you can become overpowered if you get up to like 12 or 15. It's kind of a weird scaling setup, unfortunately, for the Kindred. But
so it hasn't snowballed super hard, but it's still relevant, and I think the ult is the big thing. I think that's what really stops Tinks in this tracks. Potentially stops Vitheo as well. And then really, once that initial engage comes in from LDLC, it's all Exakick. And if Exakick's not able to find it in these long fights, this sustain comes in from Pookie Style and Ibo, and that really helps Kick find momentum.
Every single one of LDLC's flashes is up at the exact same time. They do not want to fight right now.
I wonder what that was from.
I wonder what that was from. But you can tell right now, they don't want to go into a fight unless Exakick has a flash, unless Viteo has the flash, because they know that they're just sitting ducks for this absolute monster in the top side. Ibo, level 17, compared to, he's higher than anyone else in the game. But the Baron is getting absolutely shredded. Viteo jumping onto Zlatan. Zlatan goes, Zlatan steals it! And he drops down the Lance Respite to keep himself alive. Now the fight ensues. Donny Shadow hits on the 3, but there's some pretty big health bars on the side of LDLC. They'll get the GA out of Ibo. Can they get anyone else? Mystiques will fall. Ibo almost surely to follow. And that is going to be 2 kills, but the Baron, importantly, goes to Kick.
They need to get away though now. They lost those 2 members. Ultimately, they got the Baron, but they committed a bit hard to the fight, and you saw that a lot of the members, particularly Madaslaw and Pookie Style, were separated, unable to really get in on that one. Definitely a big steal coming out from Schladen. Huge from him, but LDLC managed to get away with the fight on this one. If we look, in 47 seconds, the Elders spawn. We'll have a look at this one. Stan dashes over, taunted, but the smite can still come through. And then this is where it gets messy, because the Lamb's spike comes down, but Pookie Style and Madaslaw, they're just trying to hit over the wall, and they're threatened by Viteo, so they can't really do much. And it means that Ibo, as strong as he is against 4 members, this is what I was talking about, they'll all just punching bag him. And Exakick has enough damage to cut him down, even through the GA. LDLC come out ahead, but it's 20 seconds on the Elder Dragon. Ibo's not even up yet.
He will be up, has no teleport. He needs to just get his boots on and scurry his way back into this jungle. But great vision control set up here by LDLC. You can see just dotting around, making sure they cover all entrances. No one's getting in without them knowing it. No one's going to sneeze without them knowing it. Curse of the Black Mist has been used by Pookie Style just to try and mitigate some of that, you know, easy kind of vision. But Mystiques has been caught. Will not engage fully. The Dragon down to about 2,000 HP, down to 2,000. Zlatan does not do it again. Now the Elder Drake is in LDLC's favor, and they will just execute Mystiques as the fight ensues. Exakick and Ibo, but Ibo hasn't got the damage and he falls. There's nothing left for Kick. It's all LDLC, and they have potentially saved themselves in this group. They will not go down 0-3. They will go to 1-2, and this group got a hell of a lot more interesting.
Yeah, Schladen could not do it again. Went for the steal, but Tinks delivers when it matters most. We were looking at a 0-3 week 1 for LDLC, but they managed to find the fight there, and they managed to find the game. It was close. It was a nail-biter, but they came through in the end.
LDLC for the LFL, proving that they are still the reigning champions, proving that they still have it in the tank. And that is exactly what you want to be doing as you come into the second week. Fantastic win for the LDLC.
Especially against Kick. Again, they beat them out. The rematch, LDLC winners again. Is Kick still top of the group? Yes, but they lost against LDLC again. And that is going to hurt, because at the end of the day, if LDLC make it out of groups, you could be facing them down again later in the competition. And it's almost like a mental block at this point.
It is. It can get to that point. Now for Kick, there was a lot of good in that game. They came back into it. They had Zlatan, like we highlighted, and Ibo popping off, but they just weren't able to crawl back that big deficit that they put themselves into. And we'll talk about it a little bit more in depth after the break. But ladies and gentlemen, LDLC take the win. And we'll talk about it a little bit more right after this.
Let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like da 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 da.
If you know what I mean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and LDLC live. Not quite out of this one just yet, and they end a week on a positive, which still has a lot of negatives in it.
And I think the big thing, though, is this is against Kick.
Yes.
If you're going to win a game that sets a story and says, we are here, we are ready to try and contest this, beating Kick is a statement. The only team able to do so in their group. And we can see the manner in which it played out. Early on, it really felt like Kick were the ones coming in with the momentum with fights like this around the Herald, and they started to secure some objectives.
And it looked like LDLC were a little bit lost as well. And you can see Ibo just getting so much going for him onto this Urgot. Gets himself a quadra kill as well near a dragon fight. And it just feels like it was just business as usual. But fair props to LDLC. They never let it go. They even built themselves an 8,000 gold lead at one point. And they eventually were able to, kind of push themselves to the win.
Yeah, and it was just some great moments here in this team fight. You can see a lot of skill expression. Tinks was a big driving factor on this Hecarim trying to find engages, but in this one it was, as you said, Ibo who came out huge on this Urgot, but it wasn't enough. I think the scaling started to hamper Kick to a fair extent. I think Exakick on this Aphelios became a massive problem. In this scenario, they answer him, but it can't always be a guarantee. And I've got to give praise to Sladen. He started the game off well. He got that clutch Baron steal, but when it all came down to it, it was Tinks who delivered in the final fight.
Yeah, and even a couple of fights up there, you can just see so many, onslaught of shadows coming in, able to just completely wipe around. And this is the Zlatan hoping he could go for the steal.
Lamb's Respite just missed the Elder Dragon. He was just a little bit too far away. And as soon as the Elder Dragon goes in favor for LDLC, especially with a gold lead and the power of the Aphelios, you just know that this fight is there. They're able to clean up. The burn, the comes in, and the game is theirs.
And I gotta ask as well, for right now, if you're an Ultra League, you look at this group, this is not how you wanted this one to end in week one. We've got ourselves an incredibly packed out top four.
Yeah, and I think, at this point, anyone could come in first. There's nothing set in stone. It could go anywhere. Morning Stars have shown to be a challenge. LDLC beating Kick is huge. And I think despite the fact Kick and Schalke are ahead, they can't take anything for granted going into week two. There's nothing really decided in Group A.
You have to come into week two feeling confident, feeling good. And for Ultra League fans, I'm a little nervous.
And what a way for this to be the final game from week one for Group A. To be like, okay, everything's set in stone. LDLC are really not doing well at the moment. Kick on top. Wait. And then suddenly it's just turned on its head. And you kind of remember, this is an organization, a team with a lot of history behind them, and they've shown that across the EU Masters where, less so the EU Masters where normally they have a lot of success at the LFL, but it was last split where it came through and they won. And I was starting to wonder, have they slipped back to their old ways? Were they underperforming at EU Masters? And this was their chance to bite back, and they did. It was a super important win because I think that week two would become nigh impossible, but at least extremely difficult if they lost this game. And now they're in with a big chance.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Kick got some solace knowing they're coming into a 2-week break. But we are also going to go for a break. And when we return, we're going to have We Love Gaming versus Giants Gaming. Do not go anywhere.
Skirt on your body, performing just like my Rari. You're too fine, need a ticket. I bet you taste expensive. Pouring up about a liter. If you keeping up, you should keep it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like da 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 da.
Skirt on your body. It's It's just us two in this party. That Louis, that Prada, looks so much better off you. Turn me up, be my waitress. No, we not in love, so let's make it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like da 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 da.
If you know what I mean. Let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for our last cast of the day. I'm Penguin, this is Ox, and it's a bit of a sad one, but we'll be back, I'm sure, at some point. But it's not got time to be sad. We got to talk about the next game, and it's We Love Gaming versus Vodafone Giants. And for now, this is probably the best the Greek seed has looked in a very long time.
Yeah, 2018, they managed to get out of the group stages with Panathinaikos. I might have butchered that a bit, whatever.
You got it perfect.
Oh, thank you. But
Trouble will be proud.
two teams in group stages is huge. And the fact that we saw WLG really challenging makes me optimistic because I don't think this is just, oh, we got two teams in group. This is WLG potentially looking to go further. And especially, I want to highlight Paris. A roster with him is a roster destined for success because he is the one who got out of group stage previously for Greece, and he's been a mainstay for the region and a driving force so far this tournament as well. His Galio has been absolutely massive, and I like the fact it's not just about finding that priority and leading side lanes. In team fights, the taunts have just been stellar.
And it's almost kind of, you look at the kind of comparisons between these two regions. Greece on the up and up. Labrov, a Greek player himself, gaining Rookie of the Split in LEC. We Love Gaming and Intrepid Fox making it into groups. Regardless of whatever happens from now on, they have done the best the Greek region has ever done. On the other hand, though, the Vodafone Giants in Spain, the SLO, they're kind of losing a little bit of momentum. They used to be seen as the region, and they haven't really lived up to that.
They've already lost their third seed.
Yeah.
GT Arctic already didn't make it, and I think that's a big hit already because it puts more pressure on the other two teams. We see Movistar do really well, but everyone was kind of looking at Movistar and being like, well, they did good in spring, they're going to do good in summer, and Giants, they got so close to the title. Last year, they managed to get to the finals, but since then, it's kind of just been an afterthought for them. And if they want to come out as a strong contender, they need this game to round out the week as a 2-1 scoreline and look to come out of groups.
And you look at the lineup the Vodafone Giants have here, you know, D'Antonio, Pretty, Attila. These guys have been around the scene. Attila himself has been to the World Championship. There's no veterancy better than what you have right here, and D'Antonio as well. Someone who's very used to the EU Masters stage. These guys need to step up.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the draft here. Obviously been going on behind us. I think the key thing I want to highlight is the fact that Morgana was banned from Vodafone, but not Caitlyn, so clearly ready for it. And they do answer with the Ashe. Ashe, something that was powerful enough itself, but when Caitlyn made a resurgence, she can match the range, she can try and contest a shove, and Vodafone will pick up that set. So potential to put it in the jungle, I think, is the spot I feel like he's strongest at the moment, and given a lot of agency over the Llama Bay. He's often a player who likes to lean on that early impact.
For first time in a very long time, we actually see Caitlyn slipping through the bands there. We Love Gaming immediately jumping on that incredible power pick and looking for the safe blind as well in the Syndra. So right now, We Love Gaming feeling like they're picking up what they want right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have a strong mid laner who's going to be able to find priority in a lot of matchups. You have an AD carry bot lane who scales extremely well, is basically 100% pick ban at this point, and is going to be able to put a lot of laning power Looks like he's going to go for the Sejuani in the situation, something that is a bit more of a defensive pick in the jungle for Warden here. Often a big role as a voice in the team, but we did see him really pop off in the Graves, getting a pentakill earlier this week. But here, a bit more for I'm going to facilitate the team. I already have big carries.
And that's the thing. When you look at this team from We Love Gaming, Warden is the glue for what this team is. There is a couple of times you watch Icebreaker and Paris and even Bananito as well. They just overstep. They go a bit too ham, and Warden has just kind of brought them all in. They brings in the reins, like, all right, guys, like, look, just calm down. We still got this. He can do both, and it feels with the Sejuani, he's very heavily being put on that facilitator role, like you said.
And I think, in contrast, a big glue for the side of Giants, for just, we'll say he's a bit of a crit stick on this one, is Idote. I think he's been absolutely massive because we're looking at this draft so far. I see Set Akali. I think this is a lot of mid-jungle pressure. But the way Vodafone Giants plays, it's not just about their mid-jungle players. Idote often floats up to mid lane and will spend a lot of time there applying pressure. Initially, you look at this roster and you think, well, they have Attila. Surely they play around him. But actually, the mid is a huge focus. And having those 3-mans rather than a 2-man gives them the edge. They can translate that pressure. So I'm excited to see what they bring out as a pick for Idote. For now, they're banning away these support champions. Lux is a very strong blind who's had a resurgence in the meta, but also on top of that, great with Caitlyn. So I love that takeaway. After that, they're just going to go for the Ornn for Icebreaker. Personally, I feel like for Vodafone Giants, you need counter pick and support. One of the big things with letting Caitlyn go is that's one thing. But if you also blind pick your support and give them counter, you're in a really rough spot. So I think here they just take a top laner for the Antonio. He often likes to lean on these weak siders. As you can see, the Shen and the GP band away, but he does still have options.
Yep, so plenty of options here for him to look at. So you can see what We Love Gaming want to go for. And this is the power of Red Side. You have got that option to blind pick something. And it's actually going to be potentially the Thresh locked in. And this is... They're keeping it for the top side. They're keeping the Antonio for that counter pick. But like you said, you've given away the Caitlyn. Now you know exactly what's going into that bot side. You can just take an advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a bold one. I mean, Thresh, as far as picks in the bot lane go, he's doing okay in terms of blind potential. It's only really Blitzcrank who's a very good matchup into him, but it's very much you have to be aggressive in that. Or it's Tom who neutralizes him, but they are going for the aggressive one, so they're taking that Blitzcrank. They're like, cool, you want to take the Thresh? We will answer you.
And that's the thing. Blitzcrank is one of those champions that no matter how far behind he is, no matter how long into the game and you think you've won it, just takes one hook.
Yep.
One hook is all it will take. And then you're just, one carry is dead. You have a 5v4. There's nothing you can do. And it's in an instant. We'll see what the final pick is for We Love Gaming. Of course, it's going to be for Icebreaker. Going to see if he go for something a little bit more weak side. Actually going for a little bit of a push here with that Urgot. So if that set does go to the Antonio on the top side, he will have that early game pressure.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see what comes out from the Antonio, because obviously can't flex that set, but typically we see him playing a lot of tanks in this situation. Gangplank Shen are in his champion pool, but when those are down, he'll lean onto something like Sion. Sion's actually an okay matchup in Urgot, in all honesty. One of the big things is that you're actually good at trading in the early levels. You can handle him. And on top of that, you can actually cancel the ultimate with your ultimate, so less vulnerable. But instead he's leaning on the Kennen. I'm less sure. It does provide that backline access, which I think was important. You got the double ninja diving duo between him and Pretty. But I am a little bit concerned because the Antonio's last Kennen game in this tournament was not Pretty.
No, because Pretty's in mid lane. But I couldn't pass up the opportunity. But as well as that, we were talking about this just before broadcast. The nerfs that came in from the Kennen. The AD nerf was massive.
48 AD at level 1. 48.
So, like, it's nothing. You're not even going to tickle someone like an Urgot.
And for context, this nerf came when AD Nico and on-hit Nico and on-hit Kennen were big. So it's been a long while, but I think that's the issue with Kennen is you're not as good as providing that lane pressure as you used to be. It's more about the team fighting.
Flanks.
So very much looking for that. And I think Vodafone Giants, when you get in the later stages, you do have engage tools, you do have backline access, but if you miss your mark on those, you are not going to have a good time.
Looking at the two comps there, I like what We Love Gaming have provided themselves. They gave themselves an incredibly strong bot lane that has a lot of pick potential, but as well as that, the Syndra can just stat check every now and again. If they get ahead, they will snowball ahead.
And I completely agree. I honestly feel like We Love Gaming have brought out a lot of confident picks, but execution is going to be the big thing here. I'm seeing a Blitzcrank. I'm thinking, are you going to be able to challenge this Thresh in the bot lane? Are you going to make your pick relevant? On the other side, I'm seeing a Akali for Pretty, which by all means I'm happy with, especially with the Dote on the Thresh. He's going to be able to roam up and assist. That's what we expect from them. But This is a lot of pressure on both teams because We Love Gaming, they are the main hope for Greece right now, the only team to be able to get a win. Intrepid Fox looking a little bit rough, but for side of Vodafone Giants, 2 teams left for the SLO, and with the history of this region, you do not want to be letting them down.
Absolutely. You think of the SLO, you think of Spain in general, the amount of times you'll see casters all around the world saying, SLO finals are on, you need to watch. You need to watch this right now. Because it seems to just Harvard. Think back to Nemesis and Selfmade back on the Mad Lions rosters. You have so many teams that have just basically almost copy-pasted up into the LEC, and they need to keep up that prestige that region has gained for themselves.
And it's been a while since a win. They've still been getting decent results. We saw, a year ago it was finals. In spring it was semi-finals. But it's not a win, and that's what Spain really wants to be able to achieve again for themselves. They have 2 in the bag already, but dated at this point, and you can't live on those past accomplishments. And Giants were not one of those teams who were able to get one of those. They want to get their first title at the EU Masters.
Spain cannot become the Korea of EU Masters. You can't sit on past championships. Yeah, we were fantastic. You're not anymore. There's a new boy in town. It's honestly kind of feeling like they have a lot of pressure, and that expectation, like you talked about sometimes, can get a bit, in your head.
I've just realized if Spain is Korea, then the NLC is NA.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
It's so sad, but Llama Bear looking for something here, but I like the cover from Warden. He senses something, moves over. You also see Paris move back. You expect to see a lot of early aggression from a set, especially into a Sejuani. He is, it's in his kit. I know he's got abilities called Face Breaker, but he literally, that is the goal of the champion. He wants to break your face and set up those early plays. So Warden, it's going to be a very defensive play from in the early game where he just tries to find opportunities to keep away from Llama Bear and mitigate his pressure for the most part.
Good early hook, level 2 hit first by the Vodafone Giants to get the Ignite out, but the flash burned from Mersa. So far, the aggression working well. This is to be expected. I know we talk about how a Caitlyn Blitzcrank should be able to win. Level 1 to 3, I feel like the Ashe is always going to have the push.
Yeah, it's not just the Ashe, but the Thresh as well has a lot more tools he can use. At level 1, you have the Flay, you have the auto-attack range, you can help and assist with pushing. So realistically, that was a mistake from Mersa there to even step up. You respect the level 1 advantage, you back away, you let them get it, and then at level 2 and 3 is where you start to play around the rocket grab and those traps. But being flashless, being down on HP in that lane, not an ideal spot when you opted in to this matchup.
And I like the confidence from Attila right now, going straight for the call, knows that he's not really going to be in much danger unless he completely mispositions. So an error is on him. That's basically what this item says to me.
It's really simple. If you want to win lane against a Blitzcrank, just don't get grabbed.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy clap. Nothing else can really tell you more about that one there. As you can see, Pretty in Paris. Pretty in Paris. Ah.
Yeah, both Greek players.
Yes. Oh, another good hook. Gets the Flay. Gonna keep going. Mersa has no flash. There's no heal available either. As you can see, the cleanse, and Bananito just has to watch his support die. Erdote, you talked about it. He's the guy that's going to be making the plays for Giants, and he is making an impact in this bot lane.
He's a huge facilitator. Oh, he's going again.
Oh, so close. He lands that hook. That's it.
Yep, that is... he has cleanse, but even so, it's both summoners down bare minimum, and it's a lot of impact on the lane. But I'm loving the confidence from Erdote. Often I see him as a player, sort of the personification of Bard, floats around, roams to different areas, but he still has that skill in the bot lane. Finds a window to punish Mersa without the flash, and at this point, it's just chased him down, which Ashe and Thresh are so good at doing that constant slows. And Bananito, there's nothing he can do at this point. There's no real retort he has. He's been auto-attacking Attila there, and he only lost a third of his health.
But even then, that just feels like pretty big disrespect from Mersa. You have no flash. You're just sitting in a bush that they know you're in. You haven't come out of it yet. I feel like you just needed to sit behind minions. And unfortunately for the side of We Love Gaming and the, the GLL is that is a bit of a, kind of unforced error, as I like to call it.
Yeah, and Giants are the sort of team who will challenge you on the... Oh, not again.
Oh, no. He has no flash again. Gonna get flayed back. Has no real way of getting back out of this. They do land a good trap, though, onto Attila, but right now, this is just not feeling good for the We Love Gaming bot lane. And you can see Warden already having to follow Llama Bear to just make sure that this wave can be pushed.
Yeah, and we do see the Syndra moving down as well from Paris.
Ooh. 3 points. straight through the goalpost, and with that lantern just enough, he flashes in, gets the phase breaker in. Bananito just trying to run away, but that phase rush is there. They will drop him down though, and the ignite and the stun copying onto him. Llama will fall. Bit of over-aggression as Paris was the first one to roam. Paris and Attila pretty much caught, and 2 quick kills. What the hell happened?
I mean, it's just Paris. He is a big facilitator for the team. He is huge on roaming champions. Both games before this, he played Galio, and even though he's not the champion, the mindset is still there. I will move first, I will help the team. And we'll see a scenario here where a botched play, honestly, from Giants ends up turning around massively for We Love Gaming.
Yeah, you see it here. This is the botched play from We Love Gaming, and you feel like Giants have everything, but the roam is already coming in on the mini-map. They have a numbers advantage.
This was over-aggressive. You should know that the enemy mid lane has come in, the movement should have been reported. It feels like it's a cocky play, and Llama Bear, they used everything to get him in. He has nothing to get out, and Paris can just walk up on Attila. You can't deal with a Syndra at that point, and it really just turns things around in favor of We Love Gaming. And I can't emphasize this enough, you know, we've seen Mercer getting bullied in the bot lane. This is still a counter matchup. If you find momentum, you can really start to punish the threats. Yes, it looked a little bit rough what happened in the early game, but things have evened out considerably, and now Giants looking to start up that dragon. You can see that some of We Love Gaming are in the area, but critically, Warden is on the other side of the map, so unlikely to really do anything off the back of this.
Yeah, Paris seeing Pretty as Pretty tried to see if they would get lazy with their pathing, go towards that river to get back into the lane. But something I did want to say about We Love Gaming, as you saw, Pretty was very late on that rotation. They were very respectful of the fact that they did not know where that Akali was. They all went back as a unit through the lane, recalled, got themselves back into their own respective lanes. Yes, they lost a little bit of a CS lead. It's not that big of a deal. You're not giving over kills, so
yeah,
props to them.
Absolutely, because this is a scary Akali. Pretty really good at wielding champions like these, very aggressive in his playstyle, and he will look to challenge you if he finds an opportunity. So far, not really managed to manifest, but they're doing okay in terms of farm. I think that's the big thing. You look at the kill lead for We Love Gaming, but Giants ahead in farm in the mid lane, and the bot lane top as well has put them a little bit ahead in terms of gold, but securing that dragon keeps things in check. You know, despite the fact that we saw the roam from Paris, they're still feeling pretty confident.
So a little bit of what could potentially be coming, as you saw the stun into the root, into the, you know, pilt over Peacemaker, into a hell of a lot of damage there on top of Attila, who has gone back, picked up his Bilgewater Cutlass, as well as a pair of brown bags for his feet. But this kill, this CS lead, it kind of mitigates all that kind of good work they had done in that bot side, purely from the fact that the BF sword is now finished, and you've got a little bit of extra movement from the, you know, the brown bags. You know, Bananito's not in a bad spot.
Yeah, and I think this is the point where Caitlyn really starts to hit like a truck. Because early levels, yes, you have a lot of pushing power, you can harass without really getting traded back into, but your damage isn't that high. Once you get a BF sword though, your autos actually really start to hit, so it's a nice spike for the Caitlyn. Giants looking to start this Herald, but We Love Gaming might be contesting. You can see them starting to move over.
Yeah, Mercer's here, but very importantly, Warden is still very, very far away. You can see no teleport on Icebreaker either. They go in, it's on 9 HP. It's actually Thresh who takes it, and now Llama Bear with no flash needs to figure out what he wants to do. Goes in with the ultimate, trying to see if he can do. Pretty as joy. Great stun there though from Paris. He unleashes the power. Llama Bear goes down, but the Akali absolutely shredding through this bot lane, and Giants pick themselves up too.
Pretty just waiting for the moment to go for that opportunity. Ultimately, We Love Gaming approaching quite slowly then. They do nearly steal the Herald, but it felt a little bit misjointed. They could have moved Icebreaker up. They didn't opt to, and it ends up backfiring pretty heavily. It was just, Bananito was split off from the team, was essentially isolated, and when you have a composition who needs to be peeling for the backline, it's never going to go well. You can see
9 HP.
Yeah, it's a late approach. They try to steal, and then Bananito, he does dodge the hook there, but he's isolated the scenario. He moves up to the side, and there's no way you're going to be comfortable there. We talked about Giants' win condition was backline access, and Pretty finds it here.
Ugh, just waiting, like you said, waiting for the moment to come in. Bananito just gets caught a little bit in no man's land, gets separated from his team, and a fantastic punish there from Pretty. And that came off the back of where Paris got a fantastic start to this. They got a great two-man scatter of the week. They looked like they were turning around the fight, and overall, it was just a really good one. But as D'Antonio jumps in with the slicing Maelstrom, they get the flare. Dote not able to catch the hook, and 4 people in this bot side. They're looking for a couple of plates, maybe even more. I feel like We Love Gaming, they just got to give up.
Yeah, I mean, the Herald's in the pocket of Llama Bear as well, so we see the bot lane of We Love Gaming pushing in the top side, but against the Herald, you're not winning this race in this situation. They have got a lot of placements, just last two. Really tanky there, really difficult to take down. And Giants, as soon as they get it close, even before that, going to throw down the Herald. Get a lot of damage on this. Actually, I feel like this is a little bit of an early Herald, because they can defend this now. It gets very tanky at the lower plate level.
Still, though, they now see Lamabert deciding that he was going to be a nice buffer of the CC, but it's just not going to be enough as the Ash Arrow landed and gave enough time for Attila to pick himself up another kill. That is going to be first turret and all the plates going over to the side of Vodafone Giants. We can see now Pretty maybe trying to jump into a great graceful prison. They're going to unleash the power, and they get the stun shut down. We Love Gaming are still here.
That's some really nice execution there from We Love Gaming, and as much as they do lose on that tower bot lane, they got a lot of plays top. It's not an even trade, but it's still okay, all things considered. We Love Gaming keeping themselves relevant in this game and finding an opportunity to punish Pretty there from a bit of an over-aggressive reach in the enemy jungle.
I was going to just say, like, it just feels every time as we have a look at this kind of replay here, it was just enough time for the stun to come in. It does buffer it, but just enough time.
I just like how Warden doesn't block it when he has Flash and his dash and leaves it for Icebreaker, but I guess maybe the call was just let him go. But, I mean, Pretty was just playing with fire here. You know Paris is there. You know Warden's left bot lane. That was greedy.
And this is kind of the the criticisms that we come in with Vodafone Giants in the Spanish region in general. These are the things where they're like, look, they did amazing work. The plays were solid. And then they threw it away for something silly.
Yep.
There's no need whatsoever for Pretty to be in that position. Your bot lane had already gotten the turret. There's no way you could pick up any more kills. And he just gets caught straight up.
I mean, that should have been an overwhelmingly advantageous play for Giants, and it's kind of soured a little bit from the end result, but it's still Giants in control, looking to start up this dragon, and no real contest coming out from We Love Gaming. Warden just trying to pick up some farm on the other side of the map, and that's okay. We Love Gaming don't necessarily need to contest the second one, but 2 in the pocket means that third is a higher priority, and Cloud Soul has varied impact, I would say. The movement speed good on some champions, not as good on some other. But I'm thinking one champion who it's amazing on is that Kennen. When you need backline access on a Kennen, Cloud Soul is beautiful, so I think We Love Gaming may have to contest that third one.
One thing as well with Cloud Soul, on the other side of it, with We Love Gaming, getting that 30% extra, if you stack up 3 of it on cooldown on your ultimates, that's pretty big for a Syndra. That's pretty big for a Sejuani. So you got to be very, very careful on how many of these you let go now, because they stack, they start to become far more powerful than they are in their isolation.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is that it's not too bad to give over 2 dragons as long as you stop the build-up from there. Normally, third dragon is intercepted, because if you lose that one, it's not just that you have to contest every dragon from then on. If it gets smited and you win the fight, you still lost the soul. There's no retrieving that. So normally teams, they let 2 go over, and the third is where they look to fight it. And realistically, We Love Gaming are very slightly behind in gold. They're in a comfortable spot to potentially do so. It's just about finding the right fight. But for now, we're seeing again a bit of a switch up. It's Blitzcrank and Caitlyn in the mid lane. Icebreaker again playing this weak side role. And he does a pretty good job of this. Yes, he's been punished, but for the most part, Icebreaker's solid at sort of mitigating pressure for the team and absorbing when he needs to. It's not always possible in scenarios like this. I don't expect him to walk up in 1v2, but he's doing something to mitigate.
Yeah, he's trying to just keep it as going, as well as he possibly can. Lamabert is here. Just needs to be a bit careful. We'll take a bit of a punishment there for being a little bit over-aggressive. But they've actually put Paris into that bot lane to deal with the Kennen, as he is the one with the teleport.
Yeah, and as well, I actually think you can actually find kill potential as a Syndra onto a Kennen. I think he's fishing for it here.
Oh, gets the stun, gets the unleashed power. Has he got enough? Not quite, but the flash going to be in. Teleport used as well, so this will be Pretty. Joining in, has no boots, force the flash, does have the Hextech Gunblade though for the slow. The Scatter the Weak does not land the stun, and you can see just using everything for the perfect execution. Pretty does turn out that in favor of Vodafone Giants.
Oh, but Giants still looking for more here.
There's a flank coming in, but there is no ultimate available. They need to be so careful. Good hook there, but it's onto the wrong person. Erdone is trying to just get away. He is ignited, not quite able to go down. They are just doing so much damage. The smackdown onto Mercer means another kill goes over the Vodafone, and they are getting away with these over-aggressive plays. Icebreaker just trying to slow him down, not quite able to catch onto Attila, and they will have to back away. Bananito, what are you doing? Bananito, why? There was no need, but I see Pretty, yeah. There was no need for him to try and go back until I saw Pretty going in, so it was damned if he does and damned if he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, at least didn't give kill over the Akali, but a very nice response coming out from Giants. You see Paris look for the play on the bot side. but he's isolated. Pretty responds with the TP, able to find the one out, and then the evolving fight, it's We Love Gaming saying, oh, well, you took something bot side, we'll respond, but Giants were ready. I love the confidence of the Antonio to TP in, despite the fact no ult available, because it wasn't important they had the ultimate. It was important that they had someone on the flank to cause issues. So We Love Gaming were like, well, I guess we have to fight. Bananito's locked between several members, and he tries to get damage down on the set, but now where is he supposed to go from here? He's trapped. The rest of the team gets away, but it's just a really unfortunate position for the Caitlyn to be in. Eventually goes, I guess I'll just run towards my teammates mid, hope that works, but yeah, not much sense of that.
Tilla picks himself up a nice free one. In fairness, as you say, not giving over any more assist gold or any more gold in general. The hook, woo, whistled past his butt cheeks.
Hasn't been super impactful. I think that's the big thing with the Blitzcrank, especially we talked about being a counter matchup. Blitzcrank is very hit or miss, literally.
Literally hit or miss. But all it takes is one. We talked about this. He said this is the reason they're coming, but it's also, I gotta give testament to the person you highlighted out, Dote. He's just been on point in keeping Attila alive, keeping him safe. In that, literally that fight right there, you can see it actually. I say that hook does land, and it's going to be in the Antonio using the slicing Nelson to try and get away, but he's going to be popped up and locked down. Warden picking up a kill. And the Antonio, he's kind of using these ultimates suboptimally, and it's good for We Love Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're stopping the cannon threat potential by going for these plays. But we see a counterpoint here. Good tower take from We Love Gaming, good pick. But you see that Giants are looking to answer the mid lane. But honestly, a Herald charge, there's no plates available, so it's just doing some damage. You take those at We Love Gaming, so a good pick for them in that play.
And the gold isn't running away for the side of We Love Gaming. It's only 1,000 gold. You just kill the cannon. The Antonio has no TP. There is no T on Pretty either. Icebreaker has got the TP. You can just keep this going. You can then trade for pretty much any of these Cloud Souls. And this is where it starts to get a little bit dicey for Vodafone Giants. You're starting to lose control of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, you started stacking those dragons. They mean nothing if We Love Gaming start taking them now. They're not even positioned to contest this one. They are looking towards that mid tower, but We Love Gaming are cool. We'll deny you the soul win condition by an extra 5 minutes minimum. And
10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just be able to walk over to that tower and defend, actually.
Oh, just misses out on the execute, but a lot of damage there. Even the Shroud not going to be enough to keep him safe. And this is kind of something that gets me a bit worried if I'm an SLO fan. Vodafone Giants clearly had advantages, clearly looking for these, but those extra TPs looking for kills, looking for those kind of like, you know, callbacks, means they can't fight around those objectives, means they can't go to contest around these other things. And We Love Gaming just feel a bit more composed.
Yeah, and I think a big driving force has been Warden. He's slowly been picking up more and more pressure, been getting these picks on the Sejuani. Not a pick you think of having the most impact, but will be a relevant tank later on, a source of peel, when honestly this composition doesn't have a ton outside of really the self-peel for Syndra and Caitlyn. But we are now seeing this strong Sejuani is going to be more and more of a threat in this game, more and more for frontline. And ultimately, if Giants are trying to find that backline access, you do not want a big, tanky Sejuani, with the Night's Vow as well just being picked up, blocking you.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Warden is facilitating his team, pushing himself to be like, look, I will keep you safe. You guys are good. You just need a little bit of a mammy to keep you, I believe in you, but don't be stupid.
Yeah, and for context, Warden actually joined the team very late. He was actually playing in this split in the UKLC, which is the second division behind the NLC, and he missed out on playoffs. 4 teams went to playoffs and he missed out with his team, and it's kind of an underwhelming split, but then he's come onto We Love Gaming and had such a resurgence for him and the team, and they've been performing well at EU Masters. I mean, even from this point of view, to be holding your own against a second seed from the SLO is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and you can hold your head up high, but we know the Greeks, we know the GLL, they want more. They don't want to just leave with a participation trophy. As I say that though, there is the Ash Arrow going to be used. They're just going to use it as a catch onto this Blitzcrank, and there's nothing the side of We Love Gaming can do to save him. Very nice pick up there from Vodafone.
Yeah, I mean, went for the grab onto him without giving him a chance to use his rocket grab himself. Just a nice pick from Giants in that situation. No real response able to come through from We Love Gaming. And Llama Bear just getting another one on the board. Gold leads about 3,000 now, so pretty significant. And in particular, I'm looking at Attila. Attila is stacking up items here. Blade of the King Runans and a BF sword compared to Bananito is a sizable advantage on this Ashe. And the Ashe scales well. I mean, this is why you're able to take this matchup from the Caitlyn, because you can handle the laning phase to a degree, and you do have a lot of scaling power. I mean, sure, Caitlyn is a monster on late game, but Attila is very relevant right now, and I'm looking towards that dragon in 2 minutes. Are We Love Gaming going to be contesting that one? Is Giants more importantly going to be contesting that one? Because I feel like right now they do win a team fight if they're able to execute properly.
That's the big if they can execute properly. The execution is very much something you need to have. And something I saw on the Antonio, he went for the Hextech Gunblade as well. So they're not looking for that Proto Bell jump me in onto the backline. He's looking for assassination, pick one and delete. So you've got two big assassin threats, the two ninjas on the side of Vodafone Giants that you got to be very careful of if you're We Love Gaming.
I think as well, the Gunblade, often it's one of those things, we haven't seen the Proto Belt nearly as much, but I think it's because it gives that extra laning power into the likes of an Urgot. And obviously, we're past the laning phase here, but you don't want him to run away in the side lane and become a problem. It does mean, as you said, though, a lot of bursts from him and Pretty. Double ninjas, double Gunblade. You get those on a carry, and it can be really difficult to survive.
Ash Arrow was immediately, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow was just up, it was used, and luckily for the side of We Love Gaming, they do not lose anyone to that, lose no summoners either. The Dragon up in just over a minute 20 seconds. You can see Vodafone Giants pushing their vision, looking to try and create advantages for themselves in this deep red side jungle of We Love Gaming.
Watching the Antonio here, it looks like they are posturing for a fight here.
It's a bit early. Don't think We Love Gaming need to be as posing as aggressively just yet.
I think the key thing is they want the vision control, because it's super threatening when you're up against a Kennen or an Akali to not know where they're coming from. And I think that's the thing I want to highlight when we set up the win conditions for these compositions, is the backline access is critical. If you get Pretty in the Antonio onto these carries, Giants are in a good spot.
However, if you don't catch out Paris, who's just finished off his Spellbinder, he will delete people.
And critically, level 13. There's a lot of spikes the Syndra gets based on levels. It's when she maxes her ability, she gets bonus effects from a passive. So you get one, obviously, at level 9 when you max your first ability. Level 13 is the next one, and it means you get a bit more power to work with.
Feels like both sides feeling like this is going to be a pretty damn big fight. Stopwatch is picked up there for Adote and Pretty on the side of Vodafone Giants. You can see, rather than going towards that crit chance on the side of Bananito, they've actually gone straight for that BF sword. Knows that the damage needs to come in now and needs to be hitting hard. So right now, this Dragon could be potentially a big 5v5, but Icebreaker getting caught out, force a flash, does get himself nicely backed away though. There's the hook. Oh! Lands onto D'Antonio, and he's out. He's dead. The Dragon is still being done though right now. They can see it coming in. Flash is stolen! And that's a fantastic move from Morton. Now the fight can ensue. Vodafone Giants need to get the hell out of dodge. They jump in with the flash. He knocks them up. They're going to use the ultimate off of the Urgot. Fear beyond death. Is it going to be enough? It is almost certainly not, but it does not matter because Paris picked up the kill and We Love Gaming are in it.
We Love Gaming coming up huge. You were waiting for the Blitzcrank pick to be valued, and Mercer finds the opportunity. It only takes one. He finds the Antonio. Flash, TP, ultimate, all available for the Antonio. Nothing used, but he goes down, and We Love Gaming confident to take the fight from there. Warden delivering again with that smite steal. He's feeling confident for this one. No jungler available, but the Antonio has those cooldowns and he's teleporting in.
He is in. He has used nothing. There's the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. He goes in. The Antonio just going to try and jump out on top of Icebreaker, but a great shot. He's gone again. They do catch onto the Caitlyn, but Attila needs to get himself out. Pretty does take out the support, but that is not the priority person you need right now. Caitlyn can just delete people along the Syndra, and this is huge for We Love Gaming. Vodafone Giants tried to answer back, but they got clapped.
And it's just the Antonio unable to find these flanks. Again, he's died and he's still not used to flash the ultimate. He's just getting caught out, but I have to praise We Love Gaming. Their response to this backline is flawless, and Mercer finds the window, the one you need. The Antonio, nothing you can do. CC chain, one connects to
silence
the other.
as well.
Exactly. And then Warden, beautiful smite steal. The big difference maker for this roster, coming in clutch once more, and the fight does continue here. Lamabet looks for an engage, but you're a man down, and ultimately you can see Icebreaker coming in the flank to secure things.
I want to just call out the absolutely unbelievable Scat of the Weeks that are coming out from Paris right now.
So well.
He is playing the game of his life right now. And this looked like it could have been fantastic. You have all cooldowns, D'Antonio, and he gets caught again.
Why does he take this route, though? I think you wait by the blue buff spot, and then you flash over the wall, and you have a 4-man ultimate that would decimate them. Instead, he runs into the direction of the Syndra, gets stunned, and dies. I don't know. And until honestly, I thought maybe there was a hope, but he was too low, too many threats onto him. it's just a bit rough from Giants, but We Love Gaming, honestly, this is what we're trying to sell you, is that this is not a minor region. This is Greece. They are proud and they are delivering in this game.
I love the fact that we've got We Love Gaming from the GLL.
They love gaming.
They love it. They love gaming. But it's not even just that. You have to stop myself very quickly. Shadow Croissant Hour does not hit the right button.
Lasted like a split second.
It happened a split second, but you've got We Love Gaming from the GLL. You've got Samsung Morningstars from the side of PG Nats. This is them showing that they are working towards getting better. There are no more times, in my opinion, in the near future where every region's going to be easy to kill. Everyone's going to have their chance. Everyone's going to have their shot. And it's fantastic to know that this is happening in Europe so consistently.
Absolutely, and it's great to see. And we saw a bit of that on the world stage where the wildcards start to set up. And I'm starting to feel it here where I don't think there's any team you can write out. You get to group stages and you look at the groups and you go, oh, well, good. I'm not really sure about them, but no one really came into this and thought, We Love Gaming. They're going to be the team to beat. No one thought Samsung Morningstars, they're going to beat LDLC, but we're seeing it here, and honestly, it's so hype. It's so great to see. Now,
it's great to see, but it has to. They have to win.
They have to finish.
They have to win.
Finishing the week going 2-1 is very different from 1-2. It can make a big impact on how your week 2 goes. And right now, they're actually down in gold by about 1,000. They're equal in Dragons.
No, they're still up.
Still anyone's game.
They're still up by 1,000. You've mixed it up. Oh, sorry, We Love Gaming. I thought you were talking about Giants.
Yeah, sorry.
I mixed it up. My apologies.
Well, okay, well, one team's up by 1,000, one team's down by 1,000.
There we go.
It's
We got
interesting
it.
how that works.
Yeah, wow, that's maths, quick maths. I should never doubt my color, ever. But as we said, game is not over. Vodafone Giants still have an advantage, and Attila is massive. He's got that IE, he's got the Runans with the play of Rune King as well. However, he needs to just make sure he's not caught. He's still sitting on without his flash, so very, very, very dangerous times for him.
And I'm still waiting for this big cannonball, because we've seen them countless times be game-winning, series-winning even at times. But we haven't seen a good one yet from the Antonio. You said it yourself, there's lots of opportunities, he's being caught out, he's wasting it. And this is someone who has been on Giants for such a long time. When they made it to the finals and nearly tasted victory, he was on the roster and he was performing extremely well. I want to see that, the Antonio. I want to see him delivering and finding the opportunities for his team, because I honestly think that's all it takes. One big cannon, and this is Giants' game.
Again, as we said, this roster on Giants, Pretty, Lamabert, the Antonio, Attila, they are an incredibly veteran side. They have been here for so damn long. And you can see the death cap just being picked up here for We Love Gaming. It's making it so much harder for the side of Vodafone Giants. And again, I want to harp back. Paris, we didn't highlight him, but I really want to highlight him now. He has had a fantastic game right now, and he's almost there. Vodafone Giants, I don't even think they can contest this right now. They're not close enough. They don't really have the items finished up just yet. And now we're on sole point for We Love Gaming. I talked about the stacking Drakes. Oh, it's a 30. Oh, Hook lands! The heal is used, and Mercer takes his prize.
You said it yourself. You just need one, and he finds Attila and takes him out. Possibly the most fed member on Giants, definitely close.
The most important, definitely.
The biggest veteran on the roster as well, taken off the Rift, and now WLG can move towards his Baron. They have the pick potential, dangerous for Lamabert to approach here.
It's dangerous for Lamabert to approach, but you've got everyone in a pit with a Kennen who has Flash and Ultimate available. There's a lot of burst damage available to an entire AoE team if you can find the fight, but Icebreaker is on the backside, and it's all been a big bait. They've actually backed out from the Baron all completely. Lamabert forced to flash away, uses the Haymaker to keep himself alive. Baron does not go down. Vodafone Giants, it looks like they will only lose the one and lose nothing else.
Bit of a scrap there does mean they force him off a Baron. But WLG definitely finding some windows in this game. They're going to take this mid tower here, but you see the two ninjas looking for a
downtown. Warden's just going to soak it up. That's smart from Warden. Now knows, after his first mistake with Icebreaker, he goes, all right, guys, I'm just going to hold this. Don't worry about it. They back away. They get the mid lane turret. They're going to have to spend some of that gold. They finally have themselves a gold lead.
And you can see that Giants, they're feeling really nervous about these engages. They're really on edge, and I can understand it. It's dangerous. It's hard. You have a lot of self-peel from the likes of a Caitlyn and a Syndra, a lot of layers you see to deal with, but they are starting the Baron. The key is there's no reset yet from We Love Gaming, a lot of low HP bars.
A lot of low HP bars, but importantly, Icebreaker doesn't have that, and they've got themselves the wrap. Pretty trying to come in on the backside. They've got the Scryer's Bloom. They know where the Baron is. It's only about half HP. They need to try and maybe look for this. Pretty looking to see if he can get on top of Bananito, but they're just putting it so very well. Paris pushes in the mid lane. The Baron down to about 3,000 HP. They're going to try and go for it. They're going to try and look for it. It's actually just Attila, and they back him away. There's a good Sejuani ultimate, and Kennen is dead. They swap it top laner for top laner. But look at the side of Pretty and Paris. He's down. They're now on Attila. It has to be him. He has to keep pushing. He's got the Ash. He's got the damage. He got hooked, but is it enough? No, he hasn't. It's the quadra kill for Attila, and it's going to be Vodafone Giants taking back this game.
Definitely the most important one. Pretty goes down, the Antonio goes down, but Attila is still there. 9-3 and 5. The grab just pulls him closer, and he gets the quadra kill exactly when Giants need it. They're gonna get the Baron of this one, and some flawless AD carry player from the veteran star of Giants.
What a game, Vodafone Giant. Look how scrappy this is.
And again, it's not a great ult from the Antonio. It's better than it has been, but he doesn't find the backline access in this situation. It's Pretty who managed to do it. He starts to move forward in this situation. The Antonio buys time, but I think the critical thing is watch how much damage is done onto Bananito here by Pretty. It's enough to get him low, but he does get taken out. But these low health bars, look at Attila, full HP, the only one of that situation. And this rocket grab, the CC is nice, but he's still healthy because of the lack of damage put down onto him, and he's able to clear up the sustained damage of this Ashe well enough for that scenario.
This is closer than I think any of us were going to think it was going to be. Good little steal there. It only takes one. It only takes one hook, and that's just tilting.
That's the true victory.
That is the true victory.
And actually, Blue buff pretty important on an Akali. I'd actually say in some ways it can be more important than on a mana champion, because mana champions have a pool of mana to work with, right? Obviously, you don't want it to run out, and the Blue buff helps that. But Akali always runs out of energy. Always. You can't stop that from happening, and the only way to improve your energy regen is by having a blue buff. So it really helps your team fighting power, your ability to rotate your cooldowns if you have that one available. So it's a significant steal. But will it be enough? Because we are looking to 1 minute from that next dragon. It would be sold for Wheel of Gaming, but you can see Giants, they have the Baron, they have the control of the area, and a 3k gold lead to boot.
Good thing from We Love Gaming is they're the ones on Soul Point, not Vodafone Giants, so they can give up this Cloud Drake. It's not going to make that big of a difference. They just need to defend as best they can. D'Antonio just hovering right now, seeing if he can get someone around. Pretty as well, going to find himself Warden. And you can see overall, Vodafone Giants, now they're starting to feel confident. Now they're starting to feel like they can look for these cheeky engages.
I mean, look at the items on Attila, by the way. He's got the core 3, the Blade of the Rune King, the Runance, and that Infinity Edge. He's got the Death Dance for that extra lifesteal and the defensive stats, but also the QSS. And that's an extra element of safety that means if he's not dealt with, he can be a big force in these fights.
It's literally down to Mercer to get a hook on top of him, because right now you're looking at a QSS, Mikhail's Crucible, a heal.
Last fight he did, and it wasn't even enough. That is the scary thing, is the fact that, I mean, obviously context is important, but you rocket grab the AD carry.
Llama has no flash and actually getting taken pretty damn low here, and it's gonna be
goodbye.
The fear beyond death. Nom 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 nom. That was a very delicious jungler. They can't get the steal off just in time though. That is a bit of a blunder though from the side of Vodafone Giants. It delays their Baron push.
Absolutely does, and essentially it's just going to be stalled out because they're going to have to wait for Llama Bear. A lot of pushing out of waves is coming. You can see Paris pushing up mid with Bananito. You can see the Icebreaker pushing up bot. So even when they do respawn, Giants are going to take a long time before they're even touching towers. So great pick there.
Okay, we see the hook coming out along with the box. There's no Scatter the Weak to land. Hook misses as well. TP coming in from Icebreaker, but tower does fall. TP on the back. He's right down the back side. Thank you, observers, for showing this. And now, where does D'Antonio go? He goes straight in, but he's been popped down. He has to go immediately into Zonyas. He doesn't find anyone who he wants, and now he might be taken down. Pretty goes in, but Pretty gets blown up, and now they have Attila on this front line trying to just beat them down. There's low health bars, but the positive for the side of We Love Gaming is they haven't lost the key carries.
You can see they're playing so well around their peel. You cannot get backline access for Pretty or the Antonio without getting popped, but it's not important to kill the carries at this point. You do damage, but it is Attila. If Attila is alive, Giants are looking good, and they are starting to push forward. Mercer's hunting.
Mercer does find out Dotain. He might just fall. It will be a support for support, but there is the ultimate hit on top of the Ashe. Has to immediately QSS. Attila now looking very, very low on HP, and now the foot has been reversed. The shoe is now on the side of Vodafone Giants. They're the ones who are looking to try and just get away from this one. Pretty, need to be very, very careful as your health bar is blinking. Has he got the ultimate? He does. It's going to be blocked by Llama Bear. We Love Gaming, they just need to calm it down, back it up. You don't need to keep chasing.
Oh, I need to breathe for a second. These fights are so hectic. There's so much back and forth, and really we're looking at these key carries here. Ultimately, the flank comes in from Kennen, but no flash available, so you have limited access. Mercer and Warden instantly with the interruption of stall you out. The Zhonya's comes in, but Zhonya's really bad against Caitlyn because she can instantly trap you. There it was Icebreaker, but Pretty, he tries to dive in as well. Yes, he gets out and gets a kill, but see how quickly his health bar just dropped, and Attila starts to push forward, but the fight doesn't really find any results there other than that one kill on Icebreaker, and it's so much on a knife's edge because the health bars from Giants are bleeding.
Attila is a critical mass.
Yeah.
He has finished up every item he possibly can. The only thing he can do now is sell his Berserker Greaves. With the way they're chasing people down, I don't recommend. You need the extra movement speed, I'm sorry. But We Love Gaming got a little bit more room to grow. They've got some time for Bananito to pick up a couple of more bit of items, and Akali, Pretty, just backing away, feeling a bit risky.
And that's the crazy thing. You can see at the bottom of the screen, we still have 3 more games on the night after this. We have Pompa against Misfits. Misfits looking like definitely the favorites for the LFL. Pompa still much to be desired, but I feel like we've had so many games, but this is only the 3rd.
It feels like we've been here for an eternity. It really, really does. And right now, it just feels like Vodafone Giants, they're being worked for this. Now, they have got themselves a 4,500 gold lead. They have got themselves now onto soul points. The next dragon in 2 minutes' time will be very, very important.
We have a very late Medjai's buy from Paris.
That is a very late
That is
buy.
confidence I've ever seen it. And
not quite at 10 stacks to make it optimal, but with potential
it's
to
all
grow.
or nothing. It's like you win the next team fight, you've got Medjai stacks out the window, you're looking great. You don't, whatever. Game was over anyway. And we have a minute and a half on that Dragon, 15 seconds on the Baron. These are the big objectives. I don't think they'll instantly go for that Baron, but the Dragon, these teams both are looking at Soul if they can secure it. They will be looking to fight this one. For now, WLG are grouped up. You can actually see Llama Bear looking for a flank on the side, potentially.
So right now, looking at these teams as a you know a color caster to me, I'm looking at Paris to carry and I'm looking at Attila. They're the 2 guys I'm paying attention to.
I think Bananito, despite being down on items, the Caitlyn's still very strong now. So it's those 2 on We Love Gaming, and it's Attila. You still have to recognize the early threat of the Antonio and Pretty, but realistically, if the long fight's going to be won, it's Attila. And you can see the ninjas, they go in. Bananito could be in trouble.
Bananito could be in a lot of trouble here. The flash is
There it is!
There it is, the big slicing Maelstrom. They find the Syndra, the most fed member on the side of We Love Gaming, and Giants are just ripping through health bars. It was nice while it lasted, but Vodafone Giants will take this win.
And that is the veterancy. It's the ability to find that window. We said you only need 1 hook, but you also only need 1 good slicing Maelstrom. The Antonio finds it, they get the flank, those fed carries get destroyed, and Giants are going to be able to find this win.
Heartbreak for We Love Gaming, but a fantastic win for Vodafone Giants. They had to work for it. It was not given to them, but they will go into week 2 of groups with a 2-1 scoreline and feeling a hell of a lot better about their chances of progressing.
And I think it just shows that in those long games, the experience of the players and a lot of the talent. I mean, Attila in particular, this guy's been in the best league in Europe for a long time, and it shows. It shows he's been delivering there in those clutch team fights. He was still standing strong. And Ashe, a champion that can be difficult to navigate with the lack of mobility, but they came through in the end. It was a fight, though.
It was a big, big tussle for power, but we're going to toss it to a quick break, and we'll break it down far more detail after this. We're back after what was a tussle, a wrestling match of a game between Vodafone Giants and We Love Gaming. It was Vodafone Giants who took the win with their veterancy. And this is going to be a sigh of relief for them. They go into 2-1 now, the second half of the split, or the second half of groups. A good situation to be in.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's big for the region because they only have 2 seeds left. They lost GT Arctic. And it was huge that both of them are delivering because going into the next stage of the tournament, you want to have as many teams as possible to up your chances. And we have another week of the group stages, but I think 2-1 is a comfortable spot. 3-0 is obviously ideal, but 2-1 means we are looking at the upper end of our group. We are feeling like we're one of the favored teams to get out. And I think Giants showed in that game, despite how tough of a fight it was, I think that was down to We Love Gaming's strength, but they showed that when it comes down to it, they can find the clutch moments.
Yeah, you can see some of these moments as well. Like I said, We Love Gaming just using the strength of this Blitzcrank to constantly get pick after pick after pick. But it was on the back of Attila that this game was won for the side of the Vodafone Giants.
Absolutely. I mean, this Ashe was just so good in this situation. The rest of the team was creating space, creating areas where Attila could carry, but it was ultimately the Ashe who stood up ahead of the rest. And we see that in particular in this team fight where things start to get a little bit messy. We once again don't see the greatest engage coming out for the Antonio. The ultimate doesn't have that much of an impact, and as much as Pretty tries to do as much as possible in this scenario to get access on the back line, it ends up being Attila to clean it up. Still hate up full HP, starts stepping forward, finding the damage, and there's no one to keep this Ashe in check. Even the rocket grab isn't enough to take Attila down.
And I feel overall, you can see in the final fight here, great flank here from the Antonio and Pretty, just making sure that they set up absolutely everything. And once the Syndra goes down, there's no one to blow up the Ashe. The game's won.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one fight you needed just to deliver. You wanted the backline access. The flank came in from the solo lane as the Antonio found a perfect opportunity. And even this fact that Banning just survived, it didn't matter. You lost so much HP, you lost your flash and your QSS, and it was like the fight is over irrespective of what happens from here on out. So just finding those moments in the clutch situation to deliver. But I have to give praise to We Love Gaming. I think they have made this entire group stage be really tough for all their opponents. They've taken that one win, but the other games, they've put so much fight into them.
Absolutely, and we can say the same for Samsung Morningstars. Like these emerging regions of Italy and Greece especially, of course, looking like actual contenders that are coming here to play, not just to participate, which is just fantastic to see. And again, it's not over for We Love Gaming. They are 1 and 2 in the groups. They still have a second week of matches, and how close that was, I'm not writing them off just yet. They could sneak back a win and force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I absolutely think they can. I think there's still very much hope for them, and I think it's positives. Irrespective of what happened in this game, there's a lot of positives to take away from this. They have a week or so just to go away and look at the issues and refine a little bit more, because these are powerhouses they're challenging. Giants are a powerhouse team, and they made it difficult for them.
It made it difficult, but that is all we have time for today. For us, we are going to be going away, but we will be joined by 2 fantastic casters later on, so we'll see you soon on week 2 of groups. But coming up next is our second half of games. Don't not go anywhere.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you. And
welcome back everyone to European Masters Day number 4. My name is Miles Kronokamir, joined by Georgia Trouble Inc. Paras. I'm not going to say your whole last name because I know it is longer than that.
I actually didn't know you were going with the full thing.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
respect.
But I'm not going to be able to pronounce your full last name, so I'm not going to try. And we're here for the second half. And it's already been so much action thus far, and groups are looking spicy. I'm looking at Group D that finished yesterday. I'm looking at Group A, where we just saw some amazing games come out.
Yeah, and last week we had some definite winners from the first week of groups. Right now, it's an absolute mix and match of everyone and anyone, with slight exceptions looking at Group D, that could actually make it into the next round.
And that is something that we're going to see unfold because we got 3 more games coming up. We're going to start with Pompa Team versus Misfits Premier, then Movistar versus Sup Up, and we're going to end the night with Gamer Legion versus Ego Rogue. 2 matches that might feel a little bit more tilted one side or the other, but especially the last one, Gamer Legion versus Ego Rogue, is going to be incredibly important for how that group is going to turn out. Also, I realized something earlier. This is the first time in EU Masters history that there's 2 non-native English speakers on the cast together.
Very true, very true. Although, here's the problem. I'm gonna ask for like a zoom in, like, cause this is really sad. Okay, I can't get the zoom in because this is. I was gonna roast you.
You were.
I was.
It was gonna be a Benelux roast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We don't.
I get 2 representations. You get 0.
How
I
many
actually
wins
get
do you have
3
again?
because I'm from the NLC as well.
How many wins has Greek gotten so far?
How many have you had in groups?
Well, I mean, we're not in it, right? So we can't lose.
See, that's
either.
even worse, right? You're
okay.
invisible.
Okay.
At least we're into it and we're loving it. You're invisible.
That's true. I'll take that hit. Fortunately, I'm here, so there's a little bit of Benelux representation. Let's get into the game. It's going to be Pompa versus Misfits. Now, Ultraliga, it's not been the explosive performance that we might expect from a seed that had such a great performance last EU Masters.
And the thing is, we're really looking forward for the 3rd seed because a Go Rogue and Kick, we're talking about a Polish final in 2020 spring. We didn't get it, but they both looked extremely strong, with obviously a Go Rogue losing to the actual soon-to-be champions, so I don't blame them there. But with Pompa and the hype of the 3rd seed coming in, we were expecting to see a little bit more, and I have to say they are a little bit underwhelming. Now, obviously there's a silver lining to everything. It's your first couple of games. It's the first time the 3rd seed is moving into the EU Masters, and what I really want to see from Pompa is getting a very proactive jungler for Brunus and then playing towards Deathless down the bot lane. 1 box is checked. We're looking for the other one.
We're getting there, and it's been Deathless and Perkut, I think, have been the highlight of Pompa, with Chayek also being able to apply some pressure. But when you look at the highlight performance, mostly those guys versus Misfits Premier. The LFL was doing amazing. LDLC had a little bit more of a rough time, but they just won their game, right? And like as a whole, the region seems to be looking like the strongest one at the moment in the European Masters.
Now they are. We had a couple of question marks, but like Misfits Premier are looking fantastic. Gamers Origin, they've showed us a good face and a really bad face, and then LDLC were like,
is it going to be a problem?
It's kind of like a cat.
But in the end, today, they made it work.
They're looking like the strongest region because Gamers Origin with 2-1. Misfits are looking to claim complete dominance in their group, coming in as the 1st seed as well from the LFL with a 3-0 over Pompa. And actually, this is the easiest that their game should look because Pompa has been beaten by the other 2 teams in the group. So Misfits need to assert dominance here.
It needs to be a dominant game, and you say dominant game. I see Kalista, Nidalee, and Renekton, and Misfits seems to be answering here.
They're looking to choke Pompa out of the game straight out the bat. But we're talking about the win conditions for Pompa as well. A very proactive jungle in the likes of Graves. We've got Deathless on something that he can create space, stay safe with the Ash, also provide and engage. Because I feel like Pompa lives and dies by Deathless.
And what we wanted to see, already pointed out, we have priority on that bot lane for Pompa so that they have a strong AD carry in the Ashe. They have the support of the Nautilus that has been a mainstay, tanky, engage, provides a lot. But then for Misfits Premier, it's hard for me to find a specific player to highlight, and I'm tending towards Aggressiva, but all of them are just so damn good.
And here, we're most likely going to focus on Aggressiva because being on the red side, you do get the counter pick. I mean, Cinemivac didn't have the best, but didn't have the worst performance. But when you, I guess, Aggressiva, who you know is going to take the brawl, you know is going to take the fist fight to you, him having the red pick is going to be extremely powerful.
Especially with that Renekton that is just going to we've seen a lot of Nidalee Renekton to know what it can do if it gets ahead, if it can snowball.
I'm
It's
talking
just-
about the counter pick and the Renekton is already locked in.
Yeah,
But
it's not-
we've seen Magi Felix take it mid lane.
didn't work that well. No. But
We don't talk about that.
it remains a possibility, and that's the most important part. Now we're going to be looking at a sport locking, and it will be De Leone. So, Mr. Premier, they're the #1 seed from the LFL. We believe, or I believe currently, don't know how you feel about that, that the LFL is currently looking like the strongest region within EU Masters. And we want to see dominance. This draft promises dominance.
I was ready to disagree with you, but after LDLC winning, I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with you. The
You
LFL
have to,
does look
right?
very strong, and Misfits coming in with a 36-minute average game time. They went into the first game this week. They absolutely smacked everyone onto that one-item power spike. They're looking to do the exact same thing here. They've left Ronaldo with the counter pick mid lane, and already Renekton's having really good matchups top. You're playing on an aggressive bot lane, and you have the counter pick in the jungle. Misfits are looking to take the fight to Pompa.
I gotta say, I personally am a really big fan of the Poppy here. Into the Kalista, the Nidalee, and the Renekton. They're all going to try and dash.
And the Leona.
Exactly. How do you feel about this composition that we see here as a whole?
The position, like that. So, what Pompa is trying to create here is pretty much a big difference between their carries and their front line. They've got the Azir with the soldiers in, they've got the Graves who want to be kiting back and forth, and of course Ash with the arrows, she can create distance as well. I really like the sort of front to back composition that Pompa have here, especially when Misfits are looking to engage onto you and they're having such an early game aggressive composition. Do you survive that early game? I think they have a lot of easy way into the lane.
But are they going to?
That's the question.
That is a really good question, because looking at the composition from Misfits Premier here,
it hurts.
It's looking like, I think we're going to know at about 10-15 minutes in how this game should end.
There's a slight chance we're gonna know from a very aggressive level 1 from Misfits.
We've seen that a lot from not just the LFL, but from a lot of regions where they just level 1, just go in. LPL does it, why won't we?
Actually, it works because you have the Ren from the Kalista, you've got a lot of stuns from the Q coming in from the Leona. The spears hurt so much that early on, and then you can also have the Renekton flashing in with a Q or a W to get yet another stun. So I feel like they do have a very powerful level 1. And, you know, Azir with his little soldiers, strong.
Well, he needs some time.
Yeah,
you know, he needs some time, he needs some attention. And we're going to get into the 4th game of the day. It's going to be Misfits Premier taking on Pompa team. Misfits Premier, of course, the #1 seed from the LFL. They are looking to take a dominant win here. They've drafted as such, and that's a level 1 spear. That hurts.
I'll say he kind of like walked into it. That was very unfortunate.
It's still hit, right? It's good enough for me.
Okay, 1 out of 1.
1 out of 1. You want to count? I want to see how high Kirai can get. Of course, personally, big fan of Kirai. As he comes from the Benelux, it's very little representation that we do have left is in a number of Dutch junglers.
He's not your only hope, is he? Oh my god.
No, he can rebel as
2
well.
out of 2.
For Gamer Legion. 2 out of 2 already.
This is very important because both Brunus and Chayek do not want to start with HP deficit, and Chayek is not going to have the chance to back off because the minions are already walking into lane, so he's going to have to start taking trade against a very aggressive champion that Syndra is with already an HP deficit.
And what we wanted to see from Bruness was try to keep that bot side alive. That's what you're going to be looking at from Pompa team. You want to make sure that the bot lane does well, and then, especially with picks like the Poppy, kind of just leave them on their own. They'll get tanky, they'll get useful. Stat for presence is always going to have a really big impact. But is there going to be a lot harder when you're facing down so many strong priority lanes? Because this is basically a Nidalee's dream.
It is, but also the bot lane from Misfits Premier are going all in with the Leona and Kalista. They're looking to assert dominance down there, and Deathless being the win condition, if you will, for Pompa, getting out of lane unharmed, being fed, having that CS, and having these items to try and fight for his team. And sort of, you know what? I feel like Deathless is sort of like a 1v9 player for Pompa, and look at that.
And we already have the first skirmish. Tarkmas and Jesu go in. There's a bit of trading, and actually it's Pompa who gets the better end of that trade, with Tarkmas really taking a couple more autos
Can't beat Nautilus.
Than he personally like to.
Yeah, Nautilus hurts too much in the early game. He's traded, probably he traded more HP there than the Ashe did.
Which isn't great, You know, if you're Leona, you think, okay.
I don't know, man. He has broken
engaged.
damage in the early game. He has a broken hitbox. I don't know. You tell me what's okay.
I mean, he's been nerfed repeatedly, right? Like, I feel like Nautilus is also such a strong comfort pick. People have been playing him since forever. And he has been lovingly tapped by the nerf hammer repeatedly.
Also the point-click CC that you can exert
yeah,
onto
depth chart's
the...
really good.
Yeah, because Kalista is a champion that you can't necessarily pin down very easily unless you have a point-click CC. You see that Bruners now is hovering towards that bot side. Both the junglers going from top to bottom. They're eventually going to meet for that Scuttle Crab or even try to create some pressure, take some sort of summoner from the bot lane.
And this was what we wanted to see as they move in here. They do hit the hook on top of Jazzy. Immediately cleanses, goes for the flash. Bruness goes in, but gets re-engaged with Kira now joining the fight. Targamas maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Is able to stay alive there, and it's not going to be first blood just yet.
Not first blood. 4 summoners. This Misfits bot lane needed to play aggressive. They needed to choke Deathless out of his own lane, deprive him of a farm. Now with not a single summoner available to them, they're going to have to play extremely careful and extremely far back under the tower.
And that goes directly against what we wanted to see from Misfits Premier. It was that early pressure from the beginning of the game. Kira standing on a ward, so is they're not really going to have any opportunity, but might be just looking to provide some cover for Ronaldo and get the topside scuttle.
A lot of times when we're seeing these front-to-back team fight compositions, we're like, oh, they're really boring, but they're very... How do you call it? They're very bulletproof. There's not many things that can go wrong with it. When you're picking for that early game aggression, you need to be the proactive player, and sometimes it backfires. Sinmivac?
He is low, but there will be no dashes. You don't need dashes when you're already on top of them. Kira goes in for the flash, and that will be first blood. Picked up by Aggressivo.
Ooh, the shield was popped a little bit too soon, and then Nidalee could actually pounce and get in. He burns his flash, he's gonna have to burn his teleport to get back to lane, but that's fine, because Aggressivo is also with both of his summoners down, so we could potentially see Bruners going up there and punishing that.
I am worried, though. Renekton getting kills is never a good sign.
No, it's not necessarily a good time. You see here, he was scared that the spear would hit, and that the pounce would follow right after. It was a little bit of a, I don't know, it was a little bit of overzealous on the W right there from Sinmivac on that Poppy.
Maybe a bit of nerves as well, as Aggressivo is standing very far forward, and there comes the Status presence, get knocked toward the wall. Aggressivo gonna go for the slice and dice, will be able to walk up, which you mentioned previously, does not have teleport, so might be losing something here. Kira is in the general vicinity though.
Yeah, and it's all about the pressure. Get that Crocodile back onto his lane. Don't allow him to go back and get a really good reset. Get back in lane with more items. Because remember, he got that kill, but he hadn't have time to reset and go and benefit, basically, from another extra item for himself.
Money just in your wallet doesn't actually do anything. You need to spend it, and yeah.
Not in this game, at least.
Very true. Thus far, Aggressive has not been able to do that. Still stuck in the lane. And does go in now, has the dominance available, but Status presence yet again, this time perfectly timed by Sinmivac, meaning that can stay alive.
You see that Sinmivac is having a much better time after the trade because Aggressivo has been playing on that very low HP. It's less than 50% now, of course, with the Mango slash Honey Fruit. He'll be able to get back up, but taking a little bit of a stock of where we are, we see that the top lane obviously is falling behind in CS. Chayek is desperately trying to push that mid lane over and over again to try and roam together with his Graves, but he hasn't necessarily been succeeding at that because Ronaldo is keeping up on farm.
Importantly though, the early attention from Bruness has led to a really big discrepancy in the bot lane where it paid off, but there's an important scatter. The weak unleashed power comes through and there is nothing left of... Or did they speak too soon? He gets out with the flash from Ronaldo. Is going to be enough. Chayek not able to in the end get away, but now here comes the chase. Perka and Bruness, that is the flash hook and Ronaldo goes down. Nice retaliation by Pompa.
Great punish. Both mid laners go down. You don't allow Ronaldo to soak up all that experience in CS that was coming his way and try to push the wave or even freeze it in front of his tower, because that's what it was looking most likely. And Chayek would have a really bad time. Very crucially, Bruness is the recipient of the kill.
That's something you always love to see, especially since he was getting a little bit of a disadvantage. Now Kira and Aggressivo making use of the priority to go deep for the blue buff here. There will be a collapse incoming. Ronaldo not really anywhere near, and maybe an overstep here Will be a smite on the blue buff. Kira probably going to get out here, but I don't know about Aggressivo. He tries to dash through his stuff for his presence. That doesn't work out. Dominus keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but in the end, it's not going to be enough. 3 against 1, and Kira is standing by the side. Doesn't work out in favor of the Crocodile.
And honestly, the Nidalee is so easy to get into the jungle and out, sort of like an AP Graves in that matter. She's very sleeper, you can't catch her, but if Aggressivo goes too aggressive on that matter, he is going to get punished. He does get punished here. 2 kills onto the Graves, very crucial. The faster you get to these item breakpoints for that carry in the jungle, the easier your life will be into contesting objectives and fighting into very small choke points, where of course you also have the Azir and the As to create space for you. Something we haven't necessarily mentioned though after the summoners were burned is that all this time Jezu and Targamas were pushed underneath their own tower.
Has, however, not led to any plates getting picked up, and the CS differential that Deflas and Perka were able to pick up has been kind of mitigated by the fact that Perka has been roaming around, finding plays, but this means that the CS is not as good as it might otherwise be. Kira backing here means that it's going to be a Rift Herald getting gifted over to Pompa, and we wanted to see domination from Misfits Premier, and we're not really seeing it thus far.
No, but what we're seeing is Pompa win conditions being met. Very much productivity coming in from Bruners. He gets down to the bot lane, the burn 4 summoners. Deflas gets a free lane, he gets to farm, he gets his Catalyst. Then they go up top, they also grab the Rift Herald. That means more money coming in for both the AD carries for the side of Pompa. And so far so good. When Deflas comes with 0 deaths out of his laning phase, it's where Pompa have looked good, especially through the Plains race.
Now we see the gold lead for Misfits Premier. I always, with Renekton, with Nidalee, right? These champions where you know you're kind of looking for the snowball. Kalista also a great example. There's always a breaking point. There's a benchmark. Where is that benchmark for Misfits Premier? Because as you're saying, with how it's looking right now, Pompa is able to weather the early game storm, and if they can do that for a little bit longer, Misfits is going to have a really hard time against his team composition, as Kirai knows where Brunes is going to go for the spear, and look at that damage just as Runic Echo's finished. That feels bad.
I think Brunus is walking around with some sort of magnet.
Yep.
Every time Kira is around, he will eat a spear in the face, which is very unfortunate. But to go back to your point, I feel like Misfits are looking again for that one item power spike, the Luden's Echo, or the GLP, whichever one Ronaldo chooses to go for. I'm looking at a mana crystal in his inventory, and if that is a Seraph's, I'm going to be extremely disappointed, because they're having the pedal to the metal right now. They're going for the first jungle item onto the Nidalee, which is going to hurt. Same for Renekton, same for Kalista.
Gonna go out on Olympus say it's gonna be a GLP.
I really hope so.
I imagine so, and Kira has to flash away that pick yet again. This man's pressure has been absurd. Now Deflas in a bit of an awkward situation as Targamas goes in for the big engage. Jezu is standing. There's Rent stacked left and right. He gets exhausted though, can't really do anything. Deflas flashes forward, finds the kill. But meanwhile, Kira has taken care of Brunes. Perka running for the hills, trying to get out as Targamas doesn't find the Zenith Blade. But that will be the end for a little bit longer as Perka goes down, uses his stopwatch to delay the inevitable. And in the end, it will be Misfits Premier, but they give up a lot.
And they knew they wanted to give that up because Aggressivo was already roaming down. He didn't want to waste his teleport. Sinmivak knew that, so he stayed up in the top lane. So Pompa didn't necessarily have to fight this. Perka also burned his stopwatch, which could be extremely crucial in a fight to come. And sure, you get Kirai's flash here.
It looks bad at the beginning, but they're able to turn it around here.
I mean, as long as you don't catch the Nidalee, she's too slippery, she'll get away. And Targamas, I mean, they have a very clear target. On one side, it is the Kalista, and on the other side, it is obviously the Graves. If the Graves goes down, they have a free reign over the objective in the pit once you have a smite.
And the extra man advantage really working out here, of course. Also, the Azir, it's not really a pick where pre-items you want to try and go for these skirmishes. Pompa maybe going a little bit over aggressive, seeing an opening and not really able to make the most of it.
I just want to give major props to Ronaldo. He shouldn't be the one having all this pressure in the mid lane. He shouldn't be the one roaming first. And if he does, he should be losing so much CS and experience, and I'm just not seeing it. He's pushing his wave really aggressively. He's forcing Tayek to spend a lot of mana, and he's also the first one to roam. I'm really happy to see the Luden's Echo coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage from Ronaldo. That's why he's been doing excellent in that regard. And in general, Misfits, the lead in terms of gold isn't ballooning, but it does feel like they're in control. But Pompa not really giving them that much space, and that's something that I think is really good to see from the third seed of the Ultraliga. This is a game where we wanted Misfits to do well, and Perka is not having any of it. The CC is laid, and Jetsu gets blown up as Pompa find yet another win.
This guy's everywhere. He just flashed through a wall to take Jezu down so they can get that bot lane tower and all its tower platings unbothered. That was we've been seeing so many great plays back to back to back from this guy.
And Misfits is not getting the lead that you'd expect with a
It's
composition
just not
like
getting
this.
anything on the map.
No, they're not. They might pick up Shayak here if he's not careful. That's Scatter the Weak, and that is a very dead Azir. As thank you for the Emperor's Divide.
Yikes.
Makes us get out of the turret easier.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah.
You killed me, just get out.
Get away from my turret. It works for a little bit, but unfortunately, Ronaldo going to be able to shove in the wave here. And it's still tit for tat in terms of who takes what. Pompa, in the end, they're a little behind. It's one Drake that they weren't able to pick up. It's 1k gold, but it's still all manageable. It's not the Storm. And this is starting to look more like the Misfits that we saw in the LFL, where the average stat at 15 wasn't necessarily that great.
No, but they were having a team that was scaling really hard into the late game. And here we're talking about a Nidalee, and there's a lot of easy itemization on the other side. You can go Hex Drinker with the Grave, same with the Ash. The Pulp is going to be tanked, same as the Nautilus. So your spears are not necessarily going to hurt too much, or you're all in. And it's just that Deathless is out of his lane. He's got his first item first. So they can pull them up to the top side where the second Rift Herald is going to be spawning. And they're going to be inviting over Mystics from here to fight them because Jeju is just not strong enough yet.
In trouble, I'm a simple man. I see Kalista that hasn't come out of lane very well, and I think that's bad.
I mean, if you also look at the scoreline, it looks kind of...
And I'm not saying it's bad from Jetsu specifically, but for the champion, it's not where you want to be.
No, it's definitely not. And especially due to the fact that Ronaldo has the Luden's Echo, Kirei has the Seeker's Amgad, you've got Black Cleaver onto your Renekton. You want to fight if you're Misfits, but your Kalista doesn't.
A lot of item spikes being hit, but not quite all of them. Is it still going to be enough for Misfits? As they move towards the Rift, Ronaldo is stacking up spheres in the background. Teleport is going to be channeled here from Sinnovak, who wants to join the fray. Engage does come through. It's Targamas on his own. No one that can really save him there. I don't think Jesu's going to get close. And Pompa pulling the trigger. They're going in deep here on Misfits Premier, who get demolished. There's nothing left of them. Only Ronaldo standing. Aggressiva couldn't even join the fight there. And Pompa are moving towards the Rift Herald.
Jesu did not want to fight. We said this from the start. And Targamas pushes way too far, gets punished. Aggressivo, no TP. He's going to join late, but surprise, there's more in there.
What?
Hello.
I'm not sure why you would walk in there. I mean, I get that you want to cancel the back, but now this is a...
See, it was a free Graves with 150 gold bounty. You're like,
Oh, Aggressivo, come on. Get up. Now you got to get up. Never mind.
Does not fly.
He gets up. He's going down.
5-1.
Incredible. Pompa get such a great trader, and Misfits...
I have to give major props to the solo laners. Sinmivak is soloing Jesu up in the top side. He cannot join the fight. And then the Azir with a beautiful shuffle into the choke point. Chayek and Sinmivak, beautiful. We said it was all about the bot lane. They're proving us wrong.
Now, Mrs. Premier, they get something. They will be able to pick up an Infernal Drake, although Brunes is in the general vicinity. Does not have the flash available, though, and I think you can give this one up. It's not sore point quite yet, but the gold lead is even. And Misfits, this is the #1 seed for the LFL. Going into this game, we called them the best region, and Pompa is giving them so much difficulty.
Actually, they're giving them a run for their money because Agor Rogue and Kick are doing great. If Misfits lose here and Pompa win, we're talking about, you know, Ultraliga, Polska, Gurom having actually 3 teams that can challenge in groups.
And that will be incredible.
Maybe Pompa was just warming up.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, I speak from experience, you know, sometimes your team doesn't get a lot of wins in the first week. And
I mean, from your experience, your team doesn't even get into groups, but yeah.
No, I'll have you know that the Bandit has often gotten into
Oh,
groups.
they went 0-6, that's why I don't remember. You're right. You're right. Sorry, Diffuse Kids.
I have no response to that. As the Breath Tower gets up, Pompa are looking incredible here. They're matching a composition from the #1 seed of the LFL that is having such a hard time. And I've seen Misfits turn situations like this around, but this isn't really the draft, isn't really the team comp where it comes easy.
It's not going to be easy. Aggressivo diving in with the Azir. The Kalista is not going to have any room to work with.
Poppy! You can't...
I'm not even talking. I've taken the Poppy completely out of the equation because Chayek is not going to allow anyone to walk anywhere near that Ashe. And if they do, he's going to shuffle them all back. Why are you laughing? I said Ashe. It was a fat S.
I am not laughing. I don't know what you're implying here. Trouble is... No objectives
You're
on the map
lying.
right now.
You're lying.
I wouldn't dare. I swear on my love for the Benelux.
Listen, that Ashe on your screen is protected. That's all you need to know.
And Deathless was the player that we wanted to take a look at, but I look at the scoreboard and I see Bruness, a player that had a lot of difficulty in the play-ins, had difficulty even against some of the weaker teams that we've seen, like Intrepid Fox, but here he's popping off immensely on the Graves.
And it was all about, you know, picking that champion, picking that comfort, making sure he's proactive, and he's actually making it work here versus a counter pick in the jungle. This is why you pick Nidalee, because it's the easy matchup. You're both farming, but if Nidalee finds you, she can 100-0 you.
And now yet again, Misfits Premier, to their credit, this game is nowhere near over. It is a Cloud Soul, which is, generally speaking, not the most popular one, but it is still a Soul. The jungle gets invaded here.
It's nowhere near over, but it's just extremely hard to execute from the side of Misfits Premier due to the fact that they will need to close the gap too quickly, but can they actually get the kills?
Unengaged comes through. That is an arrow on top of Agressivo, who gets taken very low. Dominus keeps him alive for a little bit longer as we see Targamas go over the wall. Miscommunication from the side of the Misfits. Here comes the re-engage. So Targamas is thrown in with the Fate's Call, and it's enough as Burka goes deep in. It is a beautiful solar flare. Scatter the Weak is enough, combined with Jezu dodging forward. And in the end, Misfits Premier will get the better end of that trade. I don't know why Pompa is still staying around it. They need to respect. Scatter the Weak comes through yet again, and Deathless forced to use the cleanse.
Ooh, they take a really wrong fight right there. Aggressivo is definitely not the target you want. You think you have a lot of damage, but actually Chayek is just finishing his first item now on that back. Ashe, with just the Blade of the Ruin Kings, is not gonna sort of quickly kill you off, 100-0 you. This is not the ADC to do that to you, and they actually pay the price here for engaging onto that Crocodile. You see again, they're going onto Aggressivo. Well, the target is Kirei, I don't blame him for that, but since they don't hit it, you should back off. Jeju wasn't even in this fight the whole time. They put them onto the choke point, they bunched them up, great Scatter the Weak coming in from Ronaldo, and they just finished them off.
His scatters have just been... I say as he misses a scatter because that's how the caster curse works, and this is the reason...
But you knew that! It was a replay!
I know. I timed it well. It was on purpose to make fun of myself.
Of course.
Do not worry. Misfits Premier, though, this is also one of the reasons why this team can be counted out, because literally in the LFL qualification tournament finals, we saw them repeatedly a couple of K gold down. We saw them 6K gold down, and they still got back. And if this game is already this spicy, I can't wait for Movistar Riders for the sub up, because come on, after this game, you got to deliver sub up.
You have to.
There's no choice, right? You're gonna have to match this, and mid lane turret will get pushed down here, putting the turret score currently to 2-2. All in all, it's a fairly even game, which for the LFL must not feel great.
And it's good stuff, actually, from Pompa. I'm liking what I see. Dominance in the bot lane, dominance in the jungle. It was the two factors that we wanted to see shine, and they're actually making it work right here. Now is a time where they need to be a little bit more patient. Pick their fight. That Syndra is very close to that death cap. You definitely don't want to fight her on that. They've already started the Dragon though. Scatter
the Weak is hit on Pick. He takes a lot of damage as a double teleport is going to come through. This Drake might put Misfits to sword points, and I think they should, but they're not looking to do that. Jezu does get hit as we see Aggressivo getting knocked back, but they do go for the engage after all. I'm not sure if that is the call as Pika already goes down, and there goes Simnivak. It's a terrible fight for Pompas. Misfits Premier he is staying longer in the skirmish. Deathless is here, still here. Chayek, what are you doing? An absolute madman play coming out from the Azir. And they've turned this team fighter out as Pompa make Misfits run. And Jezu is trying to get away here, but Shayak is not having any of it. Never mind, Jezu finds the kill. And Brunette's gonna go for it. Is the sustain from the Kalista enough? It's not. What mayhem was that?
That was a 4 for 4 for a Cloud Dragon. Sure, it's soul point, but it's not soul. And how this is played out, we're like, Bomba can't fight right here. That Syndra is pumping out so much damage. That was a great ultimate from Sinmivak to throw out Aggressivo, not happened there. But again, an engage that's pulled out onto the support. The Leona is being pulled back.
Here it's looking bad.
It's looking terrible. It's a 3v5. Sure, they can kite, but Shayak pulls the trigger for the second time this game and dismantles the Misfits from Mir backline. Obviously, when you're chasing the Kalista, it's a champion that can kite pretty well, and Brunus was not necessarily there to pull down the damage. All in all, it was a 4 for 4. And the Dragon very crucially goes to Misfits from me, which puts them on soul point. So in 3 minutes and 30 seconds time, Pompa are gonna have to pull the trigger versus a Death Cup Luden's Echo Syndra.
Last time in groups, Ultraliga and the LFL were at a 5-4 score. It wasn't until the finals where LDLC, of course, won with a very
We're talking about the French or the Polish final, right?
Exactly. And then it was very much in favor of France. But up until that point, it was the Ultraliga that was trying to match the dominance from the LFL. And regardless of whether or not Pompa is actually going to take the win here, it shows that they have so much more ready for us to see, ready for us to bring. Because even if this team goes 0-3 here, I'm not going to feel very safe if I face them next week.
I think it sends a message because you're the 3rd seed of the Ultraliga beating the 1st seed of the LFL, and Kick just lost to LDLC. So this...
It's retaliation. You got to win this as Pompa.
It's revenge.
You need to win this as Pompa. But how are they going to do? Because Misfits seem to often find the possibility, despite the fact that, based on team comp, they should be in rough waters here.
I think we're looking for specific item completions. If you look at our Misfits Premier, you see that Aggressivo is going for the death stance, but so is Brunus, and they are both so close to completing it. It's not going to be up and available for the next Dragon. So I would say that Misfits Premier here do have the spikes, the Luden's Echo together with the Death Cap. You've got Hourglass and Holy Grail onto that Needle, who's going to be shielding too much and tanking too much with that.
Aggressivo taking a couple turret shots, but that's nothing to
And a hammer in the face.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
it was a little bounce.
I can shrug it off with the amount of health and defensive stats that you still pick up on the Renekton. Going to make him a lot beefier in the team fights, but is unfortunately also going to lead to a little bit less damage now. Pompa, we keep saying it, but it has to be said that they're looking incredible. But yet again, what we wanted to see from Bruness was kind of try and match, right? Try and defend your bot lane, try to turn Deathless into your carry, which we know he can be. Instead, Bruness is the carry. I mean, he is.
I agree here. We wanted proactivity. He's giving us proactivity. He's 7-1-5.
He's 100% kill participation.
He's been all over the map. Now, the thing for Pompa is they need, again, to pick and choose their fights wisely. They need vision. They can't get flanked. They need to make sure that Sinmivak is throwing out Aggressivo from the fight so they don't get flanked or kited away by the Crocodile.
And how do you avoid getting blown up by Misfits? Because let's be honest, if there's one thing that the Misfit comp does well, it's find one person and just send them to the graveyard.
If there's one thing that the Pompa composition is doing really well with the Ashe and the Azir, is playing from a distance. You don't want to be nowhere near the Syndra, and honestly,
give me the Death Brush.
If the Kalista walks up to you, she's pretty much dead with the soldiers and the volley and the Graves.
20 seconds before the Drake. This will be Cloudsoul for Misfits Premier. They are the current hope of the LFL. Games Origin, of course, doing well, but LDLC in a little bit of rougher weather, although they do...
That is 0 damage.
Kill. Yeah, that does nothing. We remember how much those Kira spears did earlier in the game, but not a lot left of that. I'm sure if he hits someone a little bit more squishy that doesn't have a fair amount towards a death stance, it's going to be a little bit better, but it does make it a lot harder. We're looking at the decisive team fight here from Misfits if they want to take this Cloudsoul.
They have to be very careful from Aggressivo's positioning. He's coming right behind them, and this could be a massive flank.
They do know that the Crocodile is coming. Aggressivo now coming in for the flank, but Deathless is standing ready. These gets flashed on top of, and that Scatter the Weak immediately takes down Chayek, and that is not something you can afford as Pompa team. As they get blown up, we see that Pirka falls, the chase comes through, but more importantly, the Cloud Dragon gets taken, and Misfits Premier is looking like they're taking firm control of this game as more and more members of Pompa fall. Brunas tries to go for the hero play on Ronaldo, but it's not enough, and all of a sudden, the game is broken wide open.
They had to be careful of Aggressivo. They knew he had the flank. They were seeing him in the mid lane. He gets an absolutely massive kill on the only guy who's been turning the bad fights from Pompa into insane fights, Chayek. The second Chayek dies, Pompa loses the fight. They take the soul, they take the dragon, they take control of this game.
And I can't reiterate enough that this is also the Misfits. And if you've been watching the LFL, you've seen time and time again, it feels like this team, sometimes they just don't lose.
This makes no sense. Sinmivak is charging his ult, but they know they want to turn around to Aggressivo, but they don't turn around. There's so many summoners that are not being used. Chayek dies with flash and ult available to him. There was so much misexecution coming in from Pompa, and honestly, massive props to Misfits because they find the opportunity, they take it, Aggressivo finds the target he needed to, and they went for that.
And the decisiveness from Misfits, to the moment they see an opening, they're not afraid, they power on top of you, and that CC layering was exactly what we've been talking about.
Kira is going for the hat as well.
There's a lot of hats on Misfits Premier, and...
What was it, the thinking hat? You told me that you never take your thinking hat off.
Yeah, why would you? Because why would you want to think less?
Well, he already has it on him due to the skin.
Yeah. I guess so. But I'll have two hats.
I was getting a new fancy one that's gonna hurt a lot.
I don't know how that works, as here I'm throwing the spears, and now Misfits trying to make the most of this Baron buff. Well, they still can. They need to be respectful, though, as the hard engage does come through on top of Targamas. I'm pretty sure he's going to get blown up. He stays alive for a really long time, though. And there is Aggressivo into the background and heals. Keep Targamas alive. And now the damage is coming through. Aggressivo on his own. The stopwatch is enough. Scatter the Weak finds Pirka. And the Stone Blade keeps him alive for a little bit longer. But with the Fate Score, he's going to get thrown in. The heals coming through from Nidalee are absolutely obscene. Oh. In the end, it's still going to be the burn from Chayek that finds the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's support for support, but this is a team with a Baron buff.
I like the Pompa are going for this play right here because Misfits Premier have the Baron buff. They can push two lanes at the same time. So if they make some picks and they have, if they have the ball disadvantage, they'll be able to sway that push with the Baron buff. And you see that Misfits Premier don't necessarily take too much. They'll just take a tier 2 mid lane tower, and that's about it. But Targama survives for so long.
Because this looks so bad when I started it. Like, you look at this and you think it's over.
There's no burst on the side of Pompa. There's consistent damage coming in, but there's not a single bursty champion. And Chayek is forced to drive all of his soldiers away to try and get out of a very sticky situation. So he's not dealing damage at that point.
I thought he was going to make it. And then he just goes down.
That's Leandro's for you.
It's heartbreaking. Unless you're a Pompa fan. Yes.
Why do you think the mask is crying? It's crying because it knows you ain't getting away.
Never thought about that.
It's like bloody tears.
Well, now we're getting very, very metal, and I've left that phase long behind. So let's take a look. Misfits Premier.
Very serious.
Misfits Premier has somehow done it again. It's the #1 seed that we all expected to stomp, and let's be honest, the early game, the mid game, Pompa was keeping up way more than we expected. But in the end, this Ultra Liga representative doesn't seem to quite be able to keep up. Although I think a front-to-back teamfight with Chayek and Deathless staying safe, there's still a possibility.
There is a possibility, but there's so many key items completed for Misfits. Now you have Death Stuns for Aggressivo, double Death Cap for Ronaldo and Kire, as well as another Death Stuns for Jezu, which means that he can afford to take a few hits from the soldiers if that means that they're going to 100-0 the Azir or Deathless.
Throwing out for the Polska Gurms of this world. How do they get out of this? How does Pompa win?
I think you need to stall. You're 8,000 gold behind. You need to stall. You try to force Misfits to make a play on you while you're wave clearing and then instantly punishing. But that's what they tried to do on Targamas when they found him all alone in the jungle and they still couldn't kill a soul support.
And there's one really big trouble that I have with stalling trouble.
Except me?
I don't have trouble with you. I have
right.
trouble with stalling.
Okay.
Trouble. And that's because of Elder Drake.
They have 1 minute and 15 seconds to
That's
stall.
not a lot of stalling. I don't know if that's going to make a difference in the item spikes. I say as Chayek finishes his avoid staff. So that's a big one at least, but is it going to be enough? And what I'm more worried about in the item completions is how these teamfights have been going for Misfits, because while they have been decisive, we saw that from Pompa earlier, but they seem to have lost that as the game has progressed.
Yeah, but for Misfits, it's all about the blow-up, and they have a lot of engage. We said from the start that they're going to look to play on you, to get onto you, get that hard engage with the Leona and the Scout of the Week and the Crocodile, and then blow you up. If that doesn't work, if they don't manage to hit, Pompa have the tools to sort of kite backwards and allow the front-to-back team fight.
And key to the composition from Misfits is the fact that you need to be able to engage on them as they flash away, but Jesu does get taken there, has the cleanse available. As I was saying, it's the vision control. So we might be looking at
That's a flash also burnt onto Ronaldo. This is very important for the next fight, because that means Ronaldo cannot play too far forward.
This is an all-or-nothing fight. You can never give up the Elder Dragon. It is simply too strong. They have no vision. They're going to have to move in as Scatter the Week comes through. Does not find Chayek, as Kira's spears seem to be doing a little bit more damage. Simnivak looking for the engage. Has Perka with him as well. Misfits in a little bit more position, but they're going for the base race while this is happening. Aggressivo is just going off into the side lane, and the steal threat is there. Kira is up 2 levels. That's already 1 turret down, and the only thing you need to do here as Misfits is just make sure that you get the Drake, but they are going to handshake this. They are going to go for the engage, as the minions are pushing through. But look at Perka. He's already so incredibly low as Kira is forced to use his stopwatch defensively, and they can't engage this as Pompa, your damn members are already down. And now we see the health bars dropping. We see the Ultra Liga take a hit as Targamas goes forward, and the LFL is looking to reign supreme yet again as they move towards the base.
What can I say? The hats are too strong, they're too big, they're too powerful. The Syndra and the Nidalee right now cannot be matched. And you see that Pompa are clearly lacking a little bit on the rotation of their buttons, but Misfits Premier, they're still very true and clear on that 34 average game time from the LFL.
Somehow they got to it again. Yeah. And you can take Misfits out of the LFL, but you can't take the LFL out of Misfits, as the #1 seed for France will pick up. I'm not going to call it a decisive win, but once they took control of this game, they never relented it.
I was expecting mats more back and forth actually in the early game, but they knew how they wanted to execute. They're like, if we press our buttons correctly, cohesively, if we lock down one target and we make this a 4v5, then we can actually snowball. And Pompa, I feel like they lost that one game through that one team fight where Chayek did not press his buttons at all.
It wasn't there in the end, but I gotta give hats off. And like I said before, I think if you go into week #2 against Pompa, it's looking like a different team. I think in the previous 2 games, they had a really tough time, but the Ultra Liga doesn't give up. And Ego Rogue and Kick have also been on the upswing. Hopefully, they're going to be able to continue that. But before that, we are going to go to a short break, and we will be right back with more EU Masters.
Let me take you dancing. 2-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like that, 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 that.
Welcome back to day 4 of the European Masters. It's the last day of groups, and we've immediately been treated with a banger of a game.
Yeah, and the LFL is hitting back pretty strong. They're establishing themselves as possibly the strongest region. I mean, come on, man. They're coming in as the returning champions, and now they're bringing in yet another team that can challenge with Misfits Premier, and they're looking so clean, 3-0. I have to go over to the other side, though, as well, and Pompa, even though they didn't manage to get the win, they got as close as possible. They're showing that they are warming up for the first 2 games that they showed up. But that was like Misfits all the way, start to finish.
But this started out so well, right, for Pompa. And these were the moments where you're looking at, like, can Pompa actually challenge this amazing team coming from the LFL? And at this point, it looked like they could. There was also a couple of missed execution left and right, but then some of these fights were just so strong from Misfits.
Yeah, and it was like if Misfits Premier could string the buttons and their CC together on a target, they would blow them up with the spears flying in, and of course the Syndra and the Unleashed power and the double Death Cup that they had so much raw power in their hands. They didn't care about consistent damage when they can blow you up with one button. On the other hand, unfortunately for Pompa, they needed that consistent damage. They needed to kite a little bit better, and when they couldn't get away, Aggressivo gets a massive flank here. He finds that one target that needed to go down. Job done by the Renekton, and he was actually a huge problem for Pompa the entire fight. Whether he was on a side lane or whether he was in the fight, he was finding the hit points that he needed to be, and finding Chayek there, I think, completely broke the game open for Mrs. Premier.
Because immediately they got the Baron, and it's just something that the way that Aggressivo is able to consistently find backline access.
Just flashed in, gets
Exactly.
the stun onto the Chayek again. It's like, I'm seeing bird. Crocodile, in my experience, eats bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't end well. You know, there's also like little birds that sit on top of crocodiles, and they're like.
That wasn't Chayek.
This bird was eaten.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, and that means that we currently have a 3-0 for Misfits Premier. Pompa team, they're 0-3. But I said it during the cast, I'm going to say it again. I think that Pompa team are still, if they can stretch a couple of wins together, if they can really show the form that they showed at the beginning of this game, the proactive team, then I can still see them make it out. But it's going to be hard.
They could pull the BTXL from previous split where they went 0-3 to 3-3 through tiebreakers, and they made it to quarterfinals as well. So everything is possible from every team. This is why we're always talking about, you know, the warming up period. Obviously, you need to come back with a miracle. It's not going to be that easy going up against the teams that have beat you in the past, but everything is possible.
No.
I'll leave it on everything is possible.
Everything. It can always happen. You just got to have faith. And if I know the Polish fans, they're going to have faith in their region.
Everything is possible in our hearts.
You just got to believe in the power of friendship and the power of love. Is there going to be enough or not?
I don't think that's enough for League of Legends, man.
Well, I mean, it's a team game, right? I believe it. Okay, so
what's your rank with the power of love?
What I'm saying, well, I mean, the Benelux isn't doing great, but we keep talking about that, and it really hurts my feelings. After the break, we're going to be right back with Movistar versus Sup Up, and I hope their game is just as good as the one we just saw.
Skirt on your body, performing just like my Rari. You're too fine, need a ticket. I bet you taste expensive. Pouring up about a liter. If you keeping up, you should keep it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da.
skirt on your body. It's just us two in this party. That Louis, that Prada, looks so much better off you. Turn me up, be my waitress. No, we not in love, so let's make it tequila and vodka. Girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like da 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 da.
If you know what I mean. Let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing. Oh, babe. Oh, babe. If you know what I mean.
Welkom terug allemaal bij de European Masters. It's Chronicler and Trouble. And we're going to be looking at, hopefully, a game that was as good as the one we last saw. It's going to be Movistar taking on Sub Up.
Most importantly, I hope it's as good from, you know, the not better on paper team, which is Sapa, because I really want to see the better teams being challenged. I feel like this EU Master specifically is stacked with good teams, and even the minor regions are coming in hot.
And that's something that we've seen Samsung Morningstars come up out of nowhere, have a great showing. Obviously, to your delight, We Love Gaming have been on an absolute tear as well. Even though they didn't take the win today, I still feel like the performance that they're putting up is so much better. And hopefully for Sub Up, they're going to be able to do that here as well. But against the Spanish Savers, the #1 seed of the SLO, it's looking really rough.
So here's the thing with the SLO. They're always the teams that were coming in with the most hype. And the results are so lukewarm. You see that Vodafone Giants, you're like, are they good? I just can't tell. But you look at Movistar and you're like, these guys are not lukewarm. You put your hand anywhere near them and you're gonna get burned. They're coming in hot. If there was an SLO roster that I could put my finger on and say, yes, they can win EU Masters, that would be it. We sort of were talking about them and we compared them to top esports, where we're like, they're really good players individually, but every single one of them at any given moment can actually pop off.
I'm personally more of a dumb one, man. Really big heart. I know we're not very good anymore. I know we haven't won in ages. I mean, is something going to happen? Is Georgie going to make fun of me again? Are you?
No.
I was kind of worried.
I actually had a problem with my microphone.
My region has
You're
been
like,
made
what are you doing down there?
Oh no, something's going to happen.
What is he going to pull out?
Nothing happened, fortunately for me, as we've seen already the draft. Caitlyn getting picked up here for Movistar Rise. The immediate answer by Sub Up with the Jhin, which is something we've seen a lot. And then the Volibear here as well, which has been an exquisite jungle, although it has been dropping in priority recently.
Yeah, he saw a couple of nerfs, but I still believe that he's a pretty strong jungler overall, and Jhin matches Caitlyn on the scaling potential that she has. Also in lane, you have a pretty good distance from her that you want to keep. And the thing here is with Jhin, since he's been picked that early on, what he really struggles against is tanks. So Movistar actually are going to have to look to build some tanks, at least in the jungle and the top side.
And what we saw from Movistar yesterday was nothing but pure domination, because the way that they dismantled Gamer Legion, and I'm looking particularly at Chico, because his LeBlanc was not okay. And if I'm not seeing LeBlanc bans coming through in the second rotation, oh, hello. That's a Soraka. How do you feel about that, Soraka?
I absolutely love anything magey into Morgana because the damage that you do, it takes the Black Shield away. You don't actually have anything to Black Shield there apart from a Jhin root possibly. So it's like, sure, a Morgana lane is a hard pushing lane, but the Jhin has a lot of poke, the Soraka has a lot of poke, and you don't have any region from the side of Movistar. What you have is poke, that Soraka is going to heal. Just it's 2 in the price of 1.
Movistar,
it's a bargain.
It's you know what? Why not? And the scaling is amazing. I'm a little bit worried in terms of the priority that you're gonna have against the Caitlyn Morgana because that is.
You'll be fine.
I hope so.
There's just too much poke, and especially if you go into the lane and put a couple of points on your Q onto the Soraka, you're gonna help the Jhin also push the wave back. So the Morgana Caitlyn lane, it's not gonna have as much of an impact.
And then you chuck a single grenade, and you're feeling good again. Thank you. Chico's LeBlanc has been banned, which I think is a grand call because that was very, very, very good yesterday.
Love Chico, and now I'm not gonna take anything away from him, but since the last EU Masters, I've always had my eyes on Hava. This guy's not playing ABC. This guy's an absolute assassin no matter what he plays. He plays the Kai'Sa, he's just gonna dive all the way into the backline, onto 5 members. He's gonna take their ADC down with him. He plays Jinx, he flashes into the opponent team, straight into their face, takes a double kill. Like, this guy is an assassin stuck on the wrong lane.
And I know how much you love assassins, and I gotta say, you gotta love the enthusiasm and the bravado of someone to just decide, I'm going to get excited. We're just going to flash into this as the Syndra is going to get locked in here for Movistar. And I'm seeing a similar style in terms of blow-up potential composition from Movistar that we saw from Misfits, which makes sense considering that Movistar is probably considering Sup-Up a weaker opponent.
Yeah, and they also picked up the Twisted Fate, but you have a Black Shield, so you know you might want to play around the top side of the map. That's why you pick the Syndra right here, so you can push the wave really quickly and potentially roam. We saw in the previous game that the Syndra was roaming so much faster than the Azir. Here, the Twisted Fate doesn't necessarily have that much wave play into his kit to outpush a Syndra. And on the other side, you see that also you pick something that's more beefy and tanky on the top side, which is the Urgot. You also have to blind pick, unfortunately, which means that Clowny will have his chance on a counter pick, which is something. Because I have been a coach of Clowny in the very past, like when I first started my career in esports.
How long ago?
3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
It was extremely long ago. And he was like this weak side top laner that would just play the tanks and just be there for the engage. Here, he's putting his foot forward. They're giving him the Camille. He needs to prove that that Camille will carry.
And if I look at a late game situation where you're in a 1v1 with a Camille, you got a Soraka to help you, you're feeling quite great. Now, the EBL hasn't had the greatest last couple of EU Masters. Versus an SLO, like that you said, they always make it far, but I don't think that's enough for the SLO. I think they're looking to just take the whole thing. It's been quite a while, and Movistar Riders is the team that we prop up to be strong enough for that, to have enough talent. You already mentioned it's a team where everyone can pop off. How do you think that the composition they have so far is going to match up against what EBL or specifically Sup-Up has brought here?
Yeah, they've got all the pop-off in there, don't they? They've got the Syndra, they've got the Caitlyn, too many headshots, too many spheres, too many scatter the weeks.
Too many everything.
Too many.
So much.
The pop-off factor is there.
As we get into the 5th game of the day, it's been a really, really long day of EU Masters, and I gotta say, we love that. Long games, a lot of action, a lot of close fights, and just as a whole, I think that we've seen time and time again that you can't underestimate an underdog, and hopefully for the EBL, hopefully for Sup-Up, they're going to be able to do the exact same here as they take on Movistar Riders. But as the #1 seed of the SLO, I don't think they are wanting to drag that one out. I think they are having a composition with which you can just say, we're going to force whatever we can, and we're going to make this a quick one.
And they need to. You're going to be looking at the level 6s when Lucchesi gets the level 6 on the Twisted Fate. You might be looking for a gank towards the top side with Clowny. You lock in the Urgot, you take him down. Spooky is also a very, very strong jungler, a playmaking jungler that wants to create plays, wants to create pressure onto Movistar. And this is usually, a lot of times when we're talking about, a minor region coming in and we're like, do not play the game of your opponent because they've already encrypted the code. They know how to play it better than you. Do not try to follow. Play your style, play the aggression, bring out the surprise picks. And here Sapap have actually drafted for that aggression. And their bot lane also is not going to get as pressured from what you would think from a Morgana Caitlyn lane, which is actually extremely oppressive due to the poke and the AoE.
Movistar Riders, a lot of pop-off plays, but if I look at Sapap, who is going to be the person to take it here? Is it going to be Lucasi, who has the Twist of Favor, which he can influence the whole map, or is it going to be something more supportive, like Tasteless on the Soraka?
See, that's the thing. My answer would have been Tasteless if he wasn't on the Soraka.
Yeah.
Because Tasteless has been around the Balkan scene forever. He's literally the dad of the Balkan scene. He was there from the very beginning, playing in the biggest teams that have come out of the Balkans. But at this point on a Soraka, I definitely do not want to highlight him because it's going to be all about the top side. Lucchesi making the play, Spooky creating the pressure. Clown is showing that that counterpick that they gave him, they trusted him with, they have to go for it.
Needs to have enough pressure, needs to do well enough. And Urgot has been on a bit of a resurgence this EU Masters, as we see Elyoya just casually dealing with his jungle. A little awkward there as Blue Buff didn't quite die, but this Volibear, it's been an incredibly popular pick. It has, of course, been nerfed on 10.16, and we see teams still pick it up, but it's not nearly the high pick and ban priority that it used to have.
Yeah, we're seeing more of the Hecarim's and their Lilias popping up, but due to the Hecarim being banned here, I think that Set has a huge priority in general. He's extremely strong, he has a fast clear, he can brawl with you if you find him into the jungle, he can close the distance, he has true damage, he has shield, there's nothing this guy does not have. So I feel like Set has actually moved to the top of the priority list as well, because we don't necessarily see too many Nidalee in the European scene as a whole.
We are going for the bot side. Scuttle here will not be matching Spooky, and also knows that the Volibear is running around, enjoying the depths of the forest as he will just back in the river there, and Rox and Hava able to get the early pressure that the Kaden Morgana lane is so known for. But in terms of CS, as you were mentioning before, they're actually doing okay, and they're not getting pushed in as heavily as we have seen happen in the past. If Tasteless maybe going to go for a cancel, but that's a little bit premature from him, a little bit over-enthusiastic, and he's going to pay with his flash and the heal.
We talked about the Soraka being able to out-push you, but if you get caught, you're extremely squishy, you can't heal yourself. Now you've blown up W summoners. That kind of pushes you back in lane. You can't overstep. The point was here that you would push Hava and Brox away from your own tower, so you could play that lane sort of in the middle. You could bring Volibear down there, get some pressure. But right now, missing your flash, you're going to have to play extremely conservative because you definitely don't want to be giving early kills to a Caitlyn.
It's a really good way to lose all your turrets, as we do see Elyoya move towards that bot side, but deciding the better of it. Of course, his bot lane is also kind of planning to back earlier, and thus far it's not been a super eventful game, which is a really big change from, I want to say, yesterday and also earlier in the day, where there's a lot more level 1 action. Elyoya standing in the brush here, maybe looking for an opportunity, and Spooky also there. Elyoya is going to see him, and it's going to be a 3v3 here, as the flash is forced, as Jin runs away, doesn't want to get anywhere near the Dark Binding.
That is 2 flashes down for the bottom of Sapap, and they keep on pressuring. Elyoya has his flash available. I'm expecting...
And that's the phase break, and that's first blood. It goes very quickly, and you haven't even had the time to finish your Santas or Movistar Riders pick up the first kill of the game. We see Spooky and Viz able to get away, but that's not really the result that you're looking for.
And Viz and Tasteless did not respect the lack of summoners right there. Elyoya was towards the bot side. He was expecting, Spooky to be there. He was waiting for the counter gang. But since he sees Viz and Tasteless pushing way too far forward, he actually capitalizes on that and punishes Sapap. But due to the reset that was spotted on a ward, Spooky is able to walk in. Tasteless is coming back from the base, from the quick base that the opponents helped him take right there, and they're going to be able to grab a very free first dragon. This is extremely important. When you're the team trying to put the pressure down, trying to force the early game fights, stacking the dragons is the best thing you can do. You also take the Scuttle Crab because your bot lane is summoner-less.
Harva's back also getting cancelled. I'm not sure if it was Vizzes or if any other reason. Maybe getting attacked by a minion due to him being in the brush there. As we see what Chico can do if he finds a lead, and he is putting the pressure on Lucchesi here. Not going to be enough to take him down, but
He didn't blink. Ice cold. He's like, I ain't dying to that.
you're not afraid. Maybe should be if Rux is also going to come up, and that's yet another scat of the week.
It's a fat heal.
It's a really good heal. I mean, that's why you get the Soraka, but now Tasteless is stuck in a red Orca position, gets phase break again, and I've seen this one before. He will get blown up very unceremoniously.
I'm not sure if the set was actually spotted right there, but you would expect Elyoya to play aggressively because they have pushed Lucchesi out of his lane. That means that Sicko would be able to assist his jungler. They take the reset timers, and together with Rux, they get into the bot quadrant of Spooky's jungle. They claim the blue buff, they take it away from the Twisted Fate. And so far, we were expecting Sup to make the place at level 6, and it's actually Movistar taking the game to them.
So I'm not really able to match here. Tuka's already getting over. In terms of gold, it's still manageable, but we all know how quickly this can snowball out of control as the Ignite does come through. It's the CC chain that Morgana Caitlyn is so notorious for, and now Elyoya also making his way towards the bot side. Set, of course, a great dive as Tasteless is going to ward that brush, but there will be a Twisted Fate coming in eventually, but it's going to be to the top side. It's cross-map plays all along as Tasteless is left alone for the third time this game. We've got taken down. But Sup pick up a kill on Beansu in the top lane.
Oh my god, I was expecting Lucchesi to sort of make the savior play down there and dissuade everything, but he went all the way to the top side. But we mentioned how the top side is where Sapap wanted to focus. Get the Camilla head, destroy the Urgot. Actually, Clowny is doing that. 22 CS ahead, he's extremely close to his Trinity Force, he also gets the kill. He should be able to smash Binzu. They're also gonna get the Rift Herald. I'm expecting to see more gold feeding into that Camille, and it's all up to Clowny to take this game and accelerate it.
I haven't had enough upset wins today. I want more. And thus far, Sup is doing a good job as we see a very doomed 3-man dive here.
There is absolutely nothing that you can do right there. Because there's too much point-click CC that's coming your way. Binzo obviously doesn't even burn his flash. He doesn't have to. He needs to keep it for his lane or even a play later on. But now all eyes on the top side, because bot lane, sure, Vizizi was pushed out of his lane, but if you see the back timers and the items that they took, they are both sitting on BF.
Chico's not afraid of anything, goes very, very deep.
I mean, he should be now, because he just lost his flash for nothing.
I mean, you put the fear in the heart of Lucchesi.
He should put the fear in himself right now.
Well, yeah, because he's playing against a Volibear.
And he's constantly pushing mid lane.
Yeah, he still has cleanse. But it is something that I think if it pays off, it feels very good. But now it looks a little bit silly.
You're like, whoops.
Yeah, gonna forget about that one as
we're gonna have
yet
to keep track.
Again, it's a bot lane fight here. Spooky will find Elyoya that is gonna engage on top of him as well. I don't know if you want to do that against Chico's. Rux has gone so deep here, finds 2-man with the chains. They're gonna be Tasteless going down yet again. The poor Soraka getting absolutely targeted by Movistar Riders that now take control. And for a composition that has a Twisted Fate, Sup isn't able to match the global game from Movistar Riders.
Here's a snowball effect, not respecting that level 3, going down, losing all of your summoners. That set is so strong, you can keep on punishing Tasteless over and over again. He's extremely squishy, he's not built any defenses so far on him, he's immobile, his flash does not count anymore, because once you get engaged upon, you're just literally a piece of paper. They're gonna blow on you, you're gonna fall down.
Sup putting all the eggs into the Clowny basket, which, to be fair, is working out well. It's been an immense gold lead, but I do feel like Urgot is the kind of champion where he's going to hit his 2 items eventually, and he's going to provide a front line for a very fed Hava. Is Clowny going to be strong enough here?
Camille infinitely scales though, that's the thing, and she also has side lane pressure. You see that Sapap, if everything goes bad, they can resort to a 1-3-1 composition and then put the Twisted Fate on the Urgot. Look at the gold difference that they have in between them. 2,000 gold difference between the 2 top laners. Almost 50 CS apart. This is Clowny, again, putting his foot down, not on a tank, on a carry, gets the counter pick, makes it work so far. I'm expecting to see a Trinity Force and all the way down. This Dragon, even though it goes to Movistar, Sabah will be fine with it because they have one themselves. All eyes on that Camille.
And you pointed this out earlier as well, is that first Drake can also buy you so much breathing room if you are having a rough time in the mid game, which currently it looks like they are on the bot side of the map. And now my question to you is the Caitlyn fed enough to snowball before that Camille really comes online? Because we already see the Triforce, but I think there's going to be eventually a point where no one can get even close to matching her. Does Movistar have the time?
They absolutely do. That is a Caitlyn that has done her work so far, took every single tire plating on the bot side. She's gonna move over to the top side right now. There's 5 platings for the taking there. You see instantly that the bot lane from Movistar are moving up there. Caitlyn is basically a tower taker. She's bot, again, it's all a domino effect. It all started from Sapap having a great lane, disrespecting, the Caitlyn gets ahead. And it's not any Caitlyn, it's Hava's Caitlyn. If you see that Caitlyn in your backline, that's because he's playing Assassin Caitlyn.
He's not afraid. He's going to flash forward. He has a black shield. He is going to be fine. And I also want to...
If he had TP, he would flank TP, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think El Yoya's set has also been absolutely pivotal as some free plates are going to get picked up here. And this is more and more gold funneled. And Beats, don't get near the turret.
Full turret platings on the top side. 4 of them, 5. The whole tower is gonna go down pre-minute 14. They've literally opened Clowney's mouth and they're dropping coins into it. This Camille is absolutely rich. And in the previous game, we're talking about a very fat, big pocket full of money. This is what Clowney has right now. He's double the CS of Binzu. Binzu is slowly bleeding.
The EBL invested all their money in the pockets of Clowney, hoping that he can get Sapap the win here. And here you see Clowney doesn't care about Binzu at all. That is not a trade. That is just
3,000 gold
one-sided decimation.
3,000 gold up, 13 minutes in. It's a whole item.
It's not good.
Binzu has like a couple of HP. There's a call in there. He's like, maybe later on I can buy something with that. It's kind of like stocks that you invest in the call, and then you're like, I'll cash in later, and tab ice. That's all.
Yeah, which you gotta buy, but then you're dealing with precision protocol, and it doesn't feel good.
It's kind of like you're scattering around to find all the defenses.
It is this type of fight really what you want to do as Sapap. Spooky has to immediately run for the hills, but there goes Clowney. That's kill number 1. More and more gold coming into the pockets of this Camille, and that is a shutdown as well. And I'm starting to have faith. I think Clowney, this is all on you.
He's looking pretty hot right now. That Camille
Absolutely.
is going to decimate a no-item Caitlyn. That Black Shield will do nothing onto Camille, and if Clowney gets the target he wants in the next fight, it's going to be extremely dangerous. Now the next fight is going to be extremely telling of how this game will go. Clowney will be starting to join the fights now with Trinity and the Vamp Scepter. He's going to have a lot of potential into solo killing Hava on the back line. 1 minute, 45 seconds.
I would not be surprised if that's going to be Clowney finds yet another kill and suddenly picks up a...
He wants more gold. He's like, give me that objective as well.
All of it, all of it. And Movistar Riders, we wanted to see dominance. And like with the LFL, the SLO just doesn't seem to deliver. But this is not just about them having a rough time, it's about the talent that we see in EU Masters and how close these minor regions really are to some of the top teams. Because first, we saw that above all odds, Wheel of Gaming has been doing excellent. Samsung Morningstar have been looking amazing. And just now in the game, we saw that Pompa can even put up a fight. And Sapap is doing the same here for the EBL. And Movistar, they need to take control of this game, because if you let this Camille just skill, I don't know if you're going to be able to stop Clowney.
And this is where we talked about that EU Masters has been absolutely stacked, because we've all been talking about the major regions. Yes, they're absolutely fantastic, but these guys that no one counts on have come back to clap. And even if they don't take the seed, even if they don't get out of groups, they're going to ruin your day.
That's really what you watch EUM for, right? The crazy upsets, the games that no one expects you to win, and then you do, which is a feeling that I as a Benelux caster don't know that well.
You've always wanted, right?
We've always get like the one win, although not the last EU Masters. We don't talk about that one. as Movistar Riders is going to be looking towards that Mountain Drake, rather. And both teams currently on 1-1, so not even close. And I feel like this might be a longer game. And
Clowney is pinging Siko. He's like, I want this guy.
He's ready. And he's going to be looking. And I'm looking at Chico, I'm looking at Hava, whether or not they can stay safe. Because if the Camille gets on top of you, if the CC chain lands, we're in for a lot of hurt as the Rift Herald gets put down here in the mid lane. Not really any opportunity to answer here from Sup as that mid lane turret goes down. We do see Spooky trying to go for maybe something of a flank, but it's not really working out, whereas Clowney is still pushing in the bot lane.
Yeah, he wants to create pressure on the side lane. I would like to see Lucchesi do the same. He does have the destiny to join in whenever he needs to. We need to see that 1-3-1 here happening for Sapa.
And there goes Elyoya yet again. He is the instigator of a whole lot of pain for Sapa, but Spooky gets blown up, doesn't even have the opportunity to keep himself alive with the ult there, as the cooldown is a painful one to watch. Destiny, the gate, it's not enough if you're already fighting on uneven footing, and Movistar Riders, they pull the trigger. And this is the type of play that we expect to see. Decisiveness, pop-off moments, and individual prowess on the side of the SLO.
We're not seeing them stomping Sap up, but Movistar are a team that if you misstep, they're gonna punish you instantly. They find Spooky, they take him down, that means no smite available for Sap up, and they take the second dragon. Clowney though,
he is looking a little bit dicey, but has the hookshot. Just gets out.
1v3 is a little bit, yeah.
I would love to see him try, but I don't think it's a very good idea. As we do see the item gap, you already talked about it. Binsu has a Phage.
Let's see how well it's gonna last.
This is not. But Binsu, and this is something that you gotta give him some credit for. He knows he can't move up in that side lane.
Hey, he knows that Camille is gonna be around the bot side and possibly looking to kill him. This is a Camille that you need to die the least number possible to her. But he has a flash, okay? Leave the man alone.
Okay.
Oh wait, Camille is illegal. You can't flash her ultimate. You're dead. Yeah.
You know, normally I'd say should, as Spooky is standing very deep for a man who doesn't have that much support, will dodge the binding.
That's fine.
Yeah, he can just walk out. Yeah. He's fine. He doesn't particularly care. And yet again, and this is something we saw in last game as well, the #1 seed for the region, not as dominant as we perhaps like to see.
Is it that, or is it the minor region stepping up?
I think it's both.
It's probably both, because I feel like the level overall has risen, even from the minor region teams, and some up here are coming in.
Tasteless. He flashes forward every single time, and he picks up the kill here as well as the turrets get pushed. Tasteless is not having a very fun game. Lucchesi, you can't walk into that brush. Elyoya goes forward yet again, and he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer, but death in this scenario is unfortunately inevitable. It is Clowney and Spooky who are just trying to proxy the wave, trying to keep the pressure off and do as much as they can, but I gotta say, the more I see the rest of the movement around the map from Movistar, the worse it looks, because Movistar have 5 players that are currently looking like, I mean, maybe not Binsu, but 4 players that are looking like they can take it. Whereas for Sup-Up, it's just Clowney.
Tasteless is not looking hot onto that Soraka. Every time they found him, Assassin Caitlyn on the case. Hava will dive in every chance he gets, and why not? Getting fed is the point. Lucchesi does not respect the lack of vision in his own jungle. Guess what? It's not yours anymore. Get out of here. Back to the fountain. And the big question was, can Clowney carry with all the difference he's made? Yes, but Movistar are taking the map by storm.
Trouble.
It's not just one from Movistar. It is the Set, it is the Syndra, it is the Caitlyn, and slowly but surely, you know, the air god is
trouble.
farming.
Generally, if you say, can someone do something? Yes, but it means no. And that is something that for the EVL is going to be rough.
It was more like,
it's
yes,
still
but
possible.
how easy is it going to be?
Exactly.
It's kind of like a 1v3. You have 3 Fed members from Movistar versus 1 Fed member from Sup-Up.
Exactly, and that is a problem that is hard to solve. And as Sup-Up, it's obvious that it's got to come from Clowney, but how do you enable this player as much as you can?
That's how you do it. You put Lucchesi around him, or you put Spooky around him. The second someone is trying to take the fight with him, and Binzu is looking very, very...
I'm not sure if that fall was already the play. Redemption comes through, and Binzu, they need to respect the fact that reinforcements are coming, as Clowney and Lucchesi now trying to get out. And Luke Kazi, maybe you can give it up, but Clowney can absolutely not die. This Camille needs to stay as relevant as he can, as Aoya yet again goes in deep. Has the extra movement speed, finds the face break, and Lukazi is going to get thrown into the wall. That suplex is the end.
They're doing the Baron, Clowney is TPing in. It's not fast enough with the
It was a bait!
But with the Camille there, this is actually possible. Look at Movistar running up there. Siko?
Is this going to be the hero moment for Sheikah? Can he alone keep them away from this Baron? Spooky is going to be in a beautiful scat of the week. Cancels the flash. Thundering smash as we see the Baron gets taken low. It is not enough. It's not going down. It's at 50 HP, but it will be picked up in the end. Clowney is going to go down, and that's more gold into the pockets of Aoya. But sup up. They've completed the heist. Operation successful. Baron in the pocket.
I was on the edge of my seat. Spooky used his smite to catch Siko.
Baron empowered recall. Tasteless gets
Is out.
He got it. No one kills Tasteless 6 times in a row.
So I don't think that was the play from Sapa, that what they wanted to do down there, because there was a lot of miscommunication between Clowney and Lucchesi. They wanted to go for Binzu, but they didn't want to go for Binzu. They didn't necessarily know. And on the backing off, Sapa are like, we need to take something from the map because they're going to kill our mid laner. They take the Baron. Oh.
And now we see a little bit of over-enthusiasm, perhaps, as Sup-Up is trying to do the
They're
objective
feeling
here. Aoya going in deep, and Lucchesi already at half HP. That's not a great start to your fight, as Spooky kind of left on his own, and I don't know if the damage available, because their most fat member, Clowney, the hero of Sup-Up, he's not there. That doesn't work. Yeah, I know. Stunned silence.
I've also got my hands on my head.
I know, but that's
No
not
one
as
can
easy to
see
put
it,
into
but yeah.
words. I can see it. Unbelievable. Movistar Riders.
This is miscommunication for Sup-Up. They have the tools. They've had them from minute one. They counterpicked them. They were red side. They wanted this composition to work. Clowney proved that he can make it work, but they're not using the tools they have in their kit. When the Camille is not there, you can't fight. They did get the Baron, but I felt like that Baron was more of a stalling Baron rather than let's push together to try and turn this game around. And Movistar are going to be more than happy for this game to start stalling. You know, more items onto your Caitlyn, your shit's going to be extremely beefy, and the Urgot from being very far behind.
Yeah, this is a very, very dead Urgot, although Bintu stays alive for a lot longer than I thought. Maybe if he got another Fear Beyond Death, maybe the Redemption was enough, but it was not, and he gets taken out in the 1v1. And I'm starting to think that what really separates teams like Movistar Riders, the #1 seeds of any major region, from minor regions like Sup-Up, it's how well they can continuously find openings like this.
And it's how well...
Brox trying to make a good pointer as he goes in with the chains.
Oh, tasteless.
And that's tasteless. He gets taken down.
So back to my point, because
continue.
This is honestly boring to see Tasteless being picked off over and over and over again. You have a Soraka, you don't go that far into the jungle. It's too much CC to deal with. On the other hand, I feel like we're going back to the pop-up factor. We see Clowney here with the counter pick, but as you can see, even Brox here, you think you've caught him, but you're caught in here with him, and Tasteless ends up going down. So
you think that looks bad, but then you realize it's a Volibear.
It's Movistar.
No, yes, but it's a Volibear and a Soraka. They're not really going to hunt it.
Technically, Lucchesi had ultimate, but you definitely don't want to be ulting in there and getting yourself killed as well.
And after this, we're going to have Ego Rogue versus Gamer Legion, which is a match that I thought was going to be the most tense of the day, but thus
I'm
far...
hyped for that one.
Oh, I'm still hyped, don't you worry. But I got to say, both Sup-Up and in the game before, it's been so much better than expected.
Yep. We've got teams stepping up. They're bringing the
good.
fight to the
Looking
#1 seeds.
But in the end, the #1 seeds still win.
I mean, they're 4,000 gold in the lead. I feel Movistar are at a really good spot right now. 3 core items that Caitlyn needs to pump out that really hard damage. You've got 2 items on your Syndra as well. Guardian Angel on Binzu because he's dying on the side lane, and it's going pretty well for them. And you see that Clowney, slowly but surely, is starting to fall off. Not because Camille doesn't scale that great into the late game, but because itemization is coming from the side of Movistar, because they repeatedly keep on picking off members from Sapa.
And Clowney is just one man. He's a one-man army. He's still just one man against a Movistar that is...
Is it a 1v4 or a 1v9?
Yeah. I mean, Binzu still has a sizable role as just a big beefy frontliner, especially with the damage that he can soak as Movistar Riders is moving towards the base of Sup Up, the EBL. There were highlight moments, but thus far they've not been able to match the #1 seed of the SLO that are looking to take, as expected, a win here. Not quite yet, as they will just take the Imp and back off, and now someone needs to deal with a very mad Camille in the top lane.
You know what the problem is? When the most fed member is not there to defend,
You cannot fight.
You cannot
No.
fight. You just
No.
run down all the towers. If you're Movistar, you're trying to force Clowny to back off, but at this point, you don't care what Clowny gets because it's all outside of your base. He's not threatening to take an inhibitor tower or an inhibitor, so he's like, fine, let him. We've pushed the bot lane, which is very important because someone's going to have to be there defending that while Dragon Soul and Baron are up and available.
And I'm looking for a way back into this game from Sup Up, and I know it revolves around Clowny, but I'm having a hard time seeing it. It's just because of Movistar Riders, and this is something that, as I was pointing out earlier, maybe this is the real power as we see Elyoya move forward yet again. The man is not afraid of anything. Is the consistency with which they can find these openings, and they don't leave any openings for their opponents.
Every time they see Sup Up misstep, they're going to instantly punish. Hava is playing frontline. He doesn't care about all that nonsense. He's assassin Hava.
And now they're going to go for a possible Hail Mary play. We see the backline. Lukazi is going to come in. A beautiful ultimate there, but it's not going to be enough as Spooky has to run. Binsu is tanking a lot of damage here, but in the end, Lukazi can't do anything. He's going to stay alive for a little bit longer, but that is not going to be very effective when you're still standing in the middle of 5 members. And now Clowny is going to be able to get away, but the same can't be said for Spooky. He gets fined by the dog binding. That is a double kill for Movistar Riders, and they are looking like they've had enough of this game. Hava, he flashes them forward yet again. This man is never afraid to go for an opening if he sees one, and Movistar Riders are pushing on here. They want to close this game and signify the dominance of the SLO.
If they don't actually look to end right here, right now, they have a wave on the bot side. They can look to push further and end it, or at least leave Sup Up with 2 naked inhibitors. This is huge because Sup Up cannot move out of their base. There's a Dragon Soul waiting for Movistar. There's a Dragon waiting for Movistar. Sup Up look all over the place. And the question at the start was, can Clowny carry? Because Movistar have actually more than one carry who is fed. The answer on that fight was no. There's so much miscommunication, miscoordination with Lukazi going in with his ultimates and whatnot. And as you can see here again, Elyoya is playing in the front line. Beautiful Black Shield to finish the day, and Clowny has to ulti Elyoya, so he locks him in for that play. That means he can't reach the backline. Lukazi tries to make the play after the party is over. He arrived all dressed up, he was wearing his party hat, and everyone was sort of, you know, passed out on the couch.
Right? He doesn't have his left cap yet. What are you talking about? He doesn't have a party hat.
That's not the party hat. He had like a paper party hat.
I'm confused. You have so many hats.
If he had the actual hat, maybe we'd see something.
Maybe.
But that was like a paper party hat.
And this is, again, the discipline that I'm talking about from the Movistar Riders, the way that they engage that fight, and just there's no fear. They know what they need to do. They know the calls as they go in on Spooky here. Elyoya finds the flank, is going to go for Fazez, and finds him as well, throws him into the rest of his team, but they're busy with Clowny because Clowny was looking for background access, but Hava is having none of it. Clowny goes in deep. The one-man army is not enough. He gets the shutdown, but he is the only member on his team that's really worth any threat, any money, or anything that the Movistar Riders need to be afraid of as they now charge towards the base. And without Clowny, I don't know if they can really hold on there, especially considering that Jhin is dead as well.
Too little, too late. You get the Caitlyn, there's so many more that can actually push the lane and win the game for you. It is a 4v5. They're actually going to dismantle Sup Up here and get that win. And Movistar, #1 seeds, are looking pretty clean today.
We keep setting up for a dominant performance from the seeds, and time again, the smaller regions, the EBL. Previously, we saw, of course, a great performance from Samsung Movistar. I keep they just don't want to end, and Clowny He is not happy. He is not ready. Is this going to be the amazing turnaround that we've been waiting for from Sup Up? Yes or no? The backline nexus is found. Caitlyn is nowhere to be seen. A lot of damage is missing here. Clowny goes in deep. He finds Chico. And that's an absolutely pivotal kill as Rux tries to stall for as long as he can. Hava now joined the fight. Is the auto attack damage going to be enough? Can he carry this fight as Lucchesi goes down as well? Clowny still in the front. A triple kill for the top lane. And Camille wants to dive in but is not allowed to. And in the end, the extended trade is going to be enough as Spooky gets decimated by auto attacks from the Caitlyn. Yet again, Sup Up evade death.
Clowny does not allow this game to finish. He is not having it. He's like, they put everything on me. They put all the resources, the counter pick, the damage, the gold. This fight should have happened so many minutes ago, but at least we're seeing that Sup Up is willing to pull the trigger on a correct mana this time. And Clowny, that triple kill was life-saving at this point.
I'm not going to believe this game is over until they actually kill the Nexus, because time after time after time...
We got baited by the lights.
Right? Movistar Riders, they have so much pressure, but look at the decisiveness from EBL here.
Oh, Clowny, that was such a beautiful play straight onto the Syndra. Goodbye, good sir. And then he actually decimates everyone on his way. Doesn't matter if it's a tank or a carry or the support. That was such a beautiful back and forth play. You see that he pulls back when he doesn't have the engage and pulls back in to finish someone off. Really great potential here for Sup Up to bring it back.
Clowny, the one-man army on this Camille, is doing his darndest to try and stay in this game. Sup Up do not want to give up yet another win to a #1 seed.
That was 4 items onto the Camille. He is actually a raid boss. Sterax and Death Stance, he's not going to be dying anytime soon. But remember, he's not alone. Sup Up need to play with their carry. They need to play the back and forth. They need to create the space for him. And Movistar have learned the lesson. They're not going to allow that. They start the Baron.
There is no room for error here for Sup Up. Their base is in absolute shambles. The Nexus, there's a highway which is easily to get into as Spooky is trying to look for the Baron here. It will be the pickup. No steal available, really. Now Movistar Riders looking for the disengage. But Clowny goes in. Look at that burst! As the Urgle gets absolutely demolished, but he doesn't go down, and Clowny does. And without the one-man army, I don't know if Sup Up can hold on against the #1 seed from the SLO. Movistar Riders seems to have done it eventually. There was a valiant effort, but in the end, I don't know if it's going to be enough. This time, surely it's going to be over. Surely Movistar Riders is going to end it here. But what a performance from Sup Up.
I have to give it all to Movistar because they tried to give false hope to Sup Up. They're like, sure, get your Camille. Maybe you can win with that. But no, they slapped them back with a 10-1 Caitlyn with a 6-1 set. This was such a great performance coming in, specifically from Hava. That's not an ADC player, man. I'm just gonna continue saying that this guy should have played some lane that he could play assassins on.
Listen, 4. An AD carry that flashes forward, a 10-1.
What, 4 times this game?
4? 5 times? I didn't keep track. 10-1 KDA, that's absurd.
Imagine flashing forward on ADC and not dying. This guy was ahead. Again, domino effect, not respecting the early laning phase versus Caitlyn. Really slapped them back. That was unfortunate.
What are you going to do? In the end, it's the #1 seed that takes the win again. Movistar Riders find it for the SLO. But after the break, we're going to be back with really more of a deep dive into why that was such a cool game. Welcome back to the final day, the first week of the European Masters. I'm Chronotype, this is Trouble, and how good are the number 1 seeds?
They're pretty dominant.
Yeah. Except Mouse, they got 1 loss, but we don't talk about that.
1 loss is nothing, man. It's just the drive that makes you want to try harder. So you just learn from that 1 loss.
And Movistar Riders, in the end, of course... Oh, sorry, paper. In the end, of course...
You're passionate about Movistar now?
I'm very passionate about Movistar, but I'm also passionate about one man. And that man, it's got to be Clowny.
Listen, as much as I want to give it to Salpap for trying here, and obviously my boy Clowny, shout out to him because he tried his heart out. The power of friendship was with him on this one, but it shows the mechanics beat the power of friendship here because 1-man carry versus 5 men carrying at the same time from the side of Movistar was too good. And I have to give props to Binzu because he was absolutely shattered in that top lane, and he knew. He just died 2 times. He pulled back, he knew what his role was, and then he allowed the rest of his team to carry for him, and oh boy did they perform. Sicko in the mid lane with insane scatter the wigs, have a flashing forwards 4 times in a row on an assassin Caitlyn position.
Is everything you want to see, and that is something that you highlighted coming into that game is everyone on Movistar can pop off. And what did we see? Everyone did pop off. Even Binzu, as you said, had a really tough laning phase. In the end, in the team fights, he was able to do what he needed to. He was the front line. He found the fear beyond deaths. And then Chico had a great game.
It's the top esports of EU Masters.
And El Yoya said, you got to imagine that like that.
It's every single one of them, yeah.
You just, Rux, yeah, as well. Those chains were amazing every time. The bindings in the early game that made Tasteless life really, really hard. It just kept happening.
It just kept happening. It felt like if we're going to go on to seeing what went wrong also for Salpap and what they need to follow through and analyze with themselves is the coordination. There was a lot of miscommunication. You had the tools to play the 1-3-1. We never saw the 1-3-1 flourish at all. There was this completely disrespect in that level 3 in the bot. So they completely discarded the whole counter pick. The Jhin Soraka versus Caitlyn Morgana. We just didn't see it from there and on. Tesla's going 0-6 at some point. There's like a few boxes that need to be ticked just so Clowny can be allowed to carry.
And unfortunately, for Salpap, it wasn't enough. It was still a great showing, but in the end, as we said before, the SLO, this is the team that they focused their hopes on. And if I see performances like this where it doesn't matter what happens, the players, they pop off, they still look good, you got to feel amazing. Now, I expected the last game of the day to be the most exciting one, but thus far, the last 2 have been amazing as well. And that means that I can only expect the very best of a Gamer Legion, who is going to take on Ago Rogue, and that is going to be an absolute banger of a game. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be right back with the final game of the first week of EU Masters. welcome back everyone to the final game.
You say it so. It's like, oh, it's the final game.
Yeah, you know, it's been an amazing day. It's been an amazing
We all want
week.
more.
We all want more. I'm not satisfied. But I don't know why we're going to get more games. I mean, we are going to get more games. in
Not
week 2,
today.
but not
It's
today.
one more.
It's just one more. And it's a banger of a game. And I've been saying that all night because, honestly, all games have been competitive. All games have been amazing. But for this one, it's bound to be even better. It's Gamer Legion versus Ago Rogue.
And we're talking so much about all the major regions. I think they're trying all of them to establish some sort of dominance in the major region sort of group, because we have the DAC region coming in, we have the Ultra Liga, the SLO, and the LFL, and they're all butting heads because all the first seeds look so good. Now here, of course, it is the third seed from Germany and the second one from the Ultra Liga coming in, and honestly, this is a game for second place. They're in the same group as Movistar. Movistar looked extremely strong.
You really want this win.
You really want this win because you get that much closer to reaching Movistar. And especially for a Go Rogue that weren't able to close versus Movistar, they want that win, man. They really need it.
And I gotta say, between these two teams, we've also seen some off-manner stuff. And before I see you, Skarner ban. Because last time she just first picked it,
Yeah.
blind picked it for Zanzara. No one does that. No one plays PTA Shen either, so that's been banned. And
You liked it though. You
I
were
love
talking
it.
to me and I'm
I
like,
love it.
really?
Yeah.
Blue side first pick Skarner with
Yeah.
everything on the table?
it's, you know, it's confident. What can I say? I like it. It's weird, it's wacky, it's wonderful. Does it always work? It did then.
Very true.
Doesn't always.
No.
But when it does, it's amazing, and I'll take that. That's good enough for me. As we see the first pick, Hackerin getting locks in here. And this is something that I know you personally have been kind of mulling whether or not the Hackerin has been working as well as we've seen in some of the other major leagues.
Here's the deal. When he gets what he wants, which is farm and items, he's an absolute menace. He will 100 to 0 you in no time. He has the multi Fia also with his ultimate. He's like a big nuisance for your backline. You don't want him there. But what I've seen in EU Masters so far, apart from one performance on Tinks and Dan, is that a lot of teams that first pick it allow the opponents to sort of enter that jungle, get timers, steal camps, and that sort of slows down the Hecarim, and a lot of the teams were not able to come back from that.
Now for Ago Rogue, we see the set pickup coming through immediately, and then also the Akali, which has been more and more coming back in priority after the buffs it received in 10.16. And Chocolate obviously going to be very happy with that. And I love this pick because it's such a Gamer Legion pick, but also something that has been receiving little buffs over the last couple of months, and it's the Ziggs.
This is such a Hjarnan pick.
Yep.
This was in the previous EU Masters, banned against him all the time. It would be the Heimerdinger and the Ziggs 100% banned against him. But like, you don't have any more bans against him. You banned the Ziggs and you banned the Heimerdinger, sorry, the Jinx and the Heimerdinger. You gotta get the Lucian somewhere in there, man. Like, you can't allow Knight to get that. Oh boy. This is going to be a bamboozle for the backline of a Go Rogue.
There's a lot of AoE trouble, and I see a Galio.
Are they baiting? Are they baiting because they have to.
They have to. It's been high priority, of course, to Valk, something the Game Legion can pick up. You can flex a little bit as well. And I love the pick of the Ezreal here, because if I see a Hackerin and a Galio, I know that if I pick a stationary AD carry, I'm not going to have a good time.
You know what the composition of a Go Rogue reminds me of? When there's like cartoons and there's a big brawl and suddenly you see this big smoke and everyone is like trying to run as fast as possible. This is going to be a Go Rogue.
Yep.
The second they see the Hecarim, Galio, Ziggs combo coming their way, Arcane Shift out, the Akali is going to be ulting away, getting into her stride. It's like everyone's going to be trying to find a position to hide, basically.
Can they or not? That is remains to be seen as we get further into this draft. We see the Renekton taken away. Of course, a pick that has been at the forefront, has been incredibly strong. We saw Aggressivo had a stellar performance on it earlier. And the Ezreal ban here, or the Yuumi ban rather, makes a lot of sense because of the Ezreal.
Yeah, and because a Go Rogue do have the counter pick, I'm expecting Sigenda to get it for themselves. You got to get out of the way some picks that are easy to deal with sort of everything, something that's neutral, something that can go well on the weak side. They've already taken out the Gangplank and the Shen, and now of course the Renekton does extremely well into pretty much everything.
Ego Rogue have had an incredible performance last EU Masters, of course. They got to semis. There was the dream of a Polish finals, which in the end wasn't quite met. But this is a team
I mean, you're not getting as mad when you're losing to the champions, right?
It's not as bad,
Yeah.
right? Which losing to LDLC is something that I'm very acquainted with because we somehow always seem to end up with them in groups or in play-ins. But Ego Rogue is a team that, to me, has a couple of players that just stand out. Because you look at someone like Woolite that has a wealth of experience. And I'm personally a big fan of Zanzara, but I know that Zygenda as a top laner is something you gotta watch out for. Someone you gotta watch out for.
They're indeed giving him the last pick here. They really want to take down phones, try to create possibly a pathing through the top side because Sigenda is the guy who's going to take the brawl on you. He wants to play the 1v1. He wants to create leads through the top side. And then you're going to be a nuisance for the backline of Gamer Legion. Now, what I really like what a Go Rogue are doing here is they're creating a bot lane that can play from distance but can also engage really hard on you. The Rakan can be extremely protective, but he does have hard engage built into his tool. So does Leona, and usually a Nautilus or Leona are really hard punishers to the Rakan.
And this is looking like a classic Gamer Legion comp, because if you're not familiar
It's
with
all
the
about
team,
the backline.
But it's also, they are
Oh, boy.
never afraid, as we see Phones' sign come in, and I know Sajenda is going to have something big to counterpick this, but Gamer Legion is never afraid to shy away from the traditional, we need an AD carry, and I think Ziggs in particular is a pick that's excellent because of the speed with which he demolishes turrets.
Honestly, to be fair, with a Go Rogue going with a Skarner pick and then not getting punished by having 3 priority lanes was something that, like, it cannot happen, and Gamer Legion can bring the fire, and they have brought the fire because every single champion that you see from the side of Gamer Legion will be jumping on you. And because the Ziggs cannot jump on you, he'll be throwing his bomb your way. So every single one of them is going in. But as you can see, a Go Rogue have found a draft where it can dissuade the really hard engage.
There's a Mordekaiser ultimate the moment you dive too far deep without...
Ekram's coming in,
Yep.
he's out.
He's out, he's gone. Can't smite, can't fight, and that's a very sad pony that does happen. And you mentioned it before, Rakan, I think in terms of laning matchup, like you said, versus the Leona, it can be rough, but in terms of the overall mobility on the side of Ego Rogue, I'm looking at a Nakali, a Nezreal, and a Rakan, and it's so hard to get on top of them.
I believe also the Rakan there is to buy some time for a Go Rogue to get out, because when the Heckrams are coming in, the Leonas, the Gallios, the second they land and you put that taunt on them, you allow your Ezreal to get away, you allow your Akali to get away. It's that sort of 2 seconds time that you're giving your players to get out of trouble.
It's the number 3 seed of the DAC region versus the number 2 seed and the semi-finalist of last EU Masters. It is Gamer Legion taking on Ego Rogue. They're fighting for the 2nd spot in this group, and with Movistar Riders looking like they currently do, you do not want to be in 3rd place, because it is going to make your 2nd week a whole lot more daunting as we see a preemptive level 1 stacker from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, and as you can see for Zanzara, he placed his ward over at his raids, he went back, now he's taking the sweeper to try and make sure that he's never spotted from the Hecarim, and he can also clear vision. Could we potentially see, though, a level 1? This is extremely tough when you're going to face check into a Galio, like a potentially level 1 taunt into you. And this has been the way that a lot of the teams have been dealing with Hecarim, right? The level 1 late invades, taking his red buff, keeping track of the camps, and then invading back in.
There's also no vision, so they don't know necessarily on which side the Hecarim is going to start, which is going to give Rebel some much-needed safety in the early game, as we see in early game already coming out, not making great use of that Aftershock. And we talked about Rogue. We talked about what they want to do. They want to try and fight on their terms. They want to try to disengage and then re-engage, because those possibilities are there as well with the set, with the Akali you can dash in, and of course with the Rakan. But what do Gamer Legion want to do, and who are they looking for to be their big carry? Because I look at this composition and I see it's very much a team effort.
It's team effort, but you also have a Hecarim that scales really well into the late game. Kianan here has to run for the heals.
Already so much action coming through here as Woolite goes in incredibly deep. Vistam and Yanan really getting tested, but it is in the end a 1-for-1 trade in terms of summoners.
And you're looking at the Ziggs again and the Hecarim. These are going to be your 2 primary carries, the Hecarim towards that AD build, Hyanan obviously on the Ziggs towards that AP damage, but Gamer Legion have something that is very precious to them, and that is lane priority. In the mid lane, the Galio obviously will be able to push away the Akali, as will the Ziggs and Leon lane versus the Ezreal and Rakan, which gives Rabble so much freedom in his own jungle to not get invaded, to not get his hams taken away from him.
And that puts pressure on Zanzara, because he is on the set, something that will always get outpaced, outfarmed by the Hecarim. Where does Zanzara look to make the plays in the early game?
You can do it in the mid lane. You see Tekolat is not having a problem dealing with Knight. And also you do have an avenue through the bot lane, because Rakan, even though he's squishy, he can make an engage happen for you. And Set is also a really big playmaker. When he's coming into your lane, he can also be the one creating the engages for you.
Because damage, that is more than enough as we see the taunt come through. Chocolat not actually going to get taunted, and Rebel is going to quickly take care of the wave and then take up. Needs to be careful though. I don't think you can want to be found by Set here, but he will be spotted on the wards, and Rebel probably going to say, well, gonna leave it at that. Not really going to try and go contest a Set at level 3, because that is not a good time, especially with Knight also having to back. And, you know, of course I have a sweet spot for Rebel, because he's Dutch.
Yeah, but
and he's also really
Zanzara is at such a great position, because he knows that Rabble is at the bot side. He's going to run all the way to the other side of the river, get both the Scuttle Crabs, more experience, more gold to him. This is how you're going to have to try and stay above the curve versus the Hecarim, trying to make more proactive plays on the map. A cancel TP there. Tekla is going to be forced to stay for just a little longer.
And as you say, taking the Scuttle is a great way to show you dominance.
Taking two!
Taking two.
It's even better.
It's even better, yeah. Who will? Why would you take only one spot? Just take two. Just have prio and just take him.
That's what the doctor has prescribed, not one but two.
It's what Zanzara did, and it's been working out okay for him thus far. As a whole, do you feel like there's more pressure on Gamer Legion to get something going here in the early game? Or is it Ego Rogue who have the onus on them to really try and find these openings?
It's actually Gamer Legion chilling right now. They have a farming jungler, they have pushing lanes, they have the Ziggs that scales to the lake, and Rebel!
They're not chilling. Zagenda forced to flash as he will get knocked away by that auto attack from Rebel, who makes great use of that. Did use his Ghost there, and it's going to be a summoner trait for jungler and top.
Seeing the Hecarim on the map, even if he's on the other side of the map of where he wants to gank, I need to stop talking 10 seconds before he makes the gank happen. Because I was in the middle of my opponent, and I'm like, who's that?
In the far distance, right, you see the pony and like, oh, I still have enough.
There's
and then
no
he's like,
way.
all of a sudden, he's like right next to you. Oh no. And that is something that I'm sure Zagenda also felt, because he got taken down, almost got taken down there, had to use his Flash Radar. And Ego Rogue is going to just create a little bit of vision here. They do need to be respectful, because I'm pretty sure Knight is about to hit level 6, and that really opens up the plays. Jan and Visten, though, need to respect, and there comes the immediate flash, but regardless, the Facebreaker finds him. Not enough damage available, though, interestingly enough.
But
Right, can't really get it going.
On a pushing lane that has perma prio, the Ziggs has used the teleport and now the flash, they're gonna have to respect the fact that Zanzara could potentially be chilly around that bot lane. He has his flash up and available. They can make anything happen in that bot lane. Hyanan needs to respect the lack of summoners.
Trinity does get engaged on there with the Xenoblade. It's a really nice CC chain as Rakan gets taken low. I think he can get out here, but still might force a back, and the ease with which you take priority for 6 might open up the Drake here for Gamer Legion, which is a great start for the number 3 seed. Rebel now going on top of Zanzara. This is a risky play. They have faith in a CC chain, but there comes Chocolat. He's not having any of it. Rebel may be overstepping. The magic shield from Knight's heroic entrance is enough, and Fistum just flashes forward, not afraid of anything. In the end, they are going to go for it, but I do feel like this might be a little bit overzealous, as here comes the Cyan. The tank has arrived. Phones is not able to find Chocolat, but they get the trade.
That was about a bajillion summoners within a minute and a half. Everyone and their moms has flashed into this game, and they're pulling the teleports.
Oh, we're brawling all right as the Facemaker comes through. Zanzara trying to get a beautiful knock-up follow-up there from Trindy. And it is Rogue who's finding the big plays early as Jan goes down as well. Phones is still in the middle of a place where he most definitely does not want to be. He's able to flash over, but in the end, it's a 3-for-0 trade. And and a dragon going to Ago Rogue.
Gamer Legion, all they had to do was chill. We talked about how with the lack of summoners, you need to respect. You're extremely immobile onto the Ziggs. If you get caught, you're gonna get punished. You see how Hyun and Rubble and Wisdom, they're like, oh shoot, we don't necessarily want to tank this dragon, but we want it because there's gonna be a lot of pressure coming in from Rogue. Then the Mordekaiser comes in and Zara and Trimby. Beautiful wombo combo to lock everyone down forever. And Woolite, all he had to do was just put his auto attacks down. That was great stuff from Rogue.
And Woolite is a player with so much experience, has been active within the League of Legends. He's at the highest level as well, and he just picked up a 2-0 kill lead. Now, in terms of gold, it's already looking a little bit dire for Gamer Legion, but it's still surmountable. But if Ago Rogue can snowball this game from this point on forward, it's going to be so hard for them to try and get that crucial win. Because let me tell you, as we said before, this is the fight for that second place. You do not want to drop this game.
The thing with Ezreal is that he spikes really quickly on 2 items. If you give him kills, he spikes even faster on these 2 items.
Yep.
And he's already back 8 minutes in, almost with the mana moon completed. He also has a cult to cast him later on. And we're looking at that 2-item spike on the Ezreal, but he's so close to the itemization that the Akali needs to reach, which is the Gunblade. And once this is complete, you will see a Rogue that will just fly at you and try to take the fight.
System not quite level 6 yet, doesn't have the Zenblade available, just goes in, gets a nice slap on Trimby, but Trimby does not carry doors. Damage from Leona, not quite as scary as...
Again, they're pushing with no summoners.
And here comes the engage. That's a beautiful damage chain that we see that come through as Yanan just not respecting enough. And now Rebel, a defensive pony, is not a good pony. And Gamer Legion is just dropping left and right here. Ago Rogue, they're making such good use of the openings. And did we expect any less from them?
3 kills on the Ezreal. He's gonna be back definitely with the mana moon. They are not respecting the power of the engage from the Rakan. And Hyanan gets caught without summoners right there, ends up instantly going down. The pickaxe Ezreal is gonna be doing a lot of damage to you. And also, I have to give major props to the macro from the side of Rogue. Trimby, are you okay?
I don't think Trimby is okay, as he will be using the quickness together with Chakalot playing a very angry bouncer. In the end, nothing getting picked up. I say, as Zazara does pick something up, the Rift Herald.
Look at this macro from a Go Rogue. Chocolate was actually going down for that play that they made on Hyanan, while Zanzara was actually absorbing all the fun from the mid lane so it doesn't get pushed through. Now, while all of this is happening in the bot side Riva, where Gamer Legion are trying to get something back for themselves, Zanzara has already finished the Rift Herald at the top, so you can pump even more gold onto that Ezreal, get him on that Trinity Force much faster.
And after last year, you must have been so much hype surrounding the Ultra League, and they didn't come off to a great start at the start of the tournament, right? They were looking kind of weak. We saw some losses here and there. Pompa team didn't look great, and now we're starting to see them bounce back. Ago Rogue's making a very, very strong statement here as to why the Ultra League is considered such a threat, because the early leads that they're able to generate here are going to be such a nuisance to deal with. You mentioned before, this is not just any Ezreal that is getting ahead here.
This is Woolite's Ezreal.
And while all of this is happening, earlier we talked about Sajenda. He's just been casually off doing his own thing, but even he finds constant leads. As you can see, already 10 CS up. And this is only going to become a more strenuous matchup for Phones as that Leandris gets finished.
Yeah, and he's extremely close to that on this 1-item power spikes. Rogue, oh my god.
Have some chill.
They're gonna look to fight really quickly. They also have 1 dragon to their name. I don't think Gamer Legion wanna be taking the fight to them for the second one, which means they're gonna be starting to stack.
Now, the one thing that Gamer Legion can do, they have a million movement speed between the Hackerim and the Sion, who can just get to places very, very fast, and they have Knight with the heroic entrance, but it all needs to come together. The CC chains need to work, and thus far, Gamer Legion just haven't been really finding these possibilities. As Rebel goes in, he knows Zanzara is there, sees him on the wards. That's not a 1v1 you necessarily want to take, but Rebel does have the support coming in, as we see Zanzara go throw a painful haymaker. Rebel doesn't seem to really mind as he now moves back into his own jungle, but we're looking at an Infernal Drake here, and I don't know how you're going to do that with this Hackerim. Trimby gets knocked back, but that's not actual follow-up.
Earlier on today, we saw Tinks fall behind on the Hecarim, and he went towards the more tanky jungle item.
That's not the case here.
I forgot its name.
Cinder
Cinderhulk. There you go.
It's fine.
We're going on Warrior here for
Yup.
Rubble. He's not necessarily behind because he's keeping up with the farm and he's ahead.
As we have finally the fight being taken to Rogue this time. It is a nice taunt there from Knight. It's the teleport from Foam's coming. Rebel is keeping Woolite busy. The Ezreal does not have enough damage, and it's a beautiful shotgun going to the jungler of Gamer Legion. This fight is looking terrible for Rogue, and Gamer Legion looking to keep their hopes and dreams in this game alive, fighting for that number 2 spot. Knight goes in on his own. I don't know if that was really the play as Phones follows in, and this is a bit of a miscommunication. A lot of resources used. I don't know if it was really necessary, but in the end it's going to be enough. And I will not be surprised if while all of this is happening, the Infernal Drake gets taken and Yana might pick up first turret, because it does something that a 6 love. It's really already attacking the turret.
Yeah, it's the AP Caitlyn pretty much
Yeah.
when you put him onto a lane. He's going to be able to take that one down with his W. This was rough to watch from Rogue. They were all over the place. And Gamer Legion are a team that if they see you all over the place, they're gonna capitalize on that and engaging on tonight. I don't think that's the jam, because the big taunt came down and then everything else follows through. We've talked about how easy it is to engage for the side of Gamer Legion, and they go onto the Galio, only one taunt. They're like, fine, he survived, full HP. And the Ezreal, which is your carry here, which has gotten all these skills, stays all alone on the side with a Hecarim. Hecarim loves squishy carries.
And let me tell you something. You know what's scary is a Hecarim that wasn't doing that well and just picked up a double kill and a huge bounty.
Machine.
Yeah. Yeah, Rebel is very happy with the turn of events. And as a whole, Gamer Legion now, they found the kills they needed to. They found the team fight they needed to. And what's more, they did it together. And this is something that, when I asked you earlier, for Gamer Legion, it's hard to point out someone because it's such a team-oriented team. Whereas with Rogue, we see there's a little bit of miscommunication left and right with how they move around the map.
We kind of said that when Gamer Legion look good, they all look good.
Yeah.
But when the ship goes down, they all look bad collectively. So
Exactly.
it's a team effort. Whether it's a bad or a good one, it's a team effort. And that's what happens, because we saw Sap up before, and even though Clowny tried his best, the rest of the team was just not following up with him. And here, at least, Gamer Legion are all on the same page. The person that needs to be fed just cashed in on the double kill Rubble. He had just pulled the Warrior, and we're like, is he maybe going to be too squishy,
And now
the
it feels
Warrior?
good.
And now it feels
It
really
feels
good.
really
He's
good.
like, I predicted that.
Now, with the composition of Rogue, they still have so many outplay tools as we get further into the game. As Rebel gets engaged on, and he needs to be careful. It is a charm, a quickness into a defensive onslaught of shadows.
Ooh.
There comes a lot of damage coming through from Woolard. Now, Wisdom trying to get away. He still has the flash available. Pretty sure he's going to have to use it. I say as he can just walk off. A nice defensive ultimate there from Yarnan. And in the end, Agaro try to look for a big play, but they do not quite find it.
Yeah, but they're pushing back everyone. They really track down Rubble, which means that then their bot lane can keep on pushing without having the fear of the Hecarim running in, especially now that he has the Phage and the Sheen. He's going to be a big nuisance for the bot lane of Rogue, especially Woolite. They need to make sure that Woolite is at the best possible position to not be sold out by the Hecarim, because he had a really bad fight at the Dragon.
Now, what we see here is a game where, honestly, it's pretty even. It's 1-1 in Drakes. It's 1 in
Excuse me, but
Yeah.
that is so funny. Jekyll is like, only one thing matters for Akali, and that's what I have in my inventory. You look at everyone else, they have like 4 or 5 items
Components.
to get together
That's
with like
full build.
Yeah, together with like wards and pods. He's like, I don't need that. I just need it. I just need a
want my
gunblade.
gunblade. I just want my one item spike, and we saw there the damage that he did to Rebel was still obscene. That's something that is also one of the main reasons why Akali has come back into a more popular position within the general meta. Now, it is a fairly even game. Who really benefits from that?
It just depends on the engage that's going to happen, because Gamer Legion are the ones that are forced to make an engage, to make a pick, so everyone can follow up. The Sion, the Leona, the Ziggs.
And you haven't even finished, so that is a big pick. Woolard immediately forced to cleanse, and him and Trinity trying to get away, but Rebel gets on top of them. Onslaught of Shadows finishes that off, And Rebel on this Hecarim is showing why it might be such a popular pick. Knight is sacrificed for the effort, but in the end, I'm pretty sure Game Legend is going to take that one any time of the day. I don't think Zanzara can really contest here, as they are at a heavy disadvantage in terms of manpower. Although Sajenda can go for a tempo play here. Not sure if that's what they want to do, especially with perfect execution used, as Yanan chills, picks up yet another turret.
Keanu in general is a player that will play more PvE than he will PvP, but on the champions he likes to play PvE is so extremely annoying. The Heimerdinger honestly pushing the life out of a lane, same as the Ziggs, but while the play was happening from the Hecarim, Tekolad and Zanzara were actually being very proactive on the top side of the map, trying to punish Knight, try to get some more kills onto that Akali. At this point, we're looking at an Akali versus Hecarim, and Rubble has just finished that Trinity Force.
Oh no.
It's what we actually explained at the start, the big smoke and everyone running for the hills when the big pony comes in.
It's just going to be absolute bros. And I haven't said that yet. Oh, the teleport comes in. Zajendek has taken low, has the ultimate available. It's going to go take Rebel into the death realm. I don't think it's going to end well for the Mordecai as he flashes away. Meanwhile, another fight is happening. Rebel now in a bit of an awkward spot. Facebreaker from Zanzara is strong enough to fight the shutdown, but the damage is still here. We need to see Yanan join the fight though, because there's not that much damage available. It's merely tankiness as the Flash Taunt does come through. Only Zanzara is found. Another re-engage comes through from Ego Road. The Facebreaker comes in. Knight can't quite find the Justice Punch. And in the end, it's a whole lot of action, but very little actual payoff, as now it's Ego Road who goes in deep. Knight goes for a preemptive taunt. It's not enough. Wisdom and Foes get knocked up. Another Facebreaker from Zanzara. Wisdom stays alive for a little bit longer, and in the end, he will walk away. As Gamer Legion really make the most of that situation, I say. Zagenda, he wants...
He's coming back in, he wants more. He's like, guys, come on, you can't fight without me.
We're gonna brawl. We're gonna brawl, and both teams have been really embracing that. Although, in terms of kills, it's not actually that bloody.
It's all about the dragons. It's all about asserting the dominance, stacking them up. Hecarim is coming back in.
Rebel is getting denied, but the steal comes through. Folks, you absolute madman! And now Rebel goes in deep. He tries to looking for the Qs. Can he quite find it? He can't, but Yanan can find a beautiful ultimate. Phone's gonna get taken low as Chocolate has so much damage available. And I don't know how this happened, but Rogue somehow still turns the fight around. Chocolate looking for more kills. He wants Yanan, he wants Phones. I don't know if he's quite gonna get them because the CC comes in and now Wisdom is here as well. This has been a, I think at this point, 2 minutes continuous fight. Come on, I thought he was gonna go.
Guys, please.
Give us a moment.
Let's calm down for a minute. There's no other objectives on the map to take. Not even Baron has spawned yet. And we're taking the fight from the Dragon. There was no smite available for Zanzara. He tries to actually execute it. And it stays on 97 HP. And Phones is with the Hail Mary right there, stealing the Dragon away. But at the end of the day, it's Gamer Legion losing the fight, because as you can see, Tekolad is left unchecked on the backline, and he's able to sway their whole fight. He's creating all that space and that danger that Gamer Legion need to run away from.
And we can see why these are the major regions. You can see how close these two teams are matched up against one another. This is seed number 3 versus seed number 2. It's not a big gap as we've seen earlier. And in terms of this game, I still have no clue who's it going to, because Gamer Legion, they have these great moments, but then we get into these brawls after brawls after brawls, and I feel like with the amount of skill oppression for Rogue, it's such a risky move to make.
I think both of these compositions are a very big skill check, because Gamer Legion have to take the correct fight, they have to find the correct target and engage and string it together correctly for it to work. And if Rogue are a millisecond late on their buttons, they are going to get caught and punished.
And Rebel now gets Facebreaker in top. That is fine, but Showstopper is not. He immediately gets away as he uses defensive on Soul of Shadow.
Fast.
Engage. Rebel, a little bit careful there. Is threatening, but doesn't actually go in. And in the end, this is a continuous pattern that we've seen as Sajenda tries to interrupt, but actually takes a pretty painful trade. And that is something that both these teams are constantly skirmishing, but in terms of actual kills per minute, it's not quite some of the more aggressive regions that we've seen.
Not necessarily, but from the fighting perspective, it has been very bloody. It's ended up with a lot of the players literally getting out with a sliver of their HP. Fighting over nothing but pure kills. And honestly, if I was asking for a last game for this week, that would be it, because both Rogue and Gamer Legion are both on skill tech compositions. The one that presses the buttons better wins this one.
What better way to end this first week of the EU Masters than a beautiful firework? And these teams are very, very happy.
You guys should have seen him do that. He actually went with all his hands around.
Yeah, I mimicked a firework, which is actually quite clunky, but you know, I thought it worked well as the turret gets taken down in the top lane now. We see Zygen that's still putting some pressure. This push, though, coming out from Gamer Legion, going to put a little bit more gold in the pockets, but in terms of the gold, it's just still so incredibly even. And it's, like you said, it's all going to be in the execution. But which of these two teams will have the better execution? Because after these couple of fights, I'm not quite sure.
From one point on, the Hecarim will be extremely fed, and the Ziggs scale so well into the late game that if he hits a couple of skill shots, he doesn't have to necessarily kill you. He will push you out of the fight, and that will lead Gamer Legion into taking on objectives. This is why you see Zanzara trying to fight Rumble in the jungle every single time. Force his Ghost, force his ult, they're doing it again.
Rebel, yet again, this combo is strong, but this time it's not strong enough, as Hecarim Sustain is absolutely disgusting when you don't have the damage available, and at this point in the game, Zanzara just can't quite get through Rebel's Hecarim.
But it's pretty good what they're doing. They're trying to fight Rumble every single time. They try to punish him in his own jungle, just so they can potentially push an objective, push a 4v5, get Gamer Legion to come at them, but not the way they wanted to. So they want to force a fight that Gamer Legion hasn't necessarily calculated for. That is a rogue fight. Ziggs has one of the best voices in League. Yeah.
Honestly,
what is it with Yanon and playing mad scientists all the time?
I was just about to ask you, because you hear the Ziggs and you hear like the Insanity, and then you literally have Heimerdinger. I guess Heimerdinger...
And then he plays Jinx!
No, but Heimerdinger isn't really a mad scientist. Heimerdinger is, you know, more of like the good-natured, I care about my community.
Mad doesn't necessarily mean mean.
No, I know. It's Zanzara finds Rebel here. He's going to go for the showstopper, trying to get a nice engage on top of him. And again, Trimby is there. Rebel not quite finding the damage, and they are lacking enough burst to take him down. The sustain from the Hecarim is not quite enough as Yarnan goes down. So much damage missing here for Gamer Legion, and they need to try and get out of the situation as much as they can, because if they can chase down, which they most certainly will, there is absolutely nothing they can do, and it's going to be a 2-2 in terms of Dragons, with Rogue picking up the next mountain.
If you watch this fight over again, it's exactly what we explained from Trimby on this composition. He actually wins this fight for Rogue because he gives them enough seconds to get away from the Gallia ultimate, and now with the men advantage, they can start this Baron.
Yarnan has teleport available, it's up in 5 seconds, but I don't think he's going to be in time. It's just going to be Phones and I trying to make a miracle happen here. Can they get Rogue away from the Baron? It doesn't look like it, and the Smite does come through. Now it is a 3 versus 5. That's not looking too good. Gamer Legion is still going to handshake it, trying to make the best of it as they can, as Phones finds Agenda, but Moonlight needs to be dealt with, as Ezreal's doing so much damage at this point in time. And Yarnan, he's going to poke, he's going to try and do as much as he can, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. As more and more chase comes through. Now we see Knight making his way over as well, and I'm not sure if they can actually find something here. Zanzara will get knocked up. He's incredibly tanky, Rebel necessary for the damage, but he does find the set in the end. Zanzara is going to go down. Takes a little while, but in the end, Gamer Legion get a kill, but that's not really worth it for a Baron. Maybe they can pick the mountain, but it's not looking great.
That was again all off the back of Rogue making an amazing situation for them in the bot fight. Then they have the numbers advantage, they take the Baron, and now they can actually use this to push the lanes, get vision, take the fight to Gamer Legion.
And Rebel is stuck in the Death Realm, not a place you really want to be. He's trying to keep his agenda occupied for as long as he can, but there's nothing he can actually do. He gets taken down in the 1v1. There's Agenda already in a position where you can easily punish. It's 2-2 in Drakes. And there you go, Rogue. Get everything they looked for and more. And the Ultra Liga is looking a lot stronger than it did if you would have asked me 2 days ago.
Absolutely. Rogue can play the front to back, they can play the tanks, they can play the conservative, but they can also play the explosive, and the members individually are stepping up. Woolite on 5 and 2, Sekolat on that Akali has been popping off, and Sigenda has been doing quietly his job every single time. It's been a hide-and-seek game with Rebel. They're trying to find him in his jungle, they're trying to find him into these team fights, and when they do, they actually really punish this Hecarim. This Hecarim that was ahead from the very beginning, but Rogue have found a way to cage him.
Rogue really looking like they can show that they're the second seed here. Gamer Legion, it's not quite over yet. Their one more combo, the AoE teamfight damage is still amazing, and if they find a good opportunity, they can go for a bit of trouble. I look and I see I see a Akali, I see a Rakan, I see an Ezreal. How do you actually find that backline access here as Gamer Legion?
Well, you do have the chance with the Hecarim. You just have to start the fight before Mordekaiser gets there, and he puts you into the ultimate. So you need to get that AoE ultimate on the backline. You need to get your E on the backline.
You need to wombo him.
Exactly. The Galio falls in, the ultimate from Ziggs, the Leona, everyone just piles onto someone.
Zanzara keeps running at the enemy team. It keeps working. Not a lot they can do in
Although,
regard.
that doesn't work. You're pretty screwed if you're Gamer Legion.
Yeah. Which is not good if you're that
The
Legion
kiting
fan.
potential are insane from the side of Rogue.
Yeah, the mobility is something that, like you said, I feel for Gamer Legion, it's all or nothing. Either you blow them up, or in a really late game situation, you just keep Yarman alive, and then he can do enough damage. But right now, it's not looking great as the Baron is getting a lot of work done here. Wave will be cleared, and Baron buff now finally gone. In the end, it's still manageable for Gamer Legion. Yes, there is a goal disadvantage, but in the end, the Baron hasn't broken the game yet.
It's extremely hard because you have a lot of wave clear together with the Galio, the Sion, and the Ziggs is going to be a massive problem. I feel like for Rogue to close out this game, it's going to have to take a massive team fight where they actually find the man on your screen right now. Hyanan might be on a 1 and 3, but he's been farming like a madman. He's almost on his death cap. He should be extremely close right now. And again, he doesn't necessarily have to kill someone, but if you poke them out of the fight, this is where Gamer Legion get their chance for that big engage.
Rebel has been sitting on these components for quite a while now, and you really, really, really need the def. And you haven't said it, Uyanan does finish his
Mad Scientist,
the party hat. Yeah. Although I guess
that's not a party
for
hat.
a mad scientist, would be like a not really a
No, that's an I came to impress hat.
Oh.
It's like a top hat.
Like a really nice one with like an evil pink twirl.
Kind of like the horse races they do over in the UK with like the really big impressive hats.
Is that really a thing?
I think so.
I mean, normally we would have someone from the UK to ask, but as mentioned before, neither of us are from the UK, so it makes it a little bit hard. But
I've lived there a little bit, but never went to one of these
Fine.
fancy hat places.
No, me neither. Now, Gamer Legion, they need a decisive fight. If this seed number 3 that did make it through plays, that has been able to time and time again make it to EUM, but then once it actually comes to setting that next step, they've been falling short so far, whereas Rogue has kind of been the opposite. Last EUM, they were a revelation. They were incredibly strong. They were able to surprise, I think, friend and foe by not only making it out of the group, but making it to semis and keeping the dream of that All-Ultra Liga final alive. Now, they're fighting for the second spot here in this game, and it's looking good for Rogue, but I think they know as well as we do, this battle is not quite over yet.
It absolutely is, and you will see Rabble, he's running like a maniac in his jungle, taking camp after camp after camp. He wants to get the distance as fast as possible.
There we go.
He just completed it. It's going to make it that much more tanky. It's going to make him stay in the backline and stick on the carries that much longer.
Does that work with everything? If you say that, like, I buy a really expensive car, I get it? Because you've called items out before.
He sees it, he wants it, he buys it.
He buys it, yeah. Unfortunately, that is not the case for me. As we see Rogue push down here, and they are still the team dictating the pace of this game. They're the ones who can make it all happen, as Sanzara almost a little brush with Dev there. It's knocked back, but the Xenoblade not quite connecting.
You know what I've been missing the whole game? I'm like, we've talked about Knight, Rabble, Hyanan, Vistom. Wait.
As here, go on top of Rebel, but he has the death dance.
But
he doesn't really care. Continue.
I've not seen foes on a flank ultimate yet.
And now maybe we will see it here.
All massive ultimates are gone for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, and that is going to make it a lot harder for you to actually get a fight on as Chekalat goes deep on Yarn, and that's the man that can absolutely not die. Can he stay alive? The face breaker, the damage. He goes down, and Chekalat picks up an absolutely massive kill, although he immediately gets killed in return by Rebels trying to keep this dream alive. There's so much tankiness on the side of Gamer Legion. Their extended skirmishes are really strong. Rebel has to use the onslaught of shadows defensively, but it's not enough. He goes down regardless. And Rogue are looking dominant here. they are looking to take that second spot of this group, although not quite yet, as in the end, it's still not decisive enough to actually find the win, but they might find the inhibitor.
Remember, Gamer Legion have to string their battles together perfectly. Both the Ziggs ulti misses, both the Leona ulti misses, everything misses from the side of Gamer Legion, and then it is just a go rogue territory. They absolutely dismantled them. Chocolate. Oh, baby, was that beautiful.
I say, can they break open the base? The answer is absolutely yes, they can. It just takes one good team fight for Rogue to see the opening. It's close enough, it's decisive enough, and in the end, it's gonna be Rogue who take this second place in this group. And it's the Ultraliga that yet again are looking amazing. It took them a little bit of time to warm up, but now that they've warmed up, what a beautiful game to watch.
They had one condition in every fight they took to finish the game, and that was get Hyanan. If we don't kill Hyanan on that Ziggs, we can't push. His wave clear is impossible to deal with even when we have Baron. You know what Chocolate says? No problem, guys. I got you.
Just kill Hyanan.
I got you.
Just take him down, you know?
That was a beautiful Akali performance by Chocolate. That was
beautiful. And in general, I think we see a lot here. We see why Gamer Legion is considered a good team, but we also see why Ego Rogue is considered a great team. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to take a little bit of a closer look at what just transpired and why the Ultraliga is still to be feared. Welcome back to the Last day of the first week of European Masters. I'm chronicler and I'm sad. This is trouble. I don't think you're sad. We had a great game.
I'm really happy. We had 3 really good games.
Yes, the games were amazing, but it's over, and that always breaks my heart a little bit.
Yeah, very true. But
it was really good.
If we were to end the first week of groups with a game, it would have to be a 50-50 nail-biter, not knowing who's going to win at the end. And there were pretty clear win conditions for both teams. You were waiting for the Hecarim and the Ziggs to sort of scale into the later stages of the game. You needed to press your buttons all together and string them at the perfect timing if you're Gamer Legion. That requires a lot of synergy. They pulled it through in some fights, but overall it was Rogue playing in their own territory every single time, trying to find that pony in the jungle. Zanzara does not care about Hecarims. He invaded, he tried to take the fight to the Hecarim, and it was just very unfortunate for him because even though he got fed so early into the game, there wasn't much you can do against the Mordekaiser that cages you in.
And when Gamer Legion did look good, it was because they were starting fights on their terms when they were the ones setting the pace. But Ego Rogue also didn't really give them a lot of opportunities. You can see here as well, Chocolat's damage on top of Yon is just absurd. And then once that Ziggs goes down, it doesn't matter that Chocolat then gets taken down in the all-out AoE brawl because the most important target is already dead.
It's kind of like the solo queue where you're playing the assassin / mid lane and you're like, well, can you just kill the ADC for us and we can take care of the rest of the fight? Tekla was like, I've got you guys, don't worry. I'll get Hyanan, you end the game for me.
And this means that we have the group here. Movistar Riders, of course, Frio, #1 seed for the SLO, delivering as expected. Ego Rogue getting a nice second place with the win that they just took over Gamer Legion. Gamer Legion, it's still manageable, but gotta come stronger, back stronger in week 2, whereas Sub Up, it was a good performance, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
And the most dominant performances, as we can see here, they're not coming from the Dark, they're not coming from the Ultra Liga, they're coming from the LFL yet again. And now Super Liga Orange is stepping up with Movistar, and I'm so glad to see it because I know we've disappointed a lot of fans saying, you know what, they're a bit lukewarm, but Movistar coming in hot.
They really, really are. And I'm looking at Group D as well. I see freeway ties. You know, my heart always starts just beating a little bit faster.
You know it's going to be to the last game.
Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope that like we don't get any team, although Mousesports, even with their one loss, have been looking incredible, where it's, you know, just over very quickly. And mind you, we will be taking a bit of a longer break. We will resume on September 9th.
On my birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to...
That's a great birthday present, actually.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. And beautiful games as well. I see Movistar Riders versus Rogue. I see Gamer Legion versus Movistar. Just this entire group, I think, is going to be fire because while Movistar look amazing, between Gamer Legion and Rogue, I think there's a lot of contention possible.
It was the most back and forth we've seen today specifically, and having the whole group into one day, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
What was your favorite game we did today?
The last one. Hands down, the last one, because it wasn't just that, yeah, we have, you know, a late game scaling composition, we're just going to wait. It was having to be proactive in a specific way. For Gamer Legion, they had to get the right engage, they had to get the right target. For Rogue, it was up to Tekolad and the rest of the team pressing their buttons at the right time to get out of the engage and find the targets back in. It was absolutely beautiful to watch.
Who's going to win a tournament? Because I asked this to Orsk, he said Mouse, and then they lost, so I like cursing people with this question.
My dad said Will of Gaming is taking this one. But I'm gonna say Movistar because Hava is the assassin ADC of my heart.
Right, because assassins at the moment, besides Akali, who of course is pretty popular, it's not really been an assassin matter.
Caitlyn assassin is what is that?
Yeah. Just flash forward. Caitlyn, Jinx.
What about you?
Doesn't really matter. I got to go with Misfit Premier. I think Gamer Legion is really close to my heart as well. I think it's just such a wacky team.
You're going with the current favourites, LFL, returning champions.
I mean...
Legacies, etc., etc.
Yes. I like to take safe bets. I've taken a lot of risk with predictions in my own region, and it has not worked at all.
I didn't get a single prediction in my region. Let's not talk about that.
Painful, but if we're both bad...
You're trying to stall so it doesn't end?
If we're both bad at predictions, it doesn't matter in the end. It was an absolute pleasure having you. We hope you had a great time, and we will make sure to see you September 9th, same channel, for more EU Masters.
on your body, performing just like my Rari. You're too fine, need a ticket. I bet you taste expensive. Pouring up about a liter. If you keeping up, you should keep it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like that, 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 that.
Skirt on your body, it's just us two in this party. That Louis, that Prada, looks so much better off you. Turn me up, be my waitress. No, we not in love, so let's make it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Like that, 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 that.
Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you